Hello everybody and welcome to Sebring for round 7 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here for season 16. We've got 1,000 miles of racing ahead of us in the final American race of this season and the final distance race too. The bumps and the challenges as we head into the night around this circuit will be once again the classic ones that you get at the 1,000 miles of Sebring, a venue which we visited now in the last few years of this championship. My name's Ewan O'Leary alongside Darragh Thacker for this round of the championship, at least the first couple of hours. Good to be alongside you again, Darragh, for this round and the start here of another race. We're getting towards the end of our season now, just the 4 hours of Imola and the big one at the end of the season, the 24 hours of Le Mans to go after 1,000 miles have been completed here this afternoon.
Yeah, we're getting to really that crunch point of the season. We've got to make sure you're getting points on the board. If you're missing out now, you're not going to have many more chances to make them up in the closing stages of the season. But Sebring, it's a classic endurance circuit, isn't it? It's one that we all love to see racing around, and particularly racing here in the VEC. I'm really looking forward to seeing if we can get some fantastic racing in all three of the classes.
Good morning to everyone who is tuned in, or good afternoon, early afternoon, I suppose it is in Europe at the moment. But yes, a good day to everybody, wherever you are in the world, watching along in the Virtual Endurance Championship once again. So this is round 7 of the championship. According to the weather down there, this is cloudy with a chance of rain. Based on what I saw earlier, there wasn't any chance of rain, but it's entirely possible that it can rain. And it doesn't tend to be light around here in Florida, quite tropical down here. And if there is going to be any rain, first of all, it's going to be quite a challenge, but second of all, it's going to slow the race down. Of course, a race here today which doesn't actually have a time limit on it, instead just when we complete the allotted laps for 1,000 miles.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see. I think we were mentioning post-broadcast that it was about 7.5 hours last year, so we'll have to see if we're around that mark, possibly a little bit longer, nearing the 8-hour mark. But I mean, these guys, they've just got to keep focused all the way through. I mean, like you said, it's not a time race because you've just got to get the laps done. You kind of know when you're going to be pitting. You're not really thinking about time slots, you're thinking of lap slots, and you can work that out in terms of times. But it's a little bit of a different challenge compared to what we had for the likes of Daytona or maybe at Road America last time out. But yeah, looking forward to this one. We've got a good-looking grid, and some of the top of the championship teams are a little bit further back than they may have wanted to be.
The grid just cycling through the bottom of your screen at the moment. Gold Racing Esports there, Jacob Reed a little bit further down than you might expect for the team, 4th in the championship. They're now 68 points away from the title though, which is a little bit of a distance with only 3 rounds to go. Then this is the sort of the very, or towards the back of the grid in LMP2. We'll update you on who's got penalties back here as well of those in championship contending positions, but I can tell you initially that not many of those championship contenders have actually got any problems in terms of penalties here today. Certainly none of the championship leaders, those being Race Clutch, Ferrari and Thomas Enger Sim Racing down here in GT, which you can see now. Visceral Esports continuing their good run of form. They won at Road America, of course, last month. João Asensio has taken them to a pole position here. Camille Naui down in 8th place for Blackhawk, which is a little bit further down than maybe you'd hope to see them as championship contenders, of course. The other Visceral car in there too. There's Mark Vates, so 8th and 9th for the Visceral GT3s. They're currently 2nd and 4th in the championship standings, with only 39 points separating 1st to 4th in those standings at the moment. Back here with Satellite Racing, who are 42nd and 43rd overall, just ahead of Scuderia Leone. It's a little bit far down for them to be honest. Brabham Esports here, which is good to see. Stein Prince driving that Mercedes off the line here today. Eda Maciel for Caspian alongside them as well. And then the last of them. So that is the end of the grid. And noticeable as well is the lack of Thomas Enger Sim Racing, at least I saw from there. Although I think that's just because I missed them. Wojciech Polesny seems to be in 3rd place on the grid anyway, just behind Eunice Ravio, who's now got BS Competition back to the top division, just behind João Asensio as well. So there they all are on the grid. We're about to get rolling for the very first time here this afternoon and set up 269 laps ahead of us. It's going to feel like it's not going by very quickly at certain points, but I predicted earlier on today that this race, at least based on predictions from how much slower these cars are compared to the DPIs of one season ago, this race should take 8 hours and 2 minutes, and that seems to line up pretty well with what we saw at Road Atlanta, although the average speed a little bit higher around there. Very much an endurance race though, and very much longer, more than double in fact, longer than what we're going to see in 1 month's time. The 4 hours of Imola is going to be a real sprint affair at the start of April.
It's been a while since we've had a 4-hour race as well. I mean, I think back to Bahrain, but since then we've had some really quite long ones again here at Sebring. We had the 24 at Daytona, and it's going to be a bit of a change, I think, jumping from this longer 8-hour format to a shorter half of that. So it's just going to be interesting to see how they adapt to that. Of course, near the end of the season as well with the 24 of Le Mans to round it out. But it's going to be interesting over the start of this race, particularly just to see how everyone settles in. I think it's going to be indicative of the rest of the race if these drivers can try and get into a rhythm early on, can try and make sure they don't pick up any mistakes. But of course, with the field 48 strong, I mean, even if you're in a hypercar, if there's a little bit of a collision early on, you could find yourself behind quite a lot of LMP2 cars, and it's just an added bit of traffic you don't want at the start of the race.
Now, have we got 48 cars away cleanly this time around? We have indeed. You may remember from Road America, we had a disconnection early on for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, which meant that they could never actually take the start. But as you can see there in third position, they have taken the start for this one, which is good news. Visceral Esports, the leaders of GT3. You can see the different tyre compounds, though. There's very much different ways of going about this race, especially in GT3, where the stints are the longest of any class in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It'd be very interesting to watch now and see who's where in terms of those stints. What are they going to do? Are they going to be double stinting today? Are they going to be keeping hard tyres on? Is tyre wear high or low around this venue? It's all to be worked out over the course of 8 hours here today. And so
leads, please
we'll see how that goes.
Second of gap to the LMH.
Letting Jimmy Allison do his race control announcement, and hopefully we can get off to a clean start here because there's a long race ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to get a clean start. I mean, we've seen a couple of starts so far this season that haven't been the best. You think back to Bahrain, it was a bit chaotic, and there were a couple of issues as well on the Daytona start. But hopefully, we can make sure everybody is in the right order, everyone's in the right place, and everyone can get away cleanly. I think the Visceral Esports team will be hoping just to get a good launch for this GT group. I mean, with Thomas Enger in third, you want to try and build a gap early on, but, you know, what can you do? It's a very, very long race. I mean, that gap can fall away in the opening 5 laps, and you've got another 264 to do.
So many laps around this venue, and a single foul start again, of course, by the looks of things. Benjamin Gilsinski now on the pit limiter, and just letting everyone fall behind. Indeed, there's a little bit of a kerfuffle going on in LMP2 as they try and figure out who should be where and what single file really means. I think it's a Visceral car, isn't it? And there's cars off in the background as well.
Single file.
That LMP2 just being reminded of the single file. No idea what was going on in the background there, but I fear slightly that some of the GTs have crashed into each other, because I can see a couple down on pit lane already. We'll get to those stories as quickly as we can as we get this race underway, but let's hope that we get off to a clean start at the very front of the field. It's a rare pole position for the Seawolf Net Race team here in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and the 1,000 miles of Sebring will get underway with them as they cross the line. Benjamin Gilsinski lets fly, and he will get this race underway. 269 laps of racing here at Sebring, now underway for the first time, and it's a good start for Seawolf Net Race to maintain their lead through turn 1, and Team Irish should do the same as well, with Martin Hemmingson now as they break for the very first time down into turn 3. The GTs, for whatever reason, a little bit further off the back of the field than the rest of them. Now, what's happened further down the field, I think, is the question here, because, as I say, I can see a couple of GTs actually down on pit lane at the moment. There is the final of them. It looks like everybody actually has got away to a clean start, so maybe, in fact, we do have everybody underway as they should be in GT3, but we certainly do in Hypercar. Just the 8 cars this time around in Division 1, and it's Seawolf Net Race leading them around on this opening lap of the 1,000 miles of Sebring.
And it's a good start for the Seawolf Net Race. A little bit of a gap being built as well on this opening tour in anger of this Sebring circuit. A couple of gaps forming a little bit further back. I mean, the other Seawolf car dropping a little bit back on the Race Clutch team in the number 1 car, so they will hope to try and recuperate a little bit of that time early on. But at the moment, this This car in the lead, but Sequels Net Race number 5, really off to a good start. They'll really hope to start to build on that, and with the single file, it kind of helps off the start just to kind of get away cleanly. But a very good job for them as we try and finish this opening lap, but exactly what they wanted early on.
And Race Clutch just digging out there and trying to get down the inside of one of the Go Team cars, not able to there. Colin Spork back in the Virtual Endurance Championship, which is fantastic to see again. He was blaming LMP2 Traffic for his lack of speed in qualifying, which saw him qualify down in 5th position. Not what you'd expect from the 2022 Formula Sim Racing champion, of course, and a previous champion with Race Clutch in this championship too. But he blames LMP2 Traffic. It's always difficult in hypercars, to be fair. There are 20 of those LMP2s to try and negotiate, and while this is not the shortest circuit in the world, it still means that you can come up against one of those LMP2s on every single one of your laps, despite the relatively long session.
Exactly, and I think we're just going to have to see a little bit of consistency from all of these guys. Colin Spork, of course, will be hoping to make his way through, but himself not really gaining up too much to the back of the Go Team Racing car number 17. Maurice Mell in that one at the moment, but we'll have to see. We've got a yellow early on in the race, but that one's quickly cleared. I think that's a GT right at the back of the field, looking at the driver track. It's not the best of stuff for a few of the GT cars, but LMP2 and Hypercar, they've got away well, they've got away cleanly, and it's just going to be a battle of strategy and race pace from here.
Yeah, it's Yarrow Kaleha who has gone off for satellite, but just wanted to go back and check if there's any damage there. Certainly not on that occasion. Martin Hemmingson's got off to a good start. He's leading in LMP2 for Team Iris by 2 seconds already, ahead of Hyperion and then Scuderia Ferrari Esports. These two finished 1 and 2 in the reverse order to what they are right now at the 6 Hours of Road America last month. It was at Timothée Andonovski, part of that team, and they held on by about 4.5 seconds at the flag just 1 month ago. That's led them to have a championship lead of 28 points now, by the way, over Team Iris, and then Hyperion, who are a good 50 points behind. And considering there are a limited amount of points remaining in the season now, we're getting to that stage where we're thinking about sealing up championships, who can wrap up the title next time around at Imola. Well, Ferrari are in certainly one of those positions where they could go into Le Mans with just the race win to aim at and the championship already sold.
Yeah, I mean, 4 races, I believe, winning in a row coming into this one. They really are on a hot streak, are the Scuderia Ferrari Sports team. And Andonovski will be hoping to get through early on here. Again, he looks like he's one of the drivers pressuring the car in front in the early stages at the top of the LMP2 train, I should say, on the Hyperion car. But yeah, a couple of gaps starting to form early on, and it's like you mentioned before, a very, very, very effective start for Team Iris. 2.5 seconds in about a lap and a half. 2.5 laps worth of racing is very, very impressive, and we'll have to see if they can continue to build that. But again, here at the top of the hypercar, at the top of the field in total, the Seawolf Net Race car not really allowed to get away too far, being tracked very well by the Simframe early on in this race as they come in towards the final sector of the racetrack. But again, falling back a little bit in P3 is that Winchick Racing team. Of course, they're looking for a little bit of form, they're looking for some more points, and they won't really want to start to fall back into the clutches of Go Team and Race Clutch if they can help it.
In the Hypercar Championship at the moment, by the way, we've got just 10 points separating Race Clutch, Simframe and Winchick Racing. It's all very close indeed in that championship as a result of the late disconnection, of course, that befell Race Clutch and denied them an almost certain race win at that stage. It seems that those three are really the only ones involved in the championship fight at the moment. Patrick Schindler is second for Simframe, Martin Mergley is third for Winchick, and then we've got the Race Clutch car of Colin Spork in 5th position. So that's where the title contenders are in Hypercar so far. To be honest, this seems like the most realistic fight for a championship that we're going to see. 10 points separate the top 3 up there, but it's 50 points in LMP2 and 29 in GT3, so you can pretty quickly see that Hypercar probably does have the most dynamic and the closest championship battle as we head with 3 rounds to go.
Yeah, and even with the GT3 championship, Thomas Enger had a very, very poor showing last time out at Road America, dropping a good 20 points to their competitors. So they'll be hoping to build that gap up a little bit more. But you're right, in the hypercar, definitely we've got the tightest championship. It's the one that I think we're going to be looking for as we get to Le Mans, Raceclutch, Sebring, Winchek, none of them in the lead of this race at the moment. Currently second, third and fifth, not in that order, but they are looking for some extra points and they're looking to try and gain a little bit more ground, whether that be to catch back up to Raceclutch in the championship lead, or whether it's just for Raceclutch to pull away ever so slightly. They're going to be doing their absolute best over the course of this race to really just assert their position in the championship and really make the other teams chase them in the final couple of races, because chasing can give you mistakes, can trip you up a little bit, and that's not really what you can afford at this stage of the season with really only about 30 hours of racing to go.
Yeah, it's very difficult to say at this point with a not certain amount of time remaining in the season, but there we are. There's a look back from Jero Kaleha, because we are into laps traffic for the first time. Lap 6 of the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and already GT3s are having to be negotiated here, and this is a look back from the last of the GT3 cars, the Satellite Racing McLaren, which did, as he said earlier, go for a spin on the end of lap 1 through Sunset Bend. That's what we saw a little bit earlier on. This is the battle for third place though, and a look at the championship leaders in GT3. Wojciech Polesny off to a decent start and a good qualifying at least. He's ahead of his main championship rivals, but Visceral and BS Competition currently are running away with this one in the BMW. They're 1 and 2 at the end of 5 laps.
Yeah, and Jimmy Nizier in this Satellite Racing car really, really trying to put the pressure on here to try and make his way up onto the podium, but will he be able to do it? It's tight through this sector of the racetrack. It opens a little bit up as you run down the Elman Straight towards Sunset Bend, but we'll have to see how they can try and get through. Of course, it's going to be slightly difficult, Thomas Enger. If they can get good exits out of the main acceleration zones, it's going to be very, very difficult to make the move here, but Jimmy Nizier, we know how much quality he has. We'll have to see if he can try and pick his way past the championship leaders in this GT3, but with those gaps opening up at the front, he's looking very, very good for the 58 Visceral. I mean, 2.3 seconds, they look quite comfortable at the moment in the hands of Joao Senzao. So it's going to be an interesting start to the race. I think when we get to the pit stops, we might be able to see some teams try to maybe just play around a little bit with the strategy, try and psych out some of the other teams and go for something slightly different.
Now look at the main contenders here. To the likes of Thomas Enger Sim Racing here, the Black Hawk cars are 10th and 11th as things stand, and they're at the head of a very big group in GT3 as the leaders in Hypercar try and come through on them. Winchek Racing certainly have lost out a little bit as a result of that, and Go Team right onto the back of them, as is Colin Sport for Raceclutch. You can just see in the background there, so it's getting all very close in Hypercar as it is in GT3 as well. This is where the race is really won and lost, as we say all the time. The real race begins when the traffic does, as they all dive down the inside. That was Colin Sport aggressive in traffic on Mark Veit there in the Black Hawk Aston Martin. A flash of the lights to show a little bit of displeasure. It's very early to be getting annoyed with the hypercars, but the GTs may well already feel that way, and the hypercars maybe as well, as there's a flash of the lights from another one of the hypercars, another one of the Seawolf cars indeed, the second of them, currently running down in 6th position, flashing the lights quite excessively actually, going past this group of GTs.
Yeah, I mean, if we were on only lap 7, I mean, we kind of started racing it then lap 1, so you're thinking, so that's 6 laps. We're looking at about roughly 40 times these hypercars are going to have to lap the GT3 cars. They're going to have to get used to it. They're going to have to pick their way through, and it just opens the door for many, many possible collisions. We saw a few, particularly at Daytona. We saw a couple of collisions in the early stages of the race and overnight, and it can really make and break your race. So we'll have to see how they get through, whether these guys can try and pick off a couple of places like this Raceclutch car. I thought just a pat was going to go to the inside into the final corner, but thinking better of it as they all fly through this final corner. Oh, that gets very, very tough. They're going to go side by side, I think, down towards turn 1, and I think this is the battle for P2 in Hypercar.
It is. It's Simfree who've been caught very quickly, and Patrick's in the defence, well on the inside. Martin Mergley makes a bit of contact, and here comes Moritz Mel down the inside towards turn 3. Maybe not quite. Here's Colin Spork instead, who's gone late on the brakes and almost by accident heads his way down the inside of Moritz Mell, who manages to hang on in the 17 car. That is not going to please Eunice Ravio very much, because he was pushed entirely off the road, and he's very just in flashing his lights in protest. Here goes Colin Spork again into the hairpin. Very late on the brakes now into the right-hander. He can't work his way around there, though. That's going to be a long, long way round, and so he will stay in 5th position. What a lively opening battle here in Hypercar as they negotiate the GT3s for the first time. It's still not over. Martin Mergely tries to get to the outside of Schindler, can't do it. Instead of Cook back again, round the outside through this next section of corners at Collier, then into Tower Corner. He can't head his way down the inside here either. What a great opening battle between these four.
And it's only really taken us to the first time we're lapping the GT3 cars to see these guys really, really go at it. It gets so tight. There's about a second splitting this battle between 2nd and 5th. And all this has done has just allowed the number 5 Seawolf Net Race car to run away. 9 seconds now is that gap as they run down now on towards the Almond Straight. Let's see if anyone can make any more moves. It's gapped out a little bit more. I think we might have to wait until we see lapping the LMP2 cars. But for now, some fantastic racing on show from all of these guys, and somehow that is very, very, very wide there in the in the hypercar. Let's see as they come through the final corner. That did not look nice, and I think was that Mel there going wide, or was it Spork?
Spork, we were riding on board with him. He just got it loose on the way in. Sunset Bend already showing itself in the first 10 laps, even showing itself to be an extremely difficult corner, which of course it is.
Oh, absolutely. It's such a difficult one. I've got many different lines you could take through there. I mean, you can try and go for a little bit of a later apex, an earlier apex, just to run the car out wide, get the speed and momentum down towards turn 1. But you've really got to pick your way through nicely. And the line you take can be noticed by the driver behind. They might try an alternate line. They might go for the slow in, fast out if you're going for the fast in, slow out. So it's going to be interesting just to see how these guys play it. There's quite a few corners around Sebring, which is what makes this a fantastic track for endurance racing, where you can take some different lines, where you can take some alternate ways to get around the corner, particularly turn 1 in the final corner at Sunset Bend. So we're just going to have to see how this plays out. But early on in this race, we're already seeing some great racing at all of these exciting corners.
It's always the saying, isn't it? There's 1,000 ways of taking Sunset Bend, but only about 2 of them are the right way to go about it, and that certainly wasn't the one from Colin Spork, although equally not what he was aiming for either. Such an experienced driver now in the Virtual Endurance Championship, though, known quite widely for aggressively working his way through traffic, and that doesn't rub off very well with everybody, of course, but there's no doubting the success of this team over the last 2 years or so. Maybe you could even say the last few years, as the DPI was introduced into the Virtual Endurance Championship a few seasons ago. It's back season 14. Now we've got the Vanwall, of course. Hypercar racing returning to the Virtual Endurance Championship, and it's been remarkable to see how it's affected this field and how it's been driving so far, even though it's not quite raced in the real world anymore, of course. Now let's go back to LMP2 briefly, because Martin Hemmingsen's still leading by quite some way, but we do actually have some fights further down, maybe as a result of this. The LMP2s are not actually that much slower than the hypercars, and so they're into traffic almost immediately now as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see if these battles start to heat up, as the GT3s are just kind of in the midst of them at the moment. As we've got another yellow, maybe a little bit of contact we haven't quite seen yet, but we are looking. And that is was that a GT car? I think spinning around at the final corner. There's contact between some of the LMP2 cars as they come through Sunset Bend. They're nearly 2-3 wide at the moment. This is the GT3 car that had the incident as the LMP2 cars swamp it down towards turn 1. But I mean, there was some tight racing down towards turn 1. I think it might have been one of the best release sports cars.
Yeah, and Hyperion were involved as well. Patrick Szykovsky is into the pit lane, so I think it was Adam Taylor who was the one in the wall, and Hyperion are in the pit lane as a result. Meanwhile, it's all going on back here in the midfield. This is very much halfway down the LMP2 field at the moment, right around the 10th position here. It's Nirolo who's trying to find his way down the inside into the hairpin. Can't do it on this occasion. He's got to leave a bit of space actually for one of the GT3s, but what a lively opening few moments this has been, and you wonder what went on to the Hyperion car there. We'll have a look a little bit later on as to what did go on there, but it was into Sunset Bend again, the corner that's been proving to be the most difficult so far. Adam Taylor has got an unrelated penalty there by the way, for that team. That's a drive-through penalty for that team. But what a dramatic moment, unfortunately, for Hyperion, who really needed a big result today. Third in the championship, needed to gain points, but they're in the pit lane after only 10 laps.
Yeah, and it just shows how important it is to get through the traffic well here. I mean, we're already seeing a few casualties very, very, very early on. And it's only really the first tour of lapping these GT3 cars. You can just see the LMP2s as they try and get on the power. They're also trying to make moves in their own class. We come down into a sunset there. This is going to be Reed maybe going to the inside of one of the Sebring GT3s as they run their way through Sunset Bend. But look around the outside. Van Starkenberg trying to make a move here, and he might just do, as I think we're seeing Reed on pit road very early on here, but this fight still aren't over further up ahead. Yeah,
so that's for the penalties that have been applied from the previous race. I should say, when I said unrelated penalty for Adam Taylor, I don't mean unrelated as in he did it today. I mean it's unrelated because it happened last race, and he's got a drive-through penalty as a result. Same goes for Jacob Reed there in the Gold Racing car. That's one of the best placed championship cars in any class to have received a penalty, tied of course with the number 7 hypercar, which has been in the Go Team car. You can see in 8th position, although they've actually got 2 drive-through penalties to serve, which is really going to set them back in today's race. Meanwhile, this is the battle now for 5th position Netrex have gotten themselves into, with on-off right behind. Nicolas Lemoine is the one trying to take that off him, but I have a feeling that Hyperion's trip down pit lane is not related to any sort of penalty. And in fact, it is only related to contact that we saw. Patrick Sikowski is still down on pit lane. What a shame for them.
It's just not being the start they wanted. Of course, you know the age old saying, it's a long race, you can always come back, but it's just not the start you want. It's not what you need for any kind of a championship challenge, particularly at this stage of the season with only this and 2 more races left to go, as we're now seeing. Van Starkenberg trying to come around the outside of Lemoine, nearly also going for the move all the way around the outside on that on-off car. So these battles are really starting to hot up. I mean, they're not really waiting around too much. It is a 269 lap race, but they want to make these moves relatively early. They want to get them done and try and focus on the cars in front and just focus on another part of their race. But as we are going on to lap 12 now, inside line, it looked like for Van Starkenberg into the final corner, and Lemoine dropping back a little bit and might get caught up a little bit behind this GT3 car. But you said it a few laps ago, it's all about getting through this traffic. You can be the fastest car on track, but if you're not getting through the traffic efficiently, you're going to be losing a good second or 2 a lap.
You are. Meanwhile, still people down on pit lane, I'm afraid. Jacob Reed's penalty, by the way, was a stop and hold 60, which is why it's taken him so long. And he's down in 18th position. But we have got Daniele Brambilla also down on pit lane right now, which is for Visceral, and that seems to be more of a repair. There is Patrick Sikowski still in pit lane 2. We've got the Scuderia Leone car of Ruben Carrera Alves in the garage at the moment. Not sure what's happened there, I'm afraid. It may be a disconnection, in fact, that has seen him down in the garage. So we'll get to the bottom of that all very soon as well. But passing the front straight right now is Patrick Schindler, still in 2nd position, as the hypercars now embark on a 2nd round of GT3 traffic and the 1st round of going through on these LMP2s, who have just about worked through those GT3s themselves.
Yeah, and I think Schindler's done a very, very good job, hasn't he? Trying to fend off the challenges from the drivers and the teams behind. Of course, he came under a bit of pressure on that first tour of lapping the GT3 cars, but he's gained a little bit of time back to that net race car up front, and also he's just kind of allayed that threat from the drivers behind. I mean, about a second back to Maguli in that Winship car, so it's not too much of a threat. Of course, they're still lurking around, they're still in the fight, but they're really not as close as they were just a few laps ago. So full credit to Schindler for trying to fend them off, and he's done that quite effectively. But his focus now is going to be on trying to chase after the net race car up in front, and it's a big gap to close early on, and you just kind of have to hope that as you get through the traffic, you've got to get through efficiently. They don't get through efficiently, and you can try and pick up a couple of seconds here and there. And you've also got to be focusing on trying to hit your apexes, trying to make the best lap times you can, all whilst, as we see here, getting through the lap traffic. And Schindler doing a very, very good job on that GT3 car.
It's very difficult to do all at once. Martin Mergley chasing him down as well. Might smell in the wheel tracks too. Out of Le Mans they go. And onto the Oman Straight. And there in the distance was the race leader, heading down the inside of a few in towards the final corner. Because this is a slightly longer circuit than we've had, especially at Daytona, where we really got the three classes clashing a few laps, or a few races ago, I should say. This means that the traffic at this stage in the race is slightly less thick, actually, than what it was otherwise, and what it was in some of those races. But nevertheless, it's still pretty difficult to contend with. Patrick Sikorsky now is out of the pit lane finally, as we've got more penalties being served, especially in GT3 as the hypercars come through. Ruben Carrera-Alves, unfortunately, still down on pit lane with a DNF. We can only presume at the moment that is a technical problem and a disconnection at some point throughout today's race. But what a shame that is for Scuderia Leone, and the season they've had so far shown promise at times, but unfortunately today not one of those days. They're currently 6th in the standings, which shows you almost everything you need to know there, really. So settling in here to the first half an hour, but traffic still very much a feature of these opening moments here at Sebring, as Jan Katau actually catches up to Colin Spork here a little bit. Round Collier they go, and this traffic just creating some battles, allowing Seawolf Net Race to close up to the current championship leaders.
And it's going to be interesting here just to see how this ebbs and flows as we see that net race car getting through on a couple of GT cars just before they dived well into the section at Bishop Bend. But I think we're going to have to just see how Katau can go here, because he is catching Spork quite a rate of knots, actually. That gap really now under half a second, so he is very much eating time from the Race Clutch team, but it only takes a couple of corners to be stuck behind a GT3 car at an inopportune moment just to fall back that little bit more again. But look at Spork having to go the long way around in the final corner, and that's not going to be the line of least resistance for him as we run our way back onto another lap 15 now. These guys are starting in the hypercars, and it is starting to bunch back up a little bit again. Half a second between second and third, and I think Patrick Schindler's going to have a little bit more defending to do soon.
May well do. This is a replay of what happened to Patrick Sikorsky. So Adam Taylor just ahead in the Porsche. Sikorsky looks to the inside, instead goes to the outside. Taylor loses it. Oh, and Sikorsky, an innocent in that one, I'm afraid, and immediately realises the suspension damage, I think, and falls afoul of it too. So when you see an LMP2 in a GT crash, it's very easy to reach for the LMP2 and say, well, it was probably their fault, but actually nobody's fault really. Just a case of Adam Taylor losing the rear, sadly, and going around spinning straight into the LMP2.
Yeah, and it's not really something that Hyperion could have had any control over, because of course it was just a bit of an unlucky incident with the GT3 car. But yeah, Hyperion, they're not going to be pleased about that. They're not going to be overly thrilled to see their car having to be quite a long way back now, all the way at the back of the field in the LMP2 race. But it's difficult. I mean, obviously they'll gain a lot more time. There's lots more opportunity for a lot of these teams to have similar incidents, but so early on, their first time lapping GT3 cars, and it is absolutely not what you want to see. It's not what you need for your race, not what you need for your championship. So a long way back to recover. But you can't really let it get to you, can you? You've just got to keep your head down and try and keep the laps pounding out, because otherwise you might find yourself making a couple more mistakes, and then the race really is over.
Something's happened to Martin Mergley on this lap, by the way, because he's now down in 7th position from 3rd, which has promoted everybody else up a place in the hypercar field. He's not got any serious damage because he's not come into the pit lane immediately at the end of it. However, this is not good news at all for Martin Mergley, who now runs in 7th position. And what a shame as well for a team who need some points today, need to gain some on Race Clutch. After missing somewhat an opportunity to gain some at Road America, they were only able to gain 5 points on them 1 month ago. But this is a case of losing points at the moment, or at least it looks like it if things stay as they are. So Martin Mergley really needs to improve position, start gaining a few, and maybe cut out a mistake or so, or an incident. We'll wait and see, of course, as to what happened there, but it's cost him an absolutely huge 4 or 5 positions there.
Yeah, again, it's not what you need at the start of the race. I mean, I think Winchik had it as well at Daytona, where there was a couple of mistakes in the first hour and a half, and they were a little bit further behind than they wanted to be, and really playing catch-up for the rest of the race. So they don't really want to, or they can't really afford to be doing exactly the same thing, but Merguley getting through the traffic just before he gets into Tower very nicely indeed. But yeah, I mean, the gaps are opening up in Hypercar. A couple of seconds to the car in front, and then the closest gaps really, Race Clutch, Collins Sport behind the Go Team car, 1.5 seconds or so. It's tighter in LMP2 and GT3 at this stage of the race, and I think we're going to see exactly what happened to the Winchett car now.
So there's LMP2 and GT3 traffic ahead, and he just misjudges it. Perhaps he does nose into the wall too. So as he's trying to get past the Ferrari there, just slightly misjudges the gap as he was trying to head down the inside into turn 5, and quite an awkward bit of contact actually that sent him around and into the wall in the end, but seemingly not done very much damage, and you wouldn't have expected it to have done much damage either.
No, I mean, yeah, head-on collision, it could be much worse. It was, you know, more of a nose-cone hit there. Ooh, a little bit out of shape, just behind Merguley there. But yeah, let's see. I mean, it's going to be difficult. I mean, I mentioned before that there's parts of the track where you can just get stuck behind the GT3 car, and I think that's exactly where I was talking about, particularly around turn 1, turn 2, and then running in towards, or before you get to Gurney. So, yeah, that's the real pinch point of the circuit, where the track really does tighten up, and I think we might see a few more incidents there. We've seen many in real life. We've seen quite spectacular incidents down on that part of the circuit. Hopefully we don't see more of the same, but it is a circuit prone to that kind of incident if you get it all wrong in that part of the track. But looking at the GT3 lead now, we're looking at a tightening battle for the lead. I mean, it has really come down the gap between the Visceral Esports car and BS Zoom, with Jonas Arivio, who is gaining into the lead of this GT3 battle, and it is starting to heat up here.
It is a little bit. Not sure whether that's been created by the traffic, because the hypercars have all just gone through on them, all 8 of them. Although I'm struggling to locate the 8th actually out there on the circuit. Actually, the 8th is just about to come through now. That's Go Team Racing, of course, after 2 drive-through penalties, which has set them back a bit, as you might have expected. But the LMP2s are about to finish doing the same, but we're at that stage now because of some of the problems that we've had, some of the penalties too, that actually if you were to stand somewhere around the circuit now, you would get traffic actually constantly around this circuit already, which seems bizarre to say after only half an hour, but that's what happens when there's such a chaotic start to the race. For example, these two have just seen the one of the LMP2s go past. There's another one coming very soon, and after that there's that straggling hypercar, and then just a few moments after that we'll see the front of the LMP2s again. So almost as they've completed this round of LMP2s going through, and then there'll be the next round, and so pretty much from here on in for absolutely everybody. In fact, it's going to be quite constant actually, the level of traffic that they're going to be seeing, whether that's being overtaken in these GT3s or having to get past people as a prototype.
Yeah, and we're seeing our overall leader in the Seawolf Net Race car just about to approach the back of, you'd say, the train of LMP2 cars, up towards the back of the drivers currently in P11. That's ARMS Cybra at the moment, currently in P11 in their class, but they're kind of at the back of that main train going all the way up to the lead of LMP2, but we're about to see them reach there, and at that point the GT3s are already mixing in, so we're about to start to see all 3 classes really starting to blend with each other. The LMP2 is trying to get through on the GT3s, and whilst that is happening, the hypercars are trying to come through themselves. So it's about to get a little bit tasty, I think, early on in this race. Like you said, only about half an hour in of what's likely to be an 8-hour race. So lots of battles to look out for, and lots of areas where a lot of the LMP2 cars and the hypercars can come a little bit unstuck through the race. But again, early days, still 250 laps to go here at Sebring, and that's a long way to go. That's a lot of narrow parts of the track you've got to negotiate with LMP2 cars and GT3 cars in the way.
Now we've got a very close battle in the LMP2 field at the moment for that 4th position. Luca Martino just ahead of Rob van Starkenburg in the Netrex car. This is the 4th, just behind Paul Auguslana in the Visceral LMP2. More used to seeing him maybe in a GT3 actually, but he's turning his hand to the prototype now and is so far on the podium in this class. But it's been a good start for some of these in LMP2. They've seen a lot of the big names go by the wayside, fall by the wayside. The Hyperion Esports being an obvious example of that with the damage, of course. We've also seen the Gold Racing Esports car have a stop and hold 60 seconds as a result of penalties from the previous round. So a lot of these teams have gained positions as a result of things going on ahead of them, and you can hardly blame them. They've got to be there to capitalise, and all of a sudden, for some of these teams who have not had very much luck throughout the season, and they've not had a particularly good time of things in season 16, all of a sudden the podium may well be on the cards for some of them.
And you're not going to say no to a free position, are you? I mean, if it's going to be gifted to you, you're just going to say thank you very much and take it with both hands. That is a GT3 car spinning around at turn 1. That was nearly big contact near the front of this LMP2 field. I think it was the drivers in front of the Netrex car, which of course are the Cyber car. Luca Martino, maybe a very much Co-Brown moment there through turn 1, but maybe I think everyone has got themselves back righted again. But that was a very scary moment through the opening corner. And, I mean, you're mentioning how, you know, incidents happen to some of these cars and these drivers are a little bit further up than they may have expected. It can be that easy for it all to unravel.
I think it was Mick Laputra in the MC Motorsport car, but such a difficult corner as a GT to get that one right. Very high speed, of course, at turn number 1, but thankfully no need for a code 80. And actually we haven't needed one so far at all, which is great news, of course. Don't want to jinx things too much if you believe in that sort of thing, but it's been a good start to the race in that respect, keeping it clean and green. Certainly not what we saw at Road America. I don't know if you caught the opening hour or so of that one, Darren, but from my memory, I was on the opening couple of hours with Zach, and I think we had 3 code 80s within the first hour. The very fast kink, of course, at Road America, providing most of the troubles for the drivers on that occasion.
Yeah, I caught up with that about a week later, and there were quite a lot of incidents there in terms of that code 80. I mean, it's a track that's very specific, isn't it, at Road America, in terms of there are areas where it's just kind of difficult to keep it within the white lines, keep it on track, and keep it within all the regulations. That is very tight through the final corner between Van Starkenberg and the drivers in front. They're going to go side by side. Actually, that is going to be that is side by that is very tight. That was contact, door banging through the opening corner, but I think just about sweeping through and keeping themselves in P3. As Netrex come up the inside in towards turn 2. That's Rob Van Starkenberg trying to make his way through up on the inside, making his way. He's kept the inside line all the way through this long left-hander before they emerge on towards Gurney Bend. But let's see, can he get it down towards the hairpin? Oh, they're going to be side by side. The GT3, I think, is going to come to Van Starkenberg's aid, and yes, it does. And he's going to be able to sweep up ahead of Paul August-Lahn in the Visceral Esports car. But that was so close to contact, and the Visceral Esports dropping from 3rd to 5th in the space of a sector, really. Yeah,
there was the moment. The Black Hawk Aston Martin right in front of Paul August-Lahn there just stopped him in his tracks and meant that the Visceral Esports car dropped from 3rd to 5th in one motion. So Netrex and Arm Cyber managed to fight their way through, but as I say, what a great opportunity for some of these teams who don't normally see the podium, having a great opportunity to do so on this occasion. Luca Martino going to have to lead them past another little bit of traffic here as the slightly higher up LMP GT3s, I should say, are fighting their way around this racetrack. Now into Le Mans, very close to contact between Paul August-Lahn and Van Starkenberg again here. Down the inside they'll go into Le Mans. Sebring having to be shoved out wide there, and catching up now will be the on-off car in LMP2 as well. What a fantastic battle here, and what great racing in LMP2 as they fight their way through the GTs, and they're not really even close to being done with this yet.
Yeah, long may it continue this battle, because it is absolutely fantastic. Look at Van Starkenberg, he's gone for the inside line, but it's kind of compromised this line, and right around the outside, I think that is Paul August-Lahn as they run their way, and it is as they come towards the opening corner. He's going to control the inside line, but can he control the position for P4? And yes, he can. It's just like I said, you can take different lines through that final corner when you're looking for the move. Inside line, maybe the slow in, fast out, but the fast in, slow out was what Van Starkenberg did, and the better exit is exactly what Lahn got, and it's gained him a position, and it just shows how important getting through the traffic is here.
So crucial, making and breaking races as it stands. Van Starkenberg in the 5th position now, as down the inside there goes the race leaders, actually, I believe, of Seawolf. It was indeed the overall race leader, now with a 5.7 second margin over Sebring at the very front of this race. But what fantastic battling, and these guys are going to be pretty low on fuel here. We've seen this first stint of the race absolutely fly by here, and the LMP2s are already not far away from an opening stop in this race.
Yeah, we'll hopefully, or we should be seeing them down pit road relatively soon, but you never know. I mean, 40 minutes or so into this race, maybe about 35, give or take, the very slow, you could call it formation lap that we had to kick off the race. So we're waiting a couple more minutes, but definitely soon we're going to see quite a few of these drivers come down onto pit road, maybe trying to pit in a window where they can see a few, maybe GT3 cars further up the road, don't want to really get caught up trying to overtake them, and will come in maybe a lap early just to try and get a little bit of a better outlap rather than a bad in-lap. So we'll have to see. But Von Starkenberg, he's going to get a little bit caught up again for Sunset Bend. He's going to have the inside line once again, maybe going to turn to the outside to overtake the other GT3, which is exactly what he's going to do. Going to have to get a good exit, which he absolutely gets, and he'll get back onto the main straight, past the pit lane in P5, but he wants to be closer to Paul Augustin, losing about a second on that lip realistically when he realised they were side by side down towards turn 1. So hemorrhaging time a little bit, and it's just going to give a little bit of air and a little bit of an incentive to that on-off car behind, who has started to gain up to this battle for P5.
Yeah, they are very much in this conversation now, actually, in this great battle in LMP2. They just passed, by the way, fight for third in GT3. Ibi Nisela still trying to find his way past Wojciech Polesny at the moment in a battle between the Ferrari and McLaren. Still 6.4 seconds behind. The leading battle between João Asensio and Yunus Rabio as well in the BS Zoom competition car. In second position, newly back in Division 1, of course, after a couple of races away. So unfortunately, a legacy of a difficult start to the season for them, including big crash at Road Atlanta, of course, which they were very much a part of. Yunus Rabio admitting a significant part of responsibility for that one as well, which was very noble of him. But didn't change the fact that they were out of the race pretty much at the opening lap of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. Well, that was the only other 1,000-mile race. In fact, the only other distance race of this season, Darren. I'm not sure how many comparisons we can really draw to that event compared to this one, to be honest. I mean, it's a 1,000-mile race for sure, but it's a very different circuit, Road Atlanta, and it was a very different race. For example, we've had a cleaner start to this one to what we saw at Road Atlanta all the way back at the end of 2023.
Yeah, I mean, Sebring, it's a very specific track, isn't it, really, Sebring? There's not really anything like it in the rest of particularly endurance racing, because, of course, of its characteristics. It's, the tarmac isn't really that. I mean, you can see it's not designed for motor racing. Of course, it's been used for motor racing for many, many years, but it's just that different kind of circuit. It's that different challenge, I think, that these drivers have to face as we get very close here with Ibi Nisela being passed by one of the that's one of the LMP2 cars as they run through. But yeah, I mean, Road Atlanta, particularly that opening section at Road Atlanta, very, very twisty. You can't really make a move through the S's if you are a hypercar or an LMP2 trying to get through a GT3 car. You kind of have to wait until the straight down and towards the chicane, really. But here, you can make moves pretty much anywhere, but then it's interspersed with a couple of areas where you're really going to have to be brave to make one stick. A bit like down at the hairpin, like we're just about to see, as Paul Augustin now coming under pressure. Coming under pressure, I should say, from the on-off car, and I think, is that on the on-off car? Yes, it is. I think, no, it's not. Is it? No, it's not.
Go Team car, so...
that is the Go Team car.
Down the inside,
for a second,
yeah.
I saw the live the timing gaps, and I thought that's not the hypercar, but then I thought it was close behind. But no, that was one of the hypercars getting through. But it has allowed the on-off car right up on towards the rear wing.
We've had a car off, by the way, further down. I think it was Carlos Basto in the 10th turn of this racetrack. But he seems to be fine for Armada Motorsport, and that's what that yellow flag was about. That seems to have been all cleared now. But Nicola M1 is closing in the on-off car. There it is. Another dark-ish blue. Well, it's actually quite light blue at the back, isn't it? But anyway, they're closing in on the Visceral car, and Paul Augustin clearly just doesn't have the pace of those around him right now. Arm Cyber and Netrex have both overtaken him. in the last 5-10 minutes, and instead of actually being able to reply and maybe have a look at re-overtaking, he's only been going further backwards, and maybe his top 5 position is going to be under threat soon.
Absolutely, and I think it's not the best to slip back early on, especially when, of course, you've got multiple drivers. You want to be handing over to other cars, but or to other drivers in a good position. But you really just got to be careful and defend these positions. The on-off racing car, they've had a very, very good opening stint. They've picked their way through a couple of places, and all of a sudden they're only about 5 seconds off of the podium here. So they are really having a good start to this race, and they can just see themselves inching closer to both Paul August and to Van Starkenberg in the 2 cars in front, in the Netrex and the Visceral Esports car. So it's just a very good stint so far, and I think Nicholas Lemoine will be very pleased with how this is going, because not a position that on-off are regularly in at the moment, currently near the top 5 of the class. So I think they're going to be very pleased, and the drivers is going to hand over to in the coming hours are going to be very pleased about where they are in the race.
Coming up to 3/4 of an hour into this one, and so LMP2 surely will be making their way down pit lane very shortly. It's Team Iris and Scuderia Ferrari Esports who are quite a long way ahead of this battle that we've been focusing on for quite some time now down here, actually. For good reason as well. It's been exciting to watch, but none of them coming in, apart from Arm Cyber, actually, and just in the background there, another one of the LMP2s into the pit lane. That was Nick Mora, I think it was, yes, in the 228. So those two pit in. So we're very much in sync now, very much time to come in. So we're 25 laps in. If we're going to presume these guys can do, maybe they'll do around 250 laps. That does actually work out quite well for 10 stints in this race in LMP2, as long as they're lapped nearly 20 times, which might happen, I suppose. Although I suppose they've only been lapped once so far, haven't they? So maybe that's a little bit ambitious in terms of being lapped 20 times. But maybe they can be lapped somewhere between 10 and 15, and they can make up a little bit of time in terms of fuel and do this race on just 10 stops, which does suggest a race actually of slightly less than 40 minutes, excuse me, slightly less than 8 hours, I should say, in the end. But you just don't know what's going to happen for the remainder here, and very difficult to plot your strategy, to be honest, when you don't know how many laps the race is going to be, whereas the hypercars do, of course, know how many laps this will be.
I mean, if you could do 1,000 miles in the space of 40 minutes, I'd love to get in that car. But let's see, on-off racing around the outside here of Visceral Esports, and they're through now. Or are they? Because around the outside comes Paul August once again, and he's just about defending the position as they run in towards Le Mans curve, and he's just about kept himself in front. I really thought that the on-off car was fully in front and was going to control that line, but Paul August said, no, not quite yet, and he's kept the position, kept himself in P4 for now, as we start to see the current, well, who was the leader in the class, come into the pit lane now, as we see Ferrari go through. But will either of these two come into the pit lane? I think we might see Visceral Esports in. Actually, they both come in, so quite a lot of the drivers coming in, and it's just really Ferrari who are staying out here.
Yeah, Tuita Zandanowski has been doing a little bit of fuel saving, clearly, but you'd hope so, because he was 1/4 of a minute behind Martin Hemmingsen after only one stint in this race. So I guess that's the one saving grace for him back there. In Hypercar, we're still running, of course, and Martin Mergley is closing in now on the Sim Racing for Holland team. A team in Hypercar that unfortunately haven't had the best season, really. It's been pretty difficult for them, all in all. And so 6th place is where they've ended up in this one so far, but anything other than a last place finish here I think will be somewhat of an improvement to what they've had so far this season. They are 6th in the standings, but that is partly down to their consistency of just being able to finish races, to be honest, which has been a very good record for them so far. But Martin Merkley will be looking for his way through very shortly. We'll see if he's able to make this move, and how quickly, and indeed will it be before the pit stops, which surely won't be too far away for these hypercars either.
Yeah, but for Martin Merkley, even as he's roped in Bert Knox in that Sim Racing for Holland car, he's just lost time consistently to the drivers in front. It's 10 seconds up to P5 past Knox at the moment, so it's a long way to go, and it's just not been the opening stint that Wintrick would have wanted. And they've got work to do. They've got a bit of catch-up to do. They're quite a ways behind at the moment as they make their way down through one of the GT3 cars towards Sunset Bend. But like we said, this is the first stint. We've just about finished a 10th of the race. So still a very, very long way to go. We've got a lot of racing to happen, a lot of lapping of cars. And as we've seen, Martin Mergley has had a bit of an incident while lapping a car. It can happen to any of particularly the hypercars, but also the LMP2 cars as well. So we'll have to see how that all works. On the Ferrari, staying a little bit longer, I think maybe try and prioritise the end of the race a little bit more. Try and fuel save in these early stages so that they can push harder towards the end.
Not really sure, to be honest. I think it could be a little bit about making it on those 10 stints and trying to just manage where they are with regards to how long they're going on fuel and so on. But we'll wait and see, really. Martin Hemmingson has taken the lead again here, but Andonovski's coming back out again now. Looks like we've had a change in drivers, have we? No, Toon Snepvangers has not actually pitted yet for Netrex, so that will happen now. Instead, Luca Martino is going to get back to third then, in that case, just ahead of Rob van Starkenburg, who is next. Then it's Corentin Pointeau, and quite a long way behind is Paul August Lam now. So Visceral, I'll say quite a long way. It's only a couple of seconds or so. And then there's Nicolas Lemoine in the on-off car. So everyone's roughly where they are in LMP2, which just suggests a little bit of repetitiveness in terms of strategy between these teams.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I mean, Paul August Lam, really, it just feels like for the entire race so far, has just been under pressure constantly. And we'll have to see if he's going to finally be released from that pressure by being overtaken here by the on-off car. But I think it's going to be a little bit, or the on-off car is going to have its hands tied a little bit with this traffic as they run in towards the hairpin on lap, or whatever. I think it's probably lap 27 for them at the moment, possibly lap 28, but I think it's 27 as they now run their way up towards Cunningham Corner. So we'll have to see if Paul August Lam breaks a little bit. By that I mean snaps instead of pausing or slowing down the car. But the on-off team, they are sniffing a good result here, aren't they? A top 5 would be fantastic for them, let alone a little bit further up the field. So they're really keen to get through, but they've just got to be careful because you can't really afford to make a mistake at this stage of the race, especially if confidence is high, because you don't want to really ruin any of that confidence this early on.
No, certainly not. Martin Wrigley still hasn't found his way past Bert Knox, by the way. So I thought would have happened maybe by now. Clearly not. But Colin Spork still in behind Moritz Mell as well, so very much staying the same here in Hypercar. But in the lead, I haven't seen them for a while. Seawolf Netrace are out front here. Benjamin Girosinski in front of the field for a team, unfortunately, quite a long way down in the championship standings. Any designs on that have certainly gone away, and repeating maybe a season 14 kind of effort where they were still in contention heading into the final race of the season at Le Mans. Even that looks to be a forlorn hope for them in season 16, but for them to be in the lead of this race after the opening part of this one is very encouraging indeed. Now on to lap 30 of this race, and they're still leading, and by an ever increasing margin as well.
Yeah, it looks comfortable, doesn't it? 12 seconds or so for Gielzinski, so he'll be very pleased with how this race is going so far, and it is promising to see these guys up near the front. Of course, in the championship, we've got Race Clutch, Simfreem and Winchick, but to add another name into that mix in the terms of Seawolf, trying to get a little bit further up in the order, it's fantastic to see. I mean, they're currently just in behind Sim Racing for Holland in P7 in the championship, and at the moment you'd say that they're likely to jump in front if it were to finish like this. But of course, we've got 240 odd laps left to go, and it could all go wrong, but it could all go even more right here, because they are really starting to pull a gap on everybody behind them. Is getting through the traffic effectively as well, flashing the lights, and maybe a little bit nervous coming through that sector, getting through on the GT3 cars, but doing a very, very good, consistent job at the moment, and I think the entire team will be very, very pleased with how Gielzinski has done this first stint. Yeah,
very pleasing for them indeed. Colin Spork still behind Moritz Mell here for third, although that gap is closer than ever before. I do wonder whether this is a bit of a show as to how important track position can be, even in an endurance championship like this one. It's not exactly a difficult circuit to overtake on either, Sebring. It's certainly not one of the hardest. It's not easy either, but not hard by any means. So I wonder if this is a bit of a viewing as to how important it is, because Colin Spork said to me at the end of qualifying that he could do a much quicker lap time than even pole position. Maybe everyone can say that in the field, but nevertheless, he believed that he could have got pole without LMP2 traffic, but unfortunately, he's not quite been able to find the positions that he's really needed, and that's caused him to be now 15.5 seconds off the lead as a result of being stuck in traffic for the entirety of the opening in this race.
Yeah, work to do for Race Clutch, absolutely so, and he'll be hoping to get through Colin Spork on the back of the Go Team car with Moritz Mellin. But Moritz Mellin, again, another driver doing a very, very good job in this opening stint. Up in P3, another name that we haven't necessarily seen at the front consistently all season long, and it's good to see them putting it up with the guys who are fighting away for the championship. But it's not what Race Clutch want to see. They want to see a clean road in front of them. They want to see nothing anywhere near them. But as it is, P4, they've got a lot of work to be doing. They've got 14, as you said, 15 seconds maybe to try and catch for the lead of this race. And Colin Spork, he's just got to try and keep tabs with the Go Team car as they make their way through the traffic, which may be difficult, as we see inside line being taken now. Oh, very, very close. A little bit of lots of light flashing there from the GT3 car, but it's all about Colin Spork knowing that he needs to keep tabs with the Go Team car. He can't let it get too far away, and that's forcing him to maybe go for a little bit more of a risky overtake on a GT3 car.
Yeah, some trademark aggression there from Colin Spork. You certainly know what you're going to get from him, and Yunus Ravio there wasn't pleased with what he got in the end, but sometimes there's just nothing you can do about the time that you're about to lose in traffic. Meanwhile, that hasn't so much happened to Martin Mergley in the last few moments. He did drop off to about 1.5 seconds back in traffic earlier, but clearly the roles have been reversed, and Mergley's been the one catching now, up to Bert Knops in 6th position. Another driver, though, who really could have done with making up positions earlier on and a bit more quickly than he's done so far. Martin Mergley stuck back here in 7th position, a lot further down than Winchink Racing need to be in this race right now as well. Down the inside they'll go of the battle for 3rd in GT3, but Mergley has to split the difference now. He'll have to go to the outside, and frustratingly for him, more time will be lost even further.
Yeah, it's just not going well at the moment for Martin Mergley at all. You can see another 4 tenths in that closing sector there, so got work to do, but it's difficult, especially when you get close to the car in front and you think, oh, I might have a chance here. Then that traffic hits you and you're not really able to make a pass, and if you are, it's more luck than judgment in terms that the car in front has got a little bit caught up where they didn't really want to. So yeah, it's not really going well for Winchink here, but they have got the opportunities, of course. Different drivers get in that car, we might see a different picture, you never know. But you don't really want to depend on that. You want to make the moves yourself as a driver. You want to make sure you're the one making sure that the team's in the best position possible. You don't really want to be handing over to a teammate saying, well, this is the best I could do. You know, you've got quite a bit of work to do yourself. But as it is, battles there. I mean, even at the front of the LMP2 battle, gaps have opened up a little bit, but it's tight further back. I mean, 3rd and 4th close, 5th and 6th close. So we have got really good battles all the way through the field so far, and it's great to see.
It is really encouraging to see. Oh dear, Bert Knops heading his way down the inside of an LMP2 there into Tower Corner, but it's all worked out, and there's a brief flash of a yellow flag as well, but that's all been cleared very quickly, if there even was anything to worry about. Got a couple of GTs in at the moment, by the way, from the looks of things. João Asensio and Andrew Holland are both in now. Asensio was leading earlier on, of course, but no longer. And where is the BS car that he was fighting with? Because Yunus Ravio all of a sudden is down in 11th position, 47 seconds off the... This suggests pit stops have happened back here, but I would be surprised somewhat, really, if, you know, we're not even an hour in yet and the GT3's already making scheduled pit stops. And, of course, the other thing is the fact that now Ravio and Asensio are 50 seconds apart, which doesn't really make any sense at all.
No, it doesn't. And yeah, I mean, that's quite a big jump. I mean, it would suggest a pit stop early on, as we are seeing one of the P2 car coming in now. Of course, that is going to be Jimmy Nisser in the Satellite Racing car, and I think Pim Van Ark is coming in the Juice's car as well. So we are starting to see some pit stops, so that may have just occurred of the BS Zoom car. That's why we might have missed it, but we might be seeing a couple more pit stops for these guys further up soon. But Thomas Enger are leading quite comfortably at the moment, 15 seconds. And yeah, I mean, I think in about 5-10 minutes' time, it might become a little bit clearer if everyone does therefore make their pit stops. But I mean, we have also seen lots of little incidents with cars coming through LMP2 and hypercar coming through with much quicker machines. So it might have something to do with it. But at the same time, not great if you're BS Plus Zoom if that isn't a safe gap, or if that isn't a gap that was planned.
So we've also seen Jimmy Nisseler in for Satellite now, which means that effectively, yeah, the GT3s are making scheduled pit stops at this stage, but we'll wait and see how they shake out before making any further judgment there, because that is slightly confusing, I think it's fair to say. No pit stops yet in Hypercar, and Colin Sport making a big dive bomb into turn 1. That was all very messy. He's now into third position. The LMP2s have scattered to avoid almost, and Colin Spork is through, but what a mess in towards turn number 1, and he'll give the place back. Trying to avoid a penalty, I think he's going to give that place back.
He is going to give that place back, and this is the battle, though, in the LMP2s, right for the top positions. You're looking at P4, 5, 6, and 7, I think, around this area. So that was very, very dangerous, really. A lot of those cars just trying to get out of the way. That is Daniel Brambilla in the Vista Esports car. He's had a problem, and that is going to be a long way to limp back to the pit lane. That is not ideal for them, and they are not having the best of days so far in that car, the Hyperion car. One of those Hyperion cars coming through there. So, but I mean, Colin Sport, that was bold, it was brave, but yeah, in the end he let that back through. He'll try again, but he tried it with the traffic and didn't quite work out, but he'll have to try and find another part of the racetrack to do it.
Will we be green the whole way as Daniele Brambilla makes his way back to pit lane? I'm trying to work out what's wrong with his car here, but clearly something is. There must be suspension damage on this Visual Esports car, but he's not missing a wheel, he's not missing any bodywork, he's not obviously crabbing, but he just seems a little bit down at the front. It's slightly nosediving a little bit more than you'd expect to see, and well, he's making his way back to pit lane and seemingly will be okay to do so as all of the LMP2s head their way down the inside. Meanwhile, we've got the race leader in. Benjamin Gilsinski has given over the lead now to Patrick Schindler, who is at the front of the field, with Moritz Mell now fighting off Colin Spork for what is going to be second position now, but pit stops are very much upon us. We're almost exactly an hour into this race now, including the formation lap, which the game is also counting as part of this race. But anyway, that's besides the point. We're just around an hour in, and it's very much seeming that the GT3s and hypercars are meant to be in at this stage in the race, to be honest. Lap 35 of the 1,000 miles of Sebring.
Yeah, 1,000 miles. I think normally the race is 268 laps, so I think a lap has been added to the counter just for just for the formation. Yeah, so I think that should be it's offset by that. But yeah, this is the battle now. Net race coming in together, the two cars. So obviously there's a little bit of a plan between the two cars there. But it's been a very good stint. Moritz Mell, though, he's now going to have to try and defend from Colin Spork, where they've not got too much traffic coming up in front of them for a little while. They've got a few GT cars, but there's only about 5 of them before they really hit the line to start another lap. So not too much coming up in the near future. And this is going to be, I think, Spork's chance to really apply the pressure and make Moritz Mell maybe go for something a little bit more dangerous when they approach these GT3 cars, because he's got to find a way through somehow. He nearly got it done a couple of laps ago, but not quite able to finish it off. But I mean, let's see. Moritz Mell, is he coming onto pit road himself? Yes, he is, and Colin Spork's going to follow him. So that pretty much ruins that point.
Well, maybe not, because Spork can maybe work his way through in this pit stop phase and try and find himself out the other side ahead. There's Benjamin Gilsinski making his way up to Bishop in the final few corners on his way to the lead again, you'd imagine. Meanwhile, Nicolas Lemoine trying to find his way into the top 5 at the hands of Paul-Auguste Lahn here as well, with also oh dear, another one of the LMP2's in behind. A big lockup. It's Nick Murray who's just in behind, and he had a great view there in the Level 1 Esports car of a huge lockup for Nicolas Lemoine in the on-off racing car. who just about got that stopped in time and stopped himself from going straight into the side of either Paul Augustin or indeed Yunus Rabio in the BS competition BMW.
I think one of the technical terms for that is that was squeaky bum time going up towards that corner, because Nicholas Lemon really looked like he may have gone straight into the back of Paul Augustin there, but just about avoided a collision. But just in behind as well, gutting somewhat to see, or for Nick Mora just in behind of that level 1 car, to lose all that time. He was right on the back of these guys, but getting stuck in behind that GT3 car through turns 2 and out down towards the Gurney Bend. It just means that he's lost a second and a half. It means he's lost a gap to this battle and really lost hands with the front of this train, really. So it's unfortunate for him, but he's got to find a way to make up that time once again. But I mean, Paul Augustin, before the pit stop, after the pit stop, he is just under massive pressure consistently, and Nicholas Lemon is going to get sick of seeing that Visceral Esports car pretty quickly.
Certainly will. Meanwhile, they make their way through Le Mans and out onto the back straight all over again here. So the battle will resume. I'm still pausing here, by the way, to try and work out what on earth is going on in GT3, because there's been all kinds of different levels of pit stop time, and it's all been going on. So let's just update you on where everybody is just before we go any further. Yunus Rabio in the BS Plus Zoom competition BMW is leading. Then it's Wojciech Polesny in the Thomas Enger sim racing car. That's not a 375 second gap, by the way. That will readjust over the line here to 6 seconds, 6.2 to be more precise. Then in the third position, as they all pass Daniele Brambilla, who's making repairs now in the pit lane, Pim van Ark is there for Deuces Motorsport Club. That's a real gain for both them and Caspian. Then we've got the previous race leaders, Zara Senso in the Visceral car, so there's now just half a minute between those two cars who were nose to tail earlier on. That suggests difference in a tyre change there. Then it's the two Black Hawk cars who were miles away earlier, and they're now in 6th and 7th position. And then the final position in the top 8 closed out by Jimmy Nisela, although not anymore, because he's just got past Mark Veit. So trying to work out what the hell is going on here is going to be a lot down to tyres, I think. There's been a real split in terms of who's taken tyres and who hasn't in this round of pit stops.
Yeah, it's a bit of a patchwork, really, isn't it, of all these different teams taking tyres, taking not tyres. You can see quite a lot of different options going on with these GT3 cars at the moment, and Jimmy Nisela trying to make moves with his tyres at the moment, as we see one of the hypercars coming through now. But I actually think that's the battle for P3, isn't it, between Colin Spork and Moritz Mel. Moritz Mel. So that's a little bit of a battle filtering in here. Jimmy Nisler's going to be hoping that it doesn't really affect him too much. Catch back up to the cars in front and just rope them in, because he is really starting to show a really good few laps of pace here. He's gaining some positions, he's gaining some time, and it's working well on that satellite racing car at the moment.
It certainly is. And Nisler should find his way past the other Black Hawk car very shortly in GT3 here, but no rush for him to do so by the looks of things into the final few corners. One change that has happened throughout the pit stops, by the way, is Martin Mergley getting ahead of Bert Knox here in the hypercar class. So that was a long time coming, but has now finally happened. Oh dear, we've got a car off on the front straight here. It seems to be not Linus Lumbo, but Carlos Basto, who maybe is off the road, is he? Oh no, it's one of the GT3s, is it? That's going very slowly, just in the background there. There's severe problems for somebody in LMP2 back here now, as there was a car stopped on the front straight, and seemingly, was it Saracenso involved? I'm not entirely sure, but he was in the right region for it. I'm really not sure who was the one that stopped there, and there's indeed a GT3 going slowly. It is the other Visceral car, and Carl Magnus Borre is going to have a long trip back to pit lane here.
Yeah, he was the driver stopped on the main straight, I think, down in towards turn 1 and everyone was trying to dive to avoid, and that is not a healthy looking car. And especially when you've got the issue, oh, that is close. Oh my word, that was really quite a scary moment there. And another one, there's another GT3 cars coming through being lapped there. I think that was a hypercar coming through as well, but this isn't good for Carl Magnus Bore. I mean, to have an issue on the front stretch before the pit exit line, you've got to go through an entire lap if we can get back into the pit lane to try and recover any sort of position or just fix the car really at this stage. But oh my word, this is not looking healthy. This
coming
looks awful.
into the sector 2, so we need to go to code 80. Code 80 in 10 seconds.
So, first code 80 of the race.
So that's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Code 80 and the 1,000 miles of Sebring. And it's for Carl Magnus Bore in the Visceral Esports BMW. Now then, the overall race leader has just gone past the pit lane in Benjamin Gilsinski. Will Patrick Schindler come in? Because Hypercar have not long been in, to be fair. Is it worth coming in? Patrick Schindler says no. What are the LMP2s going to say? Because we've not seen them in for a little while. Carlos Basto is going to be the first of them, or the second of them, to actually have that choice behind Linus Limbo, who does decide to come in, but Basto doesn't. I think the thing about this Code 80 is the fact that not many of these front-running cars in the LMP2s are actually going to be able to see the pit lane. This is what happened on the front straight. It was contact with an LMP2. Oh, and a big hit as the sort of, I'm not even sure what you'd call that, but the pit wall, I guess it is, obviously splits the pit lane from the racetrack at that moment, and Carl Magnus Bore makes heavy contact with it.
I think we saw, was it in the Indy 500 a couple of years ago? There was a car that crashed into that little barrier that sticks out between the track and the pit lane. And that ended their race, obviously. But yeah, that is absolutely horrific for Carl Magnus Bore. I mean, just the slightest bit of contact. I think maybe he drifted a little bit wide there. It's difficult to say, of course, but yeah, they just came together, him and the LMP2 car, and it's just put himself into an awful position. He's still limping back to the pit lane. Just got one more corner to go after coming through Le Monde curve, going into Sunset soon, and then he'll be able to try and fix that car. But yeah, absolutely horrific moment for Carl Magnus Bore, and it's just the worst feeling in the world when you've got to go through an entire lap of Sebring, which isn't the shortest circuit in the world. It's about 6 kilometers or so in length. Just to go around the entire circuit, just waiting to get back to the pit lane with a damaged car, it's awful.
It really is, and not a good day so far for Visceral Esports in one side of the garage. In the other, it's been really quite a good day in some ways. So what a day of contrasts it's been for them so far. Again, no obvious bodywork damage. It's clear suspension damage for this car that is almost struggling to turn right around the Sunset Bend here, and will now, you can see that how much he's turning right just to go straight here.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
And as he makes his way in, we'll be getting back green again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Back under green here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring after the first Code 80 of the race. Good to get through the opening hour without one, but sadly an incident on the front straight led Carl Magnus Bore a long way back to getting back to pit lane without interruption. I think the notable thing though from that Code 80, other than all of that, is the fact that it really hasn't changed the face of the front of any of these classes.
Yeah, just kind of a bit of a continuation of what we saw beforehand, but Colin Spork is trying to use this going back to green flag racing here to try and make his way through for P3. Finally, he's been lurking around for ages on the back of this Go Team racing car, and can he finally try and make the move? They're going to go through on an LMP2 down in towards Sunset Bend. Is he going to look for an inside line here, Colin Spork? No. Tucks back into the slipstream, but back to the inside line as he comes to the inside all the way through Sunset Bend. Such a long way, 180 degrees of rotation all the way through on the inside. Moritz Mel trying to hang it in around the outside. There's no contact like we saw a couple of minutes ago with the GT3 car, but I think Moritz Mel is just about hanging on to P3 here.
He is, but Spork has another look down the inside at turn 1. He previously made the move there, of course, but he gave that position back for fear of a penalty maybe at the end of the day, so decided to give the position back, and Moritz Mel is now back in the third position. He's making use of it as well here in hypercar. So 40 laps into this one at Sebring now, and Go Team still hanging on to third position. Let's have another look at a replay as to what happened with Carl Magnus Borre. It was one of the armed Cybercars heading round the outside here. And the Cybercar was trying to go round the outside of Borre and then to the other side of the next GT3, and unfortunately there wasn't quite the space to go outside of one and inside of the other.
Just a bit of an unfortunate collision. It is the kind of thing you get when you are trying to get through that traffic, and it's just unfortunate, and it's not what either team really want to see or need really in the opening stages of this race. Still only about an hour gone, just over that now. But I mean, Moritz Mel, he is defending really quite well here from the race clutch car. I mean, it's going to be, Colin Spork is going to be desperate to find his way through. He's going to have felt like he got the move done a few laps ago and then gave it back again. Now he's got to do it once all over again, and it's so difficult to get through a driver who is defending so well. Have a look back now at Benchik in the Brabham Esports GT3. If memory serves, they started at the back of the field, but we'll see now. Jimmy Nizzula to the inside now for P5 in the race, and I think that is the move done, and that's been a few laps coming now.
That's on the other Blackcourt car. Just been pulling away from its teammate actually at the moment. That is Kamil Naoui pulling away from Mark Veit in the GT3s for what was 5th position, now down in 6th. So that's Nizzula making his way through on some of those who maybe haven't changed tyres or haven't changed all 4 in the race so far. Notice he's on mediums, is Nizzula, so maybe he's changing tyres every time and seeing how that goes for him. The gap between BS and Visceral closes now to 28 seconds, which is a little bit smaller than before, so that is notable as well in the fact that some of those who are on newer tyres maybe not gaining as much as you would expect. And so far the call for Eunice Rabio, I think, to not change tyres at that first stop is really paying off, because they're still leading by well over 10 seconds.
Yeah, very effectively led at the moment by the NetRace team. They are just very much in control, not really looking at all under threat, and I think it's just a nice Sunday afternoon drive for Benjamin Gielzinski at the moment. Of course, he'll hand over to one of his teammates relatively soon, and they're going to be in a very comfortable position as we go through. But here is Benchik in P11 at the moment, coming through Sunset Bend in that very nice dark green coloured car. Up towards the line to start yet another lap. This is a very close-knit group of GT3 cars as a hypercar flies through, flashing its lights. But battle back here, I mean, it's not for the major points, you'd say, in this race, but every point counts at this stage of the season, and they're going to be really keen to try and get through this train and work their way forward in this race.
Very difficult to do so, and indeed this is a three-way battle as well. So there you are, 3 different manufacturers here too, for the first time in what feels like ever, actually. Mercedes involved in the Virtual Endurance Championship, as we took the step from GT3 and a step away from GTE, which of course has been used for many years in this championship. That's a big weave down to the inside by one of the prototypes, and the Deuce's Porsche just had to make sure that the door was closed on the way down towards the hairpin there, because that could have very easily turned out badly. Now, will Benchik have to do any defending down into turn 10 here? There's a look at the inside from the Ferrari behind, but no dives on this occasion. So the 3 of them will stay nose to tail, and I guess stay wondering where this opening is going to come from, because so far Benchik has found this quite difficult to make any overtakes, and he's also found it fairly easy to stay ahead in 11th position right now. So they look around to see where the next change is going to come from. Wouldn't imagine from this hypercar. Patrick Schindler working his way through 3 in 1, which is probably the most ideal place he could have caught them, or one of the most ideal.
And it must be so satisfying to go around the outside. There's such a fast-flowing corner. Just to go around the outside of 3 GT3 cars must be a great feeling. Just on the base level of getting through the cars. But yeah, fantastic stuff there from Schindler. But these 3 drivers, Ursling, Benchik, Veninger, I mean, It's tight, it's close. Is that a little bit of a move there from Benchik? No, he's got to be careful though, because if he tries to play with the line a little bit in the final corners to get through an Earthling, if it doesn't work out, Venninger's going to be there on hand to make the position himself. But look at this, how close they are down towards the opening corner. Benchik so close, tailing on the back of Earthling. Can he make a move down in towards turn one? Earthling trying to cover the middle of the track, but it's Benchik to the inside in the Mercedes, but that's not going to be the way through for him.
No chance this time. The Ferrari going to be very close here, looking to the outside, but I think the hypercar is going to just put an end to this. Colin Sport blocked as Benchik goes down the inside of Earthling and hangs on to it in the slide through turn 3. Sport's not going to be pleased about that one, but the Mercedes certainly entitled to its own battle and entitled to have a go in its own race, and in the end it didn't quite work out well. I think he just got caught up a bit on the curb, really, which prevented him from making the move stick.
And Colin Spork's got another couple of seconds to make up. He's got all that work to do once again. It's so frustrating in that hypercar, but he's got to do the work. He's got to make it back up, and you never know. It might a similar thing might happen to the Go Team racing car in front of him and give him a little bit of a break. But Benchik really looking for this move to the inside now at Cunningham Corner. Can he make this one stick? Lots of door banging as they make their way through, but I think he's just about got this one done. He's up into P10, and look at Venninger now. Venninger's going to come up the inside towards Tower Turn. Oh, and that got so close to a big moment there for Venninger, but he just kept it all together. But this is some cracking racing as that's now Venninger through wide from Earthling.
And what's going to happen here on the way towards Bishop as they go very neat side by side? It looks like Earthling has found his way back to the very back of the group, unfortunately for him. So this is always the danger, isn't it? When you're defending from the front, you can get overtaken very easily by one, and if there's another waiting in the wings, then you could lose 2 positions in quick succession, and that's exactly what's happened here.
It is, but I think something to note as well, Benchik in that Brabham Esport car doing very nicely indeed. I believe they started right at the back of the field, so they're having a good opening couple of hours here, already up to the top 10 in this 20-car GT3 field as the Hyperion car around the outside, trying to do, you could see there, that's exactly what we think was happening when we saw the contact a few laps ago at that corner between the LMP2 and GT3 car. A little bit more room there for the Hyperion to make its way through, but yeah, some fantastic racing here. I mean, we're still only on lap 44 of this race, and it's great to see these GT3 cars really going at it with each other.
And still a very long way to go. In terms of those who are going to be in the pit lane next, it will be these LMP2s. You would have thought Timothy Andonovsky was briefly defending from the likes of Luca Martino and Rob van Starkenburg, but that has come to an end now because Martino has not had the pace of the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car in front by the looks of things. Maybe there's been a bit of traffic that separated them, but whatever the reason is, the end result is a gap now between second and third all over again. But this is only putting into perspective what an impressive drive so far it's been from Martin Hemmingsen. Now more than 30 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Team Iris are very much dominating the early point in this race.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if they can continue this, because it does look pretty dominant at the moment. They are looking very much in control and not really at any risk at this stage of the race. But 35 seconds, it's a massive gap. I mean, if you try and count 35 seconds back from Timothy Andonovsky, you get all the way, you're likely looking towards the likes of Tony Ukic for the undercover number 50 car, the number 31 Ramada car, Carlos Basto in there as well. So the gaps are big at the moment at the front of LMP2, but further back it is nice and tight, it's nice and close. There is Andonovsky at the front of your picture with Martino and Van Starkenburg flying through, and Andonovsky not really allowed to get away at the moment. These two with Martino and Van Starkenburg really looking to gain up. They are looking close, they are looking like they've got some good pace at the moment. And all while this is going on, Paul Gaslan in P5, he's now not just got the one car to defend from, he's got 2.
Yeah. And that's never an easy task. It comes back to what we were talking about earlier on with that GT3 battle. It's never easy to be the car leading a train, because once one goes through, the next very much could do as well. Although that's going to help. That was Nicolas Lemoine going a little bit wide through Tower Corner, and that gap will just open up as a result. And maybe Mora will look to be the first on the scene. And not quite. It would have been Sear with a dive down the inside there. Again wide from Lemoine. That's 2 apex missed in 2 corners there, and he's able to hang on, but he's pretty lucky to get away with that.
Not looking comfortable, really, is he, at the moment? Just a little bit, I don't know whether it be a little bit flustered or what have you, but not looking the most comfortable at this stage of the race. Mora trying to pick up a little bit of a slipstream from the hypercar as they run in towards sunset now, but yeah, Lemoine, he's given Paul Augustin a little bit of a break that he hasn't really had for the last hour or so he'll be very, very pleased to see that. But Mora now really, really applying the pressure to try and make his way up into P6, and if Lemoine can't really get through an Augustin soon, Mora's going to be more than happy to try and snaffle up 2 positions here.
Well, if he can. Of course, this is newfound territory for the team of the 228 Level 1 Esports, who are running in 7th position as of right now. Started the season, of course, in Division 2, hence their 200 name. But they're the best placed of the Division 2 teams, apart from the Visceral Esports team, who won a couple of races while they were down there and got themselves back up as well. But they came up with this team here, the Level 1 Esports team, and so some of the others have been put back down again. For example, to name a couple who have been demoted to Division 2 in LMP2, Team Iris and Virtual Drivers by TX3 started the season having qualified as Division 1 teams. That's no longer the case, though, with them having difficult starts to the season. And it's quite good these days that we have one big league table, if you like, for the entire class, and a couple of divisions as well, because years gone past you would be stuck in Division 1 or 2, whereas sometimes the Division 2 drivers would be very worthy of getting into the Division 1 race, but there was never any promotion or demotion, and so that has changed now. And it means that there's a lot more moving around in the certain classes, which is a good thing. It keeps the field very competitive indeed. Yellow flag out there in Sector 1, and it's down at Turn 3. Getting back underway again here is Corentin Pointeau, I think, in the 230. So he's back going again. I don't think with any damage, so that's the positive thing for him there. But yeah, good to keep the field slightly refreshed by having promotion and relegation as well. If you don't do quite as well as you should be in Division 1, you'll be down to Division 2, and there's a chance to be in the main split if you're starting the season down Division 2 with some good results, and that's what we've seen a couple of times so far this season with the designated races that you get for promotion and relegation to actually happen.
And it's nice that by the time we get towards Le Mans at the end of the season, we have the best teams over the season on the grid. We kind of there aren't any teams that maybe are in Division 2 that feel like they should be moved up to Division 1 because they've had some very, very consistent performances, and vice versa, really. But it's good to know that we're going to have an incredibly strong field, if not the strongest field we could have in the Virtual Endurance Championship, particularly for that final race at Le Mans, which is going to be, of course, the centrepiece season finale of season 16. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I agree with you that it's a fantastic thing to have a few drivers move up and down, to give the grid a little bit, sometimes of a refresh, but also to make sure that you're keeping the grid competitive and keeping the teams around where their competitors are in terms of outright pace and performance. So it's nice to see, and it's nice to see that when these teams come in, they aren't struggling, they aren't falling behind, they are really in the fight right from the get-go.
Yeah, very much so. So Bert Knox was very close to the back of Janka Tau there. They were exchanging positions not so long ago, but that has seemingly come to an end now. In LMP2, Luca Martino and Robin Starkenberg are still relatively close to one another, with Andonovski really not that far away. And Scuderia Ferrari Esports are very much in danger of getting dragged into an increasingly large battle for those lower podium positions, and getting dragged in from a position of relative strength, actually, which they started this race with.
Yeah, the fuel saving might have to be put on pause for a little bit if that is what they are doing, because they are really falling back into the clutches of the cars behind. But looking back here in the GT3 battle, that gets very, very close with one of the hypercars coming through. We've got another yellow in Sector 2. So someone having a bit of a moment somewhere around the circuit. But as it goes, as it runs at the moment, it's very nicely done by the top guys in the trains. Oh, and that's wide from Gandossi. in turn 1, and then hypercars flies through. But even these battles further back, right at the back of the GT3 order, there are still some really tight, great battles.
There are, and it's somewhat of a surprise to see Alan Taylor back there, but you'd expect to see him making up those positions in pretty short order. So there's still the battle for 10th. What have they done with Ursling? He's miles away all of a sudden. Is Daniel Ursling 3.5 seconds behind in the Juicy Motorsport Club car. Clearly, that 73 car, either he's struggling or that car is struggling, because they were battling in a 3 not so long ago. Now there is 3 seconds between him and 11th place.
Heartening, really, when you just see the cars ahead just drive away with nothing really that you can do. But we might have to try and work out if there's any kind of issue there for him, or whether he's just not got the pace at this stage of the race. He may be starting to fall back into the clutches of the drivers behind as well. But look at this battle now for P2. Andonovski has been well and truly caught by this battle for P2 now in LMP2. And the 2 cars in behind, I mean, we've got Luca Martino in the Arm Cyber and Rob van Starkenburg in the Netrex. They are going to be very keen to get through as quickly as they can, if they can.
Well, weaving around very aggressively in the background. Here's Luca Martino looking for a way past Timothy Andonovski, or is he just waiting here? The danger these guys have got with battling the Ferrari car, of course, is the fact that the Scuderia Ferrari esports team were saving fuel in that first hour. That first stint, I should say. It's not an hour, of course, in LMP2. In that first stint, they were able to go a couple of laps longer than the 2 cars behind them. So is there any point, Martino and Van Starkenburg actually going through here if they're only going to get overtaken later on in the race as a result of fuel strategy? It's something to bear in mind, because if you want to be there at the end of the race and fighting the Scuderia Ferrari esports team, it looks like you do want to have a couple of laps fuel in the bank going into those final couple of stints, because they're certainly going to have.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to be thinking about here, but they've just got to be careful, because they don't want to be thinking about the long race and trying to, you know, make the win a possibility with Team Iris here on the strategy if they start to get overtaken by the cars behind, because then it throws that kind of battle out of the window, as we see, this battle, this is I think for P10 and the GT3, being met by this battle between the LMP2 as they all fly around the outsides here, the Brabham Esports car going very tight. There might be a battle into turn 1 there themselves, but Martino and Von Starkenburg, not the best lap. Andonovski kind of holding the rest of them off, but they were 4 wide there for a second. There were 3 classes of cars coming through, and Brabham still finding a way for P10.
Amazing stuff, and it could be 3 wide again here as the gold car goes down the inside. I think Benninger just slightly hanging back as a result. Benchik immediately pulls over to the inside going into turn 3 to cover. The Ferrari bounces aggressively over the curb, and so the battle will be over, but a 4 wide moment to savour, and probably at the only point in this circuit where you could feasibly manage it.
Yeah, very, very tight, very, very dramatic from those guys. Absolutely great racing from everybody. It involved no contact, and everyone got through really how they wanted to, apart from Vennegar, because he wants to get through on Benchik for P10 here. Lap 50, he's been stuck behind him for a good few laps now, a good 10-15 minutes or so, and he's going to be keen to try and make that move, try and get his way back up towards the top 9, as we now start to see some of the hypercars come through once again. I think that's one of the Go Team racing cars. In fact, I think it is, which means that the race clutch is not far behind, and there indeed the race clutch is, as we now look up for Van Ark and Nizila. Nizila, he's been on a fantastic charge, hasn't he, on this stint, and he might be gaining, I think, maybe at least 3rd, if not his 4th position in this stint, on Van Ark.
I remember seeing him come out in 8th at the start of this stint, so this is 4th by my reckoning, but he might have even been lower than that. Down the inside he goes in towards turn number 1, and he'll make his way through. But have a look at the tyres that he's on compared to the rest. I remember seeing this earlier on. He's the only one, well, he was previously the only one in the top 8 on the mediums. Now we've got a Simframe car up there, but I think that's a legacy of the fact that he did change tyres after the opening hour. Those around him didn't, and looking at the difference in terms of speed right now, I would imagine that there is some sort of tyre games going on there to sort of create that level of gap which we've got in lap time at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is really starting to work, isn't it, the change of tyre, and it just shows how effective it can be. He's gained a good 10 seconds minimum on this stint. He's got a big gap in front of him for P3, but he's now not really got anybody to hold him up. Of course, being a GT3 car, everyone is lapping him. He doesn't have to be concerned about lapping other cars. He has to be aware of the cars lapping him, of course, but he doesn't have to worry about being stuck behind anybody through slower parts of the racetrack. So he can now just try and focus on gaining that 20 seconds, gaining to the back of the top 3 in this race, because that car under Nizzler looks really quite quick at the moment on those tyres, and we'll have to see how far he can get before the next set of pit stops.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get up to the podium places. I think that'll be a step too far personally, but then again, it's worth remembering there's probably half an hour of this stint left. And also worth bearing in mind, of course, the fact that the GT3s do struggle a bit more to make an hour these days. So it's worth remembering that maybe it won't just be 7 stops for them today, but maybe 8, even at a circuit like Sebring, where fuel burn is not the highest in the world, especially compared to the 24-hour tracks that we've got on the virtual endurance schedule this season, in the likes of Daytona, which we had in January, and Le Mans, which we will have in the summer, of course. The countdown to Le Mans very much on in the virtual endurance championship. We're what, 3 months away now, are we, from that race? We've got that regular month in between the penultimate race and the last one, as we get ready for the 4 hours of Imola, of course, 1 month away. That's going to be a very different race to this one, and the shortest one, of course, since we saw the 4 hours of Bahrain, which in a season which contains 24-hour races makes those extra short ones feel almost like sprints.
Yeah, with the sprint race, feeling like a sprint race as well, just before the 24 hours is the penultimate round, it really can set up quite a tense atmosphere, because you know that you need to get all the points you can, but you've not got time to play around with the strategy, to play around with waiting for a move, trying to force some mistakes on me. You've got to make the moves quickly, you've got to get the points where you can. And with that month before Le Mans, if you are right in that championship battle, it's going to be a month of waiting. It's not going to be the most comfortable month, because you just want to try and get the season over. You don't want to be too nervous about it. But that 24-hour, it's something that I think everyone in the VEC is looking forward to. Maybe not some of the drivers who know they've got to perform, know they've got to nearly win the race to take a championship. For all of us watching, at least, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic spectacle in the summer. Look at this inside line at Bishop Bend. Jimmy Nizzler being overtaken here by one of the LMP2 cars, but that didn't look too dangerous at all. There's a few more coming up behind him, but with a couple more straights to come, I think they're going to comfortably get through.
Yeah, they should do. And that gap only increasing now between those two GTs. We previously enjoyed a battle between. Meanwhile, Martin Hamilton's into the pit lane, and so Timothée Zandanowski should be the one to take the lead here very soon. But what a start to the race it's been for Team Iris. And what a result it would be as well for them to even finish ahead of Scuderia Ferrari Esports, because over the course of the last 4 rounds, as you spoke about earlier, Darrett, Scuderia Ferrari Esports have won the race. And while it's not been a terrible time for Team Iris, they've been on the podium in 2 of those wins for Scuderia Ferrari. They have been losing points every single time. So if finally now Team Iris could gain some points, even if they don't turn out to win this race, it would be such a success story for them to finally gain something back and maybe just switch the momentum right at the perfect moment.
Yeah, right at the crux point of the season. You really want to try and shift the momentum at a point where it's going to be difficult for the Ferrari Esports team to gain it back, especially if Iris can get another good result at Imola. It's just going to put that seed of doubt into the minds of those down Team Ferrari. So they've got to be careful. They've got to be aware of Team Iris there. They don't want to lose too many points. And if they do lose points, damage limitation. Finish second. Don't finish third. Make sure you're picking up the points. Make sure you're in control of your own destiny. And that's exactly what they want and what they need to be doing, really. But Antonovsky at the moment still driving a very good stint. We'll have to see how long he goes again. He pitted a couple of laps after everybody else in the field. Is he going to do that again, or will it be a couple of laps? What I'm trying to say, I think, is will he pit 2 laps later once again, or will it be the likes of 4, another set of fuel-saving laps? We'll have to wait and see. But as it is, Team Iris just out ahead of that Hyperion car, who I think are a lap down.
They are. Maybe more than just 1. Yeah, 2 laps down for Patrick Sikorsky, unfortunately. And what a shame for them. 2 championship contenders, by the way, on your screen here. Hyperion a 3rd in the standings. Is this the race maybe that we decide LMP2 is a 2-horse race, because Gold Racing Esports and Jacob Reed are down in 16th position as of right now. They're actually in a little bit of a battle, which is pretty good to see. So we'll have a look at this, unless they're about to come into the pit lane. But maybe this is the day where it becomes a two-horse race between Team Iris and Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who were separated by 28 points at the start of the day. Gold Racing were 68 back at the start of this one, don't forget. And then Hyperion were 50 points back. Losing points today really isn't going to be good enough for them with only 2 to go.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to remember that Gold Racing Esports were right in that battle for the first half of the season, momentary yellow in Sector 1, but they were right in that battle. A couple of poor results, particularly last time out at Road America, have kind of dropped them out of that battle, but never say never. They're not having the best of the race so far, currently down in P15 for Reed, but always the chances, always the possibilities. 215 laps, for the hypercars left to go, so you're looking at probably around just over 200 laps for these LMP2 cars to go as well. And it's just going to be a case of making the moves, making the positions, keeping the car rolling, and not having any incidents here for the Gold team. So, difficult, I think, because of course they had those championship hopes early in the season. They've kind of faded away. But as it is, they can't really be looking at the championship lead, and while they're doing that, fall into the clutches of the likes of On-Off, who were having a very good day, and they might find themselves P3 themselves at the end of the day in the championship.
That's true. They're having a good race. Unfortunately, Sean Clark Racing are nowhere to be seen today. They are down in 13th position. I haven't seen any of them so far. They do normally crop up towards the end of races, to be fair to them, but nevertheless, it's been relatively quiet from them. The team in the top 10 in the standings we haven't spoken much of today is the Undercover Ryan team. Currently, it's Mikko Korkiakowski who is driving that one in 16th position, but there's some big names quite a long way down the field here today. Meanwhile, Charlie Rigo is now at the wheel of the On-Off Racing car, and Tobias Blumschein just in behind, and so this is a battle for 11th position in the midst of a pit stop phase which has not quite all sorted itself out just yet.
Yeah, so waiting for a few drivers to come into the box, particularly that Ferrari Esports car and the Go team in P2, because they were nowhere near Team Iris before the pit stop, and it just shows how good Iris have been, that they are only about 8 seconds behind that Go team car, having made an extra pit stop. So really are going very well at this point in time. You see Rigo now, and Blumschein trying to find his way through at the moment. This is for P11 and P12 in the LMP2 category, and they're not that far off the cars in front. P10 is Corentin Pointeau in the RFRO SimSport car, but then up in front, the gaps are small. Goya, Van der Neet, Vinculio, 9th, 8th and 7th at the moment. They're really quite close together as well, so it's promising for these guys, even outside the top 10, because they're really not that far behind some very good point scoring positions. And we're nearing a quarter of the way, you'd say, through this race, and it's still really anybody's game at the moment for the top 5.
It is, which is very good for us, I think it's fair to say. Crash just up ahead of these guys, and they scatter to avoid. It's out of Le Mans, and it was a car on a different lap to these guys. Tobias Blumschein might well just step into the void and benefit from this. Down the inside into Sunset Bend. It's very close as they go over some tremendous bumps through that final corner. Who's going to come out the other side of it in the ascendancy here? It's hard to tell. Looks like Blumschein. It will be. Tobias Blumschein makes his way up to what is now 9th position, going through either side of a crashed car on the back straight, and they move up into the top 10. Very
nicely done. Very good move for Blumschein there in the Visser Esports car, but yeah, not very good for the driver spinning around, dropping back in the race. But it just shows that a little bit of a mistake can really just jump about 4 or 5 cars onto the rear wing and through on you in this tightly packed LMP2 field. I mean, here Blumschein and Rigo, they're now going to be chasing after P8, and you can just about see them up in front at the moment, and they're not that far off cars. Actually, my apologies, I think that is the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car, which may be a lap in front here. So, but the battles are still close. The race is still tight between these guys, and it allows for these guys to pick their way through when there are mistakes from other drivers, and we might see some more in the next laps on this crossover in the pit stop phase.
We may well do. Not sure who that was, by the way, who went off out of Le Mans, as we've got a car off down at turn 10 here. It's Chivan Balau in the 66 Visceral Esports car with Coleman and Spora at the wheel. Of course, they had a lot of damage to this BMW. I think thankfully on this occasion they've escaped damage, and there's quite a lot of runoff there, although it is grass. There's a long way until you've hit the wall, and I think fortunately for these guys on this occasion they've managed to not hit the wall. This is what happened. I thought it was an NetRex car. Didn't want to go out on a limb though. It's Andres Assen who went around. Oh my goodness me, that was a dangerous way to do it in some ways, because there was the championship leaders in GT3, Thomas Engerson, racing right on the scene immediately, and in trying to spin back around again, that NetRex car very nearly caused a really big crash.
It did. Luckily, everyone managed to avoid the incident, and we've all got through nice and cleanly, no harm done for anybody at all, apart from NetRex's position in this race, of course. But it's good that it hasn't really impeded the leaders of the GT3 class. We don't really want to see the likes of Poleshny dropping back for a mistake that he wasn't even a part of at all. Something to note as well, Jimmy Nizila was doing very well on those tyres. He got through on Van Ark, but he hasn't really eaten at all into that gap that Visceral Esports have in P3 with Joao Senzao. So I think a little bit more tricky now. Tyres maybe starting to not have the bite that they had earlier on in this stint, but you can see all the teammates on the left-hand side. Some big gaps at the moment, but scary for Esports, they are going longer again, aren't they? It's been a few laps since we saw Iris come into the pit lane. So maybe they are trying something different here.
Well, I just don't see how they're going to cut out an entire pit stop. I think what they are going to manage is to just get a little bit of a smaller final stop, I suppose, in terms of that fuel fill right at the very end. I still think this is going to be a 10-stint race, including 9 stops for those LMP2s, but I don't really see how they're going to do anything different to that. Now out of the final corner for some of the other LMP2s. I'm not sure whether Seawolf and Go Team have just gone very long on their stint also here, or whether they've really got themselves into this mix, as there's an engine gone there. Who is that on the front straight? Someone's lost an engine in LMP2. Now, is that going to return back to pit lane on its own or not, I think is the question. It looks like it might be Pedro Ramada, is it? No, it's a bit further back than that. It's the 250 car of Ace Racing, and they're back to the pit lane, so we'll avoid stoppage, but a blown engine on the front straight here for Ace Racing.
It's just awful luck really for them so early on into the race as well, and yeah, just an unfortunate occurrence. No driver fault, of course, that has caused that, but yeah, gutting for them, of course, to lose out in this race. It's a shame for the other drivers as well, who didn't really get a chance to drive the car, try and put themselves into a good position, and they'll be disappointed. But yeah, again, you can't really blame the driver in that scenario. But let's see these other drivers. It gets very, very close through here. This is Binquillo coming through in this armed Cyber car. Oh, that's a bit of a moment as well. I think that was P11, wasn't it? In the GT3 class, having a big moment as they ran through Tower. But it will be these two LMPTs coming through. But this is going to be what it looked like from Alex Sturm as the engine blew.
Yeah, so at what point do we lose this? Through the Sunset Bend, everything looks okay. Bit of a slide, but so in all, I think he well, what does happen there? It looks to me as if he accidentally presses neutral, sort of a button on it, sends it back to neutral, and then in trying to shift through back the gears again, he's obviously going very quickly and then puts it into first, which seems to blow the engine. At least that's what it looked like from what I could see. Not entirely sure that is the case, but that's what it looked like from just the visuals of all of that. Either way, not ideal at all, and a pretty big shame, to be honest, to see an engine blow, but that's exactly what happens. You can't abuse these engines on rFactor 2, they will blow up, and sometimes, as we learnt at Daytona, there's a very rare occasion where they may blow up randomly as well. It's pretty realistic in that respect, although the chances of that are very low. It's very often something that you've done yourself, and that's certainly the case there. Unfortunately for Alex Sturm now, which has seen them either with a very long repair or out of the race entirely.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. There was a brief over there in sector 3 that we saw, but It cleared very quickly, so probably not too much of a problem for someone out there, but we're looking now, this battle for P4 in the LMP2 category in front of these two. The gaps are large, but this is really the head of the train. The cars behind, tightly packed, they're really quite close together. Anything goes wrong for one of these two in this battle, they may find themselves outside the top 10. But let's see, Vinquillo is trying to find his way through at the moment. I think that Lundvall in the Seawolf Net Race car is going to be aware of that, going to be looking around in his mirrors and just trying to work out where the armed cyber car is, and just knowing where he needs to defend and where he needs to try and take a more defensive line than he may want to than the racing as they come now down towards Sunset and Brou Le Mans. But at the moment it looks relatively comfortable, doesn't it, for Lundvall, but it can all change in a heartbeat.
Can. Still waiting to see when this pit stop's going to come for the leader. It's not yet upon us. Maybe they are going to cut out a pit stop today. It'd be very impressive if so. And so we'll stay on board nevertheless with this battle for 4th position. Marco Vinquillo still trying to find his way past as we go on to another lap here at Sebring. We're fast heading towards a quarter of this race already in 250 miles around this venue, as there he doesn't have quite such a good turn 1, and the Seawolf car will put an Aston Martin between himself and 4th position, and so that will just spoil the battle sort of momentarily there. Linus Limbo will be 4th and stay there in what's becoming quite congested part of the order. Actually, you can see the Netrex car not too far away either. This is where the entertainment has been really in LMP2 so far.
Yeah, and it's been entertaining us all the way throughout the race so far, and it's great to see. Hopefully it will continue for the next 200 laps of this race. But Linus Lundvall, he is heading the train. I mean, he's 35 seconds behind Team Iris in front of him, and 35 seconds behind him is going to be well into the teens of the order, because the drivers are so tightly packed. It's now a 3-way battle for P4. You can see that Netrex car, as you mentioned, now really attaching itself to the back of this train. And Lundvall has now got 2 cars behind him, and it's also a problem, you'd say, for Vinquillo, because he's not just got to attack, he's got to defend, because Van der Neat, I mean, he will take any opportunity he can to find his way through and up into P5.
Yeah, it's all very close. That's, of course, a new driver, actually, with Danny Van der Neat, isn't it, for Netrex. He's back at the wheel of their car again, long-time team member at that outfit. Now, Colin Spork is closed into Moritz Mel. It's been a while since we've focused in on a hypercar battle, because it's been quite a while, to be honest with you, since there has been one. But Colin Spork is still trying to find his way onto the podium places provisionally as we close in on 2 hours complete in this race. He's not yet found his way past Moritz Mel, and that goes for now also. Had word through from Alex Stern, by the way, as to what went on there. So he's told me that there was sort of a little bit of a lag moment, which meant that as he was trying to shift up to 4th, it put him in neutral, and so there's not a lot you can do from that point, because shift up once and you're straight into 1st. So that's what happened to him. Got down into neutral as a result of a little bit of lag, and unfortunately there's not a lot you can do over 100 miles an hour from there. So that spelled the end of their race, unfortunately, and a bit of a shame, really. A technical failure for them has put them out of the race, I think.
Yeah, it's a feature that you can get in sim racing, of course. Little things that go wrong that may not have gone wrong. A little bit of lag, of course. It's just not really what you want. It's not really anybody's fault, is it? It's just it's an unlucky occurrence for the team, for him particularly, and yeah, out of the race, not great for them, especially in the first quarter. But Colin Spork, he had been sat here behind the Go Team racing car for at least the last hour. He must be absolutely sick of the back of that car, must be really, really keen to get up into P3 now. Moritz Mel has been defending absolutely fantastically from that race clutch car all the way through this first couple of hours. And, I mean, Colin Spork, he just needs to find a way through. Of course, it's been at least 20 minutes, maybe even half an hour since he made a move down into turn 1 and then gave it back, of course. But really got to make one soon, otherwise he might just find himself losing far too much time for the top 2 for Race Clutch to really have a good go at the win here.
The battle for the highest place position in this one is between João Asensio and Wojciech Polesny, right in front of that fight for 3rd in the hypercars. Polesny defends from Asensio, who qualified on pole for this race, of course, and coming off the back of a race win at Road America, they're very much the team to beat as things stand. Just behind the championship leaders, of course, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, as now down the inside goes Colin Spork. Has he finally made the move stick? He has done. After so many laps of trying, Colin Spork now is into the podium places. All it took was a bit of traffic in the right place, and he was up to third.
Yeah, and he's just going to be absolutely delighted with that. Finally, he's up into P3 and he can start to chase after the top two, Simfreem and Net Race as well. They're going to be maybe coming under some pressure. Of course, Spork a long way to go up towards that battle. He's 23 seconds off the lead. Can he start to rope those drivers in over the course of the rest of this stint? Of course, not too much longer of this stint, but when they come into the pit lane, we'll have to see if there's a driver change or whether Spork will stay in that car. But still a long way to go. First quarter just about to be completed of this race, and I mean, it's oh, that's tight. That is very close. That's the GT3 car coming to the pit lane. Hyperion got caught out a little bit, I think, and Race Clutch coming through with full speed, nearly going into the back of either the Hyperion or the GT3 car, but just about managed to pick their way through the middle. And Colin Spork, he made the move, and all of a sudden, nearly had it all unravelled for him again.
Yeah, so we've got pit stops now in GT3. Yunus Rabio is in, and so is Xiao Senxiao, who works his way through. Works his way to the very end of pit lane by the looks of things, which is where his box seems to be, close to the other Visceral car, which seems to be in the garage and maybe out of this race already here. Camille Naoui is a long way back now, a couple of laps off the lead, and will unlap himself to be just one down, but that's not where you'd expect to see Black Hawk Racing. Now then, crash into Sunset Bend here, and what has gone, it shouldn't require a code 80 due to the proximity of which to which pit lane is, but it looks like we've seen Jacob Reed off the road down there, unfortunately, and he is back down pit lane, although once again seemingly no damage on that car.
Yeah, possibly just a spin losing the rear end in Sunset. Finding yourself near to the barrier, not quite in it, but just about. Yeah, it's not the ideal line at all. It's not the ideal run that you can have. But as long as you don't really pick up too much damage on the car, it is damage limitation. Look at this battle, though, at the moment as they run their way into their hairpin. This is Pointeau trying to come around the outside of a few GT3 cars. We've kind of got two trains there, the LMP2s and then the GT3s. This is the train, I think, for P5 at the moment in the LMP2 battle. Tobias Blumshane here, trying to find his way through as well. You can see the Ferrari Esports car up in front, but these guys too wide. Oh my word, this is getting very tight, very close. But this is the battle all the way through from about 5th to 10th at the moment.
Yeah, it's On-Off Racing who found themselves down the inside at turn 10 and maybe into Tower as well, but Charlie Rigo has to just drop back there and fall into line. Finally some pit stops happening ahead here, so these guys will all be promoted ahead of the Go Team car, you would think, as a result of their pit stop at the moment, because we're still yet to see some in the pit lane, including Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who now lead by pretty much a minute over Team Iris. If they have cut out a pit stop here today, then it's going to be a real race between those two in terms of trying to get Team Iris and trying to get them to catch up to Scuderia Ferrari Esports. That's going to be a job in itself, but not only is it becoming a two-horse race in the season-long championship, as I was talking about earlier on, but maybe indeed for just this race overall. Look at how far back some of these guys are. These guys now no longer a lap off the lead, because Scuderia Ferrari Esports indeed come into pit lane finally to make just their second stop of the day.
I do think they are going to be able to cut at the stop here. I mean, if you're thinking about it, they've completed roughly 60 laps of this race so far. So if they can keep this kind of pace up, they can really just do it in 9 stops rather than 10 here. So it is definitely a possibility for them to have gone a little bit longer. And if they can keep this up, they will surely have that pit stop less than the drivers behind and the teams behind. And if they can try and just keep the pace up during the stints where they maybe fall Same a little bit more, they are going to be absolutely in the driving seat for this race win. But at the moment, they don't want to drop themselves into this train behind, because this is such a tightly contested train. Corentin Pointeau trying to make his way through in a GT3 car, but a little bit stuck behind here as they make their way through Cunningham, through Collier River up towards Tower Turn. But he's got to be careful. Any little mistake, there are 2, 3 cars behind him eager to make their way through themselves.
Exactly, that's the real problem in this group, and what a group it is. Goes all the way back. You could argue that David Ulfheim is here as well, in the Level 1 esports team in 10th place. They're not quite there just yet, but not too far away by any means. Now, Corentin Pointeau is really going to want to get through here pretty quickly because we want to avoid the chasers getting onto him here. On the way down the Ullman Straight, is there going to be an avenue to go down here? Maybe a look down the inside on the way towards Sunset Bend? No, not quite is the answer, as one of the hypercars come through as well, just to ruin it ever so slightly. Wouldn't want to be a hypercar really in this group. And now finally the leading car comes in. Corentin Pointeau is released and the group goes back to normal a little bit now.
It's definitely going to be interesting, I think, just to see how this all filters out over the next 3-4 hours, with the drivers, particularly the likes of Ferrari, trying that one stop less at the moment, because it might be, we might start to see the two strategies come together a little bit. The two cars, when they're both on their, in the middle of their stint, start to get ever closer, rather than the 51 seconds we've got now. But at the moment, I mean, this battle in the mid-pack in LMP2 is absolutely excellent. We'll have to keep an eye on this one all the way through this race, with another 200 laps for the hypercars to complete. But I mean, even while this is going on, we've still got the battles in GT3. We've still got a couple of close battles in hypercar. This has been a fantastic start to the Sebring race.
It certainly has. I mean, what's your reading of the situations overall in sort of lead of the classes respectively? I mean, it's still very much up in the air, isn't it, really?
I mean, Thomas Enger, I think, look like they've got a relatively comfortable margin in the GT3 class. We haven't really talked about them being under pressure at all. They've kind of done the pit stops at the same time as everybody else in the order. And we've seen that race as well being very, very consistent out the front. But I think the main question is whether the Irish strategy or the Ferrari strategy is going to come, is going to work better. Which one's going to work for the best for the teams? Because it doesn't really feel like they're going to really meet each other on track very much, although I do notice actually that Irish have lost about 10 seconds in the last lap. I wonder if something's happened there, but they might only come near to each other on track in the final stages of this race when the two strategies meet, really. But it's just going to be a waiting game on that one. But I do think the lead in the hypercar and the GT3 does look relatively safe for the time being.
Well, there we go. There was the signal, by the way. 6 hours remaining, which suggests that 2 hours have now passed. And that means, Dow, that we say goodbye to you. Thanks very much for joining us for the opening couple of hours of this race. And hopefully we'll see you again in the remaining couple of rounds of this season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, going to stay with you here for the next hour in the 1,000 miles of Sebring. And joining me for the next hour and being with you on the stream for the next couple of hours is Lorenzo Bonda, who is back in a VEC booth again. Good to have you with us again here, Lorenzo, at Sebring, here for the 1,000 miles. What's becoming what was becoming an iconic race before was taken off real world calendars in the last year or so, but it's back again now. Great to see in the Virtual Endurance Championship for our second and final distance race of season 16.
That's me. Yeah, absolutely a really good race. I love Sebring. I've always rated Sebring on my top tiers of tracks around the globe. Despite what everyone might think, I would say I'll always top 3. And the race has been quite interesting after the Code 80. So a lot of the strategies I think might have been thrown out in the wind because it was early caution and caught some people off guard, and that makes the racing more interesting in my opinion. Looking forward to see what remains for my 2 hours of stints over here.
Well, yeah, it's going to be one of those 2 hours, and certainly for the next hour for the both of us, of sort of working out where everybody is in terms of strategy right now, because it's not so obvious. Taking LMP2 as an example, we've got Felix Neuberger leading by over half a minute ahead of this car here, the Dennis Jordan-driven Scuderia Ferrari esports team. But you know, what danger are they in here in terms of fuel strategy or Iris? It's difficult to know, as I'll interrupt myself because Patrick Schindler has taken the lead. Benjamin Gilsinski has DNF next to his name, and I'm afraid to say, fearful indeed, that we may have had our leader disconnect for the second time in the last 3 hours of Virtual Endurance Championship racing. It happened in the final hour at Road America 1 month ago. It seems to have happened after only 2 hours here at Sebring today.
And it just makes everything worse for Seawolf, and they needed all the points right here, and unfortunately, just this happens. The traditional mechanical troubles that you would have in sim racing, if you cannot get like gearboxes and things like that, unfortunately, you get in forms of disconnects and things like it. So it's unfortunate.
So unfortunate, and it's been a season of bad luck for them in some ways as well, and sometimes it can feel like that. When it rains it pours, certainly, and unfortunately that is what's happening to Seawolf Net Race. Here is Benjamin Gilsinski. It was on the back straight at the time. He just disappears from existence. Benjamin Gilsinski down to the very back of the field. Hopefully they can at least get back into the race here, but they'll be running around last by quite some distance. They're already last, in fact, which shows you just how close it's been actually in hypercar so far for the opening couple of hours. But sometimes when it feels like things are not going your way, that they're only not going your way for you, and it can feel like all the bad luck is being heaped onto the one team, and that's surely what Seawolf Net Race must be thinking about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just the worst form of pain, especially if you consider everything that's going on this season. Always promising races and things like that, and well, you just cannot catch a break. And now they find one of their other teams now finding themselves in a battle against rFactor SimSport. You can even see the look from rFactor in no break whatsoever going through Cunningham.
Yeah, this is battle for 13th place in LMP2. That's where one of their other cars is sat at 4th place overall in the hypercar classes, where the other one is too. Gilsinski looks to be back again in the pit lane and has rejoined us. So at least they're still in the race, and they are back out there actually now on the circuit again. Benjamin Gilsinski back out there onto the circuit. There he is, just in behind one of the Go Team cars actually, as Colin Spork makes his way down pit lane here. They've made it well more than an hour, and so that's 2 stints now for Colin Spork. I wonder whether we're going to see some driver changes here in hypercar as well, because 2 hours does seem to be a fairly regular place to do it. We've seen a fair amount of driver changes in LMP2 after only 2 stints, never mind 2 hours. So maybe we'll start to see that in hypercar now as well, as the proper rhythm of an endurance race begins, because we've got different drivers at the wheel, different strategies, and sort of in the middle of that race, and a sort of settling in phase is sort of complete now after 2 hours of racing. So still just under 6 hours to go, but we're trying to figure out just how long this race actually is going to be. Just over 7 hours and a half it was last year, but the DPIs qualified, for example, 5 seconds quicker than we managed to qualify here today, which by my calculation anyway put on an extra 23 minutes onto this race. We've already had one code 80, of course, so looks like we are going to reach pretty much that 8-hour mark, as we did actually in real life the last time this event took place. It does often run itself quite close actually, between being 8 hours or 1,000 miles.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, in real life it ran about 7 hours. I think it even at one point, I think of all the races we've had in the WEC calendar, I think only once it went more than 8 hours, but it is just things like that in racing because of the yellow flags and things like that. Sebring is those odd tracks, you think, oh, there's a lot of places for you to place your car. Is not going to get like safety cars or code 60s or code 80s, but unfortunately, it's a very truncated track, especially this first half of the track where you don't have a lot of runoffs or places where you can park the car safely and get removed safely. So it is just the things that can take away the time of the race in total. So it is interesting that drawback we can do to the real world as well at some places.
It is great to see. I mean, just to put this into perspective, by the way, in season 13 was the only time we did this race as LMP2 as a top class. We also did the 1,000 miles of Indianapolis, but the website doesn't want to seem to draw up those results. 8 hours 22 was the length of time on that occasion. It was Vargas Sim Racing's winning season on that occasion, and they won that race 2 by about a minute back in season 13. It was really GTE where the focus was that year, actually. It was a great battle between Williams Esports, I think it was, and Waveframe Esports, as they were called at the time, now Simframe, in this race, as they're in the pit lane from the lead. So I don't think we'll be quite reaching those heights to going over 8 hours today, but you do never know, and especially you never know around Sebring. It's been a pretty overcast day so far, and at the start of the day we did see the weather conditions cloudy with a chance of rain. I personally didn't see the chance of rain coming up on my indicators, but it's not about mine, it's about whether the game decides there is rain to be had or not, and if it does, then that of course will slow down the race even further, but in the same way it will arguably make it more exciting as well, with some more challenging conditions at some point throughout today's race.
No, absolutely, and I just hope the Lord of Sim Racing weather show us a little bit of rain, because I like Sebring and rain. I think it adds an extra difficulty to other tracks that we normally don't see in the calendar, especially with the with this old school tarmac, right? We know that Sebring is famous or infamous for not repaving their tracks. They just patch it up, and because of that groove you get around the track with the rain and everything, just makes racing more difficult, right? So it's an interesting one to see rain around an old school track like this.
Absolutely. So into the pit lane is the Go Team racing car from third. Janka Tau is now at the front of this race, by the way, but still yet to pit. Patrick Schindler continues on, by my reckoning here, for Simframe Esports. That's going to be a 3-hour stint for him at the very least. So he will retake the lead again, you would imagine. Koningsborg seemingly has completed his first stint, and Jake Dennehan now at the wheel for Race Clutch in the reigning champions car. They're of course fighting with the likes of Simframe and Winchick Racing Team to try and hold on to a championship lead here for Race Clutch, and it's down to 10 points, of course, in what I would argue is the most interesting of the championships so far. Reigning champions not having an easy title defence at the hands of Simframe, who are looking for their third Virtual Endurance Championship title in a third different class, which would not quite be a record, but it would be a very impressive feat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right now, every point that you can get in comparison to Simframe and Winchick, especially coming into, I would say, one of the hardest, if not, in my opinion, the hardest race in terms of endurance, which is around Imola. You got 4 hours, so it's basically a sprint. It makes all the points necessary for you to be within a good cushion when going to Le Mans. So it's like, this probably would say is one of those make or break races, if you want to call it, at this point of the season, given the fact that we only have 2 races to go, considering Le Mans.
Yeah, just 28 hours of racing after this one. After this race in the Virtual Endurance Championship this season. As I was saying to Darragh earlier on as well, it's really going to feel like a sprint race, that 4 hours of Imola. It's going to be roughly half the distance of this one, for example. I mean, imagine looking at it this way. We'd be an hour and 50 from the end right now if we were doing the 4-hour race as things are currently standing. So that just gives you an idea of sort of what a short race it's going to feel like at Imola. Only maybe chance for one driver change in these races around halfway through, and a real different feel to what is normally an endurance championship. But I guess 4 hours is a suitable length of time around Imola, because it's going to be such a challenging circuit to actually negotiate all of that traffic on throughout 4 hours of racing. Doing any longer would be pretty brutal around that circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like 1 hour. It's like, you know, those relative things when you think, oh, 1 hour of racing in Imola feels like 1,000 hours or something like that at another track, because it is just that truncated. You are within traffic at every single time, so it is nerve-wracking. Therefore, it is interesting, right? How this relative mindset going around track to track, and the stint length just goes like, oh, I felt like I just driven an hour or something like that, or felt like I drove 5 hours, but it was only 1. It's just insanity.
Jimmy Harrison sending us a bit of a rain indicator that suggested it was going to rain earlier, or did rain earlier actually. I'm trying to read the but not anymore. So rain preceding this race, but if we'd have started a couple of hours earlier, we might have. So I'm just trying to read the Danish that's on the screen. That's a bit difficult, but I'm just looking at pictures, and that works.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to read Danish. I barely able to read Portuguese and English. Imagine reading Danish.
I know it's very difficult. But yeah, there's enough pictures and numbers there for me to work out what's going on, so it's okay. But anyway, it said it's going to rain earlier, not so much any longer by the looks of things, and so we may get clear with this one, and that does lead me slightly to, although my memory is quite bad, does lead me to start to wonder, when was the last time we saw a bit of rain in the Virtual Endurance Championship? Maybe we had some at Spa, I don't really remember, but we haven't had any in 2024 for this season.
No races have rain in 2024 so far.
No,
I think in this calendar, I'm not gonna bet highly on it, and don't take my word for it. Maybe Spa could have been the one that might have rained out, or Monza, but knowing how the track goes and the time of the year, that's the only ones that can kind of make a statement of, well, these races could actually be the one, but I don't think that.
Yeah, we do base it off real world weather, by the way. But anyway, we're talking a lot about something that's not actually going to happen now in this race. So, or we don't think so anyway. So there we go. New leader, of course, Patrick Schindler. He's now 40 seconds ahead of the field, 41.7 to be precise. It's a very comfortable advantage for the Sebring race leading car, ahead of then Seawolf Net Race, who are now second, and then Race Clutch in third. The battles really, though, are in LMP2. It's Visceral Esports who spent a lot of today trying to defend, and so far they've been successful on on-off racing, and Charlie Rigaud, who's trying to find his way through, so far unsuccessfully in this fight for a top 5 place.
Yeah, not able to find any place whatsoever to make that overtake, and has to make sure that he rotates the car properly to get that traction outside of the corner. There you go, outside of 4, going through the hairpin. He will go, but there's no leeway, there's no gap whatsoever for him to make and do that lunge into the hairpin and then go around the other sections of the track. Meanwhile, Tony Mella being overtaken from what it looks like by CMRC, from Race Clutch. They go side by side here even.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, looking down the inside, Mella can't do it, and that is through then. So Jake Denahan moves Race Clutch up to second position in the field, and that's no surprise really. Race Clutch on the march, but is it almost too little too late? I was saying this to Dara earlier on. Is this not a real indication of how track position can be so important, even in an endurance race? Because it's been a good race so far from Race Clutch, to be fair. They've driven well, but they started down in 5th position. They weren't able to make progress very quickly, and despite having the pace of the leader, maybe better pace than the leader, they've now effectively given them a 41-second head start with less than 6 hours to catch up that time again. It's going to be difficult for them.
It will, but I've seen races where general pace, you would normally think, oh, we're out of this one. But it is a catchable. It is a pace that you can work with. It is a gap that you can work with. You just have to get your strides right every single lap that you go in. Do not get bogged down by traffic, and we know that traffic gives and traffic takes, right? And then you can pretty much race yourself towards the last or maybe the final minutes of this race. It's doable, but you just have to keep your head down and do not get bogged down by issues.
Nick De Silva in the YouTube chat, by the way, saying that Spa last season was the last time we saw rain, which feels like a very long time.
84 years ago.
A very long time ago. I mean, that's an entire season now. We've gone effectively without rain, but when you start to say that, it does get dangerous, saying things like that too eagerly. Anyway, we'll see if we can get through the remainder of this without rain, of course, because of course this time last year Imola saw some quite horrific rain, which would have been replicated, of course, if we were racing here at the same time. Not quite to the same degrees, thankfully, because it was really bad. But we would have got a wet race for sure. Hopefully they see some better weather in the springtime over in that part of the world this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless the car had snorkels.
Oh yeah, exactly. Wouldn't need submarines for racing 4
Power
hours of
boat
Imola
racing.
last year. Was very bad indeed. And of course Le Mans, which always provides its own level of rain. It's in the north of France, of course, and so even in the summertime you can see rain fairly regularly. I mean, we got some last year in the real world Le Mans 24 hours. It can happen really at any time of year around there.
Yeah, absolutely. Mirini also in the chat, Enzo Fati saying that if you're thinking about rain, they should go to Assen because it's been raining for 3 consecutive months, which for me is a little bit unbelievable. I went to Assen last year for MotoGP and it was like scorching hot. I know it's in the middle of the summer as well, but it's still surprising to think about like 3 months of rain non-stop around the track.
Can you imagine the level of difficulty with traffic around there, though?
Woo!
Very difficult indeed. So there you go. Maybe best to leave that to the motorcycles, to be honest, around there. But there you go. Still following Jake Dennehan here, trying to catch up to Patrick Sindler, who is, it's of course, in the car for a 3rd hour in a row and expected to lose a little bit of time here over the course of this stint. The gap at 40 seconds at its biggest. We'll see what it is at the end. It looks like Seawolf are dropping back a little bit, as they will naturally do throughout this stint too, and that will leave Go Team to try and pass them as well in the 3rd position. So we'll see there. Oh, as Jake Dennehan goes off, that's a bit of a dangerous one. A late dive down the inside and causes them to go off the road as well.
Yeah, I think that, in my opinion, that dive was a little bit of a risky move for you to get inside. I know you want to try to cut as much time necessary in comparison to sim frame and things like that, but you have to be mindful. There are other cars in the track, and these dives can make or break this a race like this, and mostly break your car. And you just have to be mindful of cars going around you and the speed difference.
Here goes Mikel Leroux trying to pass Tony Mellor. Seawolf. See if this move can happen maybe in the next couple of laps. You'd imagine that Leroux will be able to do this, but it's never a given. Of course, already a quarter of the way through this race, well over in fact, a quarter of the way through in terms of miles. 250 being complete. We're fast approaching 300 miles here at Sebring as well right now. So we're getting some real mileage ticked up now on the distance meter, but a very long way to go. Nevertheless, it hasn't really had that feel of a real endurance race just yet. There's still been a lot of action going on, and there's been very little portions of the race where we've not had any battles to look at or anything like that. It's been fairly high octane stuff actually so far in the 1,000 miles of Sebring, but there will become a point where this one will start to settle down a little bit, you would imagine, and we can just get settled into this race a little bit more with the natural flow of traffic and so on. But still no sights of the finish line just yet for these guys as they come out of Le Mans corner here. Tony Mellor still ahead of Mikel Leroux, and he's going to hold on for another lap by the looks of things for Seawolf Net Race here as they continue to lose time to Race Clutch, who they very recently lost a place to.
Yeah, unfortunately, those things, like I said, traffic gives and takes every single time. You're going to see now Leroux losing a little bit more time to Mella, going outside Sunset Bend. That gap might extend to a full second, but they go across the line. There you go, 1.1 is the gap between Mella and Leroux at the line, and all the effort that Leroux has put up in the previous lap to actually catch Mella has just been put on the back burner for a little bit, and just hurts more and more their true gap in comparison to Race Clutch and eventually Simframe.
Yeah, that really disadvantaged their race. Lots of pit stops in LMP2 here. Scuderia Ferrari Esports back to the front again because Team Iris have come into the pit lane. Oh, Ferrari going to be able to cut out a pit stop though from this race entirely. Unsure, but they are good at it. Dennis Jordan is at the wheel of that car now, and certainly is one of those drivers who is strong at saving a lot of fuel, maybe cutting out a pit stop throughout the race. Timothée Andonovski certainly did his job very well for the opening part of this stint too, so that will lead them to be in the lead, but already that gap decreasing now, even after Team Iris make the pit stop. The gap now below half a minute. I wonder if Team Iris are doing anything different at all actually in LMP2, whether they're simply running their own race and having belief in their own strategy that it is going to be the winning one.
Yeah, absolutely. And to think that their gap is a really comfortable one to work with. You cannot just relax at this point of the moment. You're barely 2 hours into this race, and you cannot give yourself any leeway whatsoever to any competition that you might have, especially if you're thinking about the points, where I think in terms of total points, it is the most, I would say, the most comfortable gap that is actually on the GT side when Thomas Eng is actually leading the championship. But you cannot give yourself time to, relax and just let Team Iris come and challenge you for points.
Yeah, so all worth bearing in mind. Now, battle further down in LMP2. Tobias Blumschein trying to find his way past Charlie Rico. This is for 5th position. This guy's nearly a minute and a half now off the lead already. Still early on in this race, around 300 miles in now to this race today. Around just under 4 miles around here, by the way, in this circuit. Relatively long one, of course, especially for those GT3s. Lap time's getting up towards the 2-minute mark, of course. Yellow flag now in Sector 2, which is cleared fairly promptly, which is a good thing. I think it was one of the LMP2s maybe, but nobody's got any damage as a result of that, so that's all positive, as Mikel Leroux still tries to find his way through, and now he's a lot closer to Tony Mella for 3rd.
And Mella just has a little bit of a wide entry into the S's off the Le Mans S's. Now outside of the corner there will be basically a draft train with other LMP2s, and they managed to get around just barely before Sunset Bend.
Oh dear, and diving down the inside there, the same LMP2 that just got overtaken. They are quicker on the entry into that corner. The lighter car maybe just helping them out, weaving left and right. We're almost 4 wide in the background as well. The hypercars will get through on the LMP2s fairly easily in the end, and the GTs of course as well, but the traffic interaction continues on in the background. Leroux will now have that visceral BMW between him and 3rd place, and so the gap will just extend now as a result of a real heavy bit of traffic.
And that got I had to hold my breath a little bit for a moment, because I thought this was just going to go down to the wind. And you can even see now defending in the inside is Leroux from his position, but can he make it stick, that defense, even though they still trade a lot of side panel to side panel, but for now able to defend his place around the track.
Yeah, of course this is the other hypercar, the Janssen Bintz driven Seawolf Net Race hypercar that is now a lap down, 3 laps down in fact, and 2 laps on the next car, although not the Go Team car that you see right in front of them, but the other one. They were leading the race previously before that disconnection, which was such a shame for them, but now they're in this awkward position of not really knowing whether they should or can get involved in this battle, because not only is it a case of unlapping yourself, and that's awkward in itself, but teammates are involved here as well, so they could be accused of trying to interfere with their teammates while being laps down. Makes it a very difficult equation to know what to do.
It's that moral balance, if you think about it, right, Ewan? You can see Leroux on the inside now. Bintz trying to find a little bit of an opening. Actually, a little bit of a tighter run outside of Sunset Bend. I don't know if he's going to get that grip coming out of the corner and ride that draft on the is a hypercar and try to do that overlap to get one of his laps back in terms of relative position. But for now, just sandwiching that P4 car for Go Team for the time being.
Oh, what an interesting battle it has been, and a difficult moral dilemma to solve for Janssen Bintz above anything else. Mikel Leroux closes in on Tony Mellor here now, on the way down towards the hairpin into turn 7, but can't find his way through. Again, it comes back to the point of, efficiency while passing. That wasn't efficient braking at all from Mikel Leroux, and now this is going to become even more difficult because Janssen Bintz is between Mikel Leroux and third position. Now, Bintz better hope that he's quicker than the Go Team car, I think, here, because if he gets in the way too much, then he will land himself in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot block the path. You cannot do the Sim Race's dirty work of, opening a gap and allowing the teammate to break away like that. Otherwise, race control is actually going to be looking at that at a certain perspective and think, oh, you're doing something that is really not good. You're just going to get another black flag or let the other car go around and fight cleanly. So this one will be interesting to look at for a little bit.
It will. But Bintz does look quicker, doesn't he? It's not a case of he seems to have gotten in the way of Go Team Racing, to be honest. He does actually look quicker here, and you would expect that considering the fact he's on newer tyres compared to everybody else. He doesn't really want to be honest. This has all come about because of a disconnection, of course, but it does mean he's on newer tyres and he's probably the fastest driver out there, if not one of the fastest.
Absolutely. The thing is just reaching the other car and make sure the overlap is done. Just diving down the inside of the Mercedes GT3 on turn number 1. Scary moment right there for the GT3, absolutely. But manages to get away just cleanly as Bintz now catches his teammate in Tony Mellor. Now the thing, will he do the overtake?
Now then, it's going to be down into the hairpin, I would have thought. Can they get Bintz through here? Well, no. And I think in some ways Tony Mellor might want to keep Janssen Bintz there just as a bit of a safety net almost, although that doesn't look like it's going to last much longer now. Through goes Janssen Bintz on the way towards turn 10. It's not going to be easy, but now he does go through. Mellor lifts off slightly and Bintz to get away from the both of them, but that lap or so of a safety net there for Tony Mellor is now over, and he's going to have to fight his own fights now in this battle for third. Yeah,
it's like when you're on your own, pal. Just the world is a very harmful place if you let it bite you. So let's see if Mellor has the tires enough to hold the charge of Leroux in the next few moments.
It really is a charge. Go Team Racing, of course, fresh off the back of great success in season 15 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, not only securing their first win but their first title as well, which Mikel Leroux was a part of. Now he's looking for a podium here at Sebring in their first season in the top class. They're 4th and 5th in the standings. This is the 17 car being driven by Leroux at the moment. They're currently 5th in the standings, a good near 50 points back from the championship leaders race, so they're starting to slip away from a realistic situation, but would have been remarkable to see them challenging for a title in their very first season in the top class. Mellor, bit of indecisiveness in which way to go past that Porsche, and Leroux closes in, but again doesn't have an opening down the inside. And now that this battle's been going on for a while, it does feel like it's one of those battles where you're kind of stuck in a certain position. The surprise factor has certainly gone now for Go Team Racing.
No, it is, and I think right now at this current moment you have a lot of clear track. While we got a yellow flag on sector 3, unknown what could have caused this issue, but now he basically has a good portion of the track where he can actually run Leroux and try to do the overtake. He's just finding the right grip and the right amount of traction for him to do that lunge. There you go.
Looking down the inside, no, can't quite do it. I have a fear, by the way, that Felix Neuber might have been the one, and he was, yeah. It was the Team Irish car, long-time race leader in LMP2, that went off there at the final corner. That's what that yellow flag was for. He doesn't appear to have any damage. There's certainly no bodywork damage. It doesn't look like it's crabbing with any suspension damage. This will be a good view of it here. He seems to be driving pretty straightforward, but long-time race leader. They need to keep Scuderia Ferrari Esports close, especially if there's going to be an extra stop, and that kind of mistake there into the final turn could be the reason why races are won and lost.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be fatal for them. And like you said, that pit stop is still looming large. We're only going to know when we reach maybe the final hour, just in my opinion, here, Ewan. So that's only when we're going to know if who's better on the strategy. If it's going to be Ferrari, if it's going to be Team Iris. And Team Iris, like I said, need all the points they can get on Scuderia Ferrari coming to the final 2 races as well. The gap is not a lengthy one. I just need to do the quick mathematics off the top of my head right now. Is only 28 points that separates them. So getting away with good points over here in Sebring will be crucial.
It will. We'll get to all that a little bit later on in the race, and especially focus it on Imola, because we may get to the situation where someone can wrap up a title, especially in LMP2 or GT3. Mikel Leroux is looking close now to Tony Mellor. Closer actually than he has done ever before, and maybe there'll be a look into turn 10 as a result. He is able to duck to the inside. He's just alongside. Mellor gives him just the right amount of room, but no more than that, very strictly so. And Seawolf Netrace will try and hang on as a result, but it's not going to happen. Into Tower Corner, Mikel Leroux is through on Tony Mellor, and finally, after many laps of trying, Go Team Racing are into third.
Yeah, a little bit of a flashing of the light from what it looks like from Tony Mellor right there. But that was fair battle. You know, the lunge was right there. There was a little bit of overlap that you can work with. Mellor gave the room. And I think it's just Mikel Leroux's traction in tires that allowed him to propel himself from moving forward and did not butcher tower turn and make the overtake and get inside the podium spots.
Yep, it's an important pass to make now. Yellow flag down here. And the obvious example would be at the final corner, and there was a car stopped on the entrance to pit lane. Oh dear. It's a McLaren that stopped on the entrance to pit lane here. Is it Nicola Pagani or... no, it's Andrew Holland in the satellite car, and it's got no rear wing. I'm not sure what they're waiting for here or whether they're dead stick, but the satellite racing car is stopped on the entrance to pit lane.
And that McLaren is looking worse for wear in all places.
It looks very sleek and slim, doesn't it, with no rear wing, but it's not particularly
like
ideal in the corners.
If you think about it.
A little bit, yeah. So what is the resolution here for this car is the next question. How do we get that car into pit lane? Or are they waiting for it? What used to happen, it used to happen so often in rFactor 2, is that you'd sit on the entrance to pit lane waiting for a driver to join you before you can make a driver change. But it's the VC's moved on a bit from that, and you don't see it so often anymore. But maybe that's what they're waiting for. Andrew Holland waiting for a driver to start riding on board with him so that they can driver change, because if you enter pit lane and then someone joins and starts to ride on board with you, you can't driver change any longer. You've got to do it, and you've got to be there and ready and waiting before you enter pit lane, and not as you're driving down the lane before you stop. You've got to do it before you enter, and so that's what you used to wait for. But Andrew Holland is waiting for what I would describe as longer than that would take.
Now the question, my only question kind of like begs is like, would this trigger a code 60 just because of the track positioning of the car itself on the inside portion of the pit entry? I wouldn't think so.
I think it's safely out the way there. Mostly code 80 are used for, if that car, for example, lost its rear wing at turn 1, I think there would be one, because there's a real danger of getting that car back to pit lane again at racing speed. But since that car is so close to pit lane, and it's out the way anyway, I don't think we're going to see a code 80 and a second stoppage of the race for that. But you do never know, and still that yellow flag waves, so there is still no resolution just yet for that satellite racing car.
Yeah, which is insane to think about. If you can get any representatives of satellite racing, please come forward. We know a few ones on our day-to-day basis, even, but I don't know if they're going to be able to answer our phone calls.
No, and they seem to be into the pit lane now. Wanna Meyer is the one with Andrew Holland in the team speak. But I wonder whether, if there's a driver change at the end of this stop, I think we've got our answer. But I would be very surprised it took that long. They were stationary for almost a lap there. Seemed to take too long for my mind, but that might be what they were waiting for anyway. Meanwhile, their teammates in the other satellite racing car, or one of the others, because there's another one in 5th position. They're everywhere. But in the top 10, Pauli Ahonen is looking for another position. Timo Benchik has been spending a lot of this race trying to defend, and that is only continuing now, this time for 9th position, as we go back and look what happened to Andrew Holland.
Oh
dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, now I think you can see why Andrew Holland is getting out of the car, because that is connection problems, I think we can describe it as. Surprised that didn't trigger a yellow flag before it actually got to pit lane, realistically, because that happened out of turn 1.
True. I was gonna say that. I know the Racing Voodoos are going around in the track, but I didn't expect this to be like this. I would say this could have easily triggered a code 80 just for safety of the cars, or a massive warning around the track, just to say, oh, car with a lot of connection issues around sector 1.
That was odd, but
Understatement.
yeah, I mean, it's connection problems, isn't it? They're never entirely normal. There we are. So anyway, back to the back for 9th place. Pauli Ahonen trying to find his way through. Also, Pascal Gross trying to find his way through here in LMP2 for the 12th position now. This is an overtake on Timothy Goya, or trying to be anyway, in the 32 car. So rFactor Simsport trying to find their way through. They're already a lap down, of course, on Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who are leading the way right now. As we get to a third distance, we're almost there now, actually, in a third distance of this race, and almost exactly on course for 8 hours, pretty much on the money. That's slightly slower than the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta we saw earlier this season, but that's to be expected given the length of this circuit.
Absolutely, as he just gets overlapped by 2 hypercars, and the distance just widens to more than a full second now between both of these LMP2s.
Yeah, so off, and that was with one of the who was going through there on the inside into the final chicane. It was one of the hypercars, one of the co-team hypercars to be more specific, the one running in 3rd position heading down the inside, and Pascal Gross was not entirely close enough to capitalise.
None whatsoever, but that could have been a scary moment coming into the S's. Just catches the car off guard, and a spin could have been caused. Fortunately, everybody just managed to get it out alive.
Thankfully, that's the main thing. So, into the pit lane for the Go Team LMP2, Christian Pallison comes in to, and pretty awkwardly as well, as one of the ones immediately behind him had to, leaving Dennis Jordan out front by 52 seconds now. And this is a remarkable drive from him so far. A very impressive opening to this race for Dennis Jordan. And is this enough to see them on a 5th race win in a row? What an impressive run of results that would be for them if they can execute this. Although, as we preface everything at this stage, still a long way to go.
Absolutely. But looking over here, they're within 23 laps of the stint from what it looks like. It could be very wrong, therefore, where I think we're due to see Dennis come down to the pit lane in a short bit of time and do his service while he tries to go around from what it looks like. That's the BS competition Zoom car ahead of him.
Yeah, it is. Slightly different livery to what we normally see from those guys,
yep.
But it's a rather nice green they've got.
I
going
gotta
on.
say, I wouldn't mind seeing this in other liveries. Don't get me wrong. I like it. It makes something different for them. I kind of like it. Don't get me wrong. The zebra blue livery is great. The Turner livery is also great. But it is something more. It fits the car.
It does. It seems a bit more, a bit like a half and half as well, isn't it? Maybe slightly less obvious than the BS Turner car,
Yes.
which is probably the best half and half in sim racing and indeed real racing. But this is a somewhat less, a more subtle half and half. For those of you not a fan of asymmetric liveries, this may be your thing, because you can see the green on this side of the car. There you go, on the left, and when we get a shot again from the right hand side of the car, you'll see a lack of green there. But yeah, so it's a nice touch. But it's not been a very good season, unfortunately, for this team. They actually had to spend a couple of races, including the 24 Hours of Daytona, down in Division 2, trying to get re-promoted again back to Division 1. That's always the danger in the Virtual Endurance Championship. There's so many competitive teams that if you're off the mark in Division 1, you will be relegated back to Division 2, where less points are available for participating, although you do still score points to the same championship as everybody else.
Yeah, which is an insane thing to talk about, the competitiveness around all cars and all cars and things in the season. But the good news for them, they're the best placed Division 2 car this season. The other one being Schubert Motorsports, which is 2 places down and 19th place overall. But so far, they're in a good spot to get inside the top 15. That's the battle they should be looking for in the season so far.
Yeah. It's good for them to still be up here. I mean, they are, though, nearly 100 points back in the championship. This pretty much ends any hopes of actually winning if you are down in Division 2 at any point, but I guess that makes sense. Andrej Kimberly is not too far away from Gabo Hevesi here for 6th position, although I think this has been just a reversal of positions here. I think Hevesi has just gotten through actually here as we get to the end of lap 90. Just in the background there was Patrick Schindler completing the first third of this race. So we're now just over 650 miles away from the completion of the 7th round in the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. Patrick Schindler still leads by quite some distance. He is being caught by Race Clutch, of course, who are on newer tyres, but he's stemming the damage quite well. He's just stopping the bleeding here a little bit. Damage limitation this stint for Sebring before they can push on with some new tyres on the exit of the next pit stop phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Last lap was just, I would say, I was soft for a quick second. It was a tenth slower, but actually Jake Dennehan's lap was 7/10 faster than Schindler. Even though it is 7/10, it's a sizable gap that you're still working with. So 32 seconds, still quite a lot. So you're pretty much leaving all the war handiwork to Race Clutch if they want to catch up. And Dennehan is doing the job. It is just that if they double stint the tires, does the second stint have enough rubber to maintain a good gap where they could, close down on a Sebring whenever the Sebring comes and do their pit stop?
Well, it could even be further than that. Could even be further than double stints today. I've heard people saying that maybe that we haven't seen any tyre changes at all for some of these teams out there, even though we're coming up to 3 hours into this one. Some very long opening stints for some of these teams. Sebring Esports gaining a lead as a result. It does seem to have brightened up a little bit actually recently out there on the circuit. The in-sim time is 3:45 in the afternoon, which is same time it is over in Europe at the moment. So that's what we're matched up with right now in this race. So that means that we should finish around 9 p.m. this time of year. That will easily be enough to see us in the darkness for maybe the final third of this race here, Lorenzo. Maybe we're already halfway through the daytime running here in the 1,000 miles of Sebring this season, because we're still in the early points of spring, of course. It will get darker around 6, you would imagine.
Yeah, it's 6-ish in Florida. I know Florida, whenever it gets to spring, it is around 6:30, and you can start to see a little bit of dusk around 7 to 7:15 p.m. Therefore, we're probably going to see a night race whenever this race is all said and done. So It is just like the 12 hours of Sebring, but it's not gonna get like the 12 hours where you completely it is dark-ish. But it's gonna be a good racing nevertheless. And we know whenever this race gets more into the nighttime, mistakes are more plenty, right? Because this has no artificial lighting like you probably would have around Daytona, for example. Here you rely on your headlights and other people's headlights, and the gaps pretty much every lap that you go on. So it makes the racing more nerve-wracking when it approaches the final crunching hours.
Yeah, it does. Means that you can't entirely see where you're going. Also, the thing around Sebring, and the problem is that it's so flat around here in Florida. You're hard pressed to find any hills anywhere around this part of the world. Means that it's kind of like in the Middle East. The sunset is kind of like drawing curtains in your own house.
Yes.
You don't get very much time when someone's drawing the curtains to adjust to the darkness, let's say, and it turns dark very, very quickly indeed. And that's the same kind of effect you get in the very flat lands of the world, like I mentioned in the Middle East, where it is very hard to find any sort of hill in certain parts of it anyway. And in Florida as well, the same thing applies. There's not very much for the sun to actually duck behind before it, actually ducks behind the horizon. So it's very, very quickly to get dark, and that's what we're going to see a little bit later on. So as you noted earlier, no artificial lighting around here will make it tricky. But I mean, how many times do we see Sebring in endurance racing? How many times do we get it in the darkness? It's not exactly like it's a uncharted territory. Not saying it's easy for them, but there will be a fair amount of practice for this one, just naturally, with the amount of racing that happens.
Yeah. Also, it makes sense why Florida is called the Sunshine State in the United States, doesn't it?
Yeah. Even at this time of year, very nice weather.
Yep.
I mean, I know that in sim is not always the best idea to gauge this on, but air temperature at 25 degrees would be very nice. And even in the real world, down in Florida at the moment, it is pretty nice in terms of weather. I had it at 20s, early 20s today, maybe more.
Better than us in Europe, right?
Yes, we're all well, I'll say we're all freezing to death. It's actually double figures today in England, so I'm pleased about that.
Wow.
In the north of England, anyway, that's quite good.
Amazing.
For March. So that'll be good. But yeah, very, very different over America. What people do forget though very often is pull up a world map wherever you are in the world. People forget just how South Florida is. I think it's more southern than almost every point in Europe, isn't it?
I think if we're looking into the whole map, I'm trying to think this on top of my head. Geographically, it is at the same spot around Germany and maybe the other countries.
It's a lot lower than that. It's a lot lower than that. It's
really? Does it go
yeah.
all the way down to Portugal, things like that? It's Portugal, Spain,
lower.
And other countries.
Lower. It's very low. Florida. It does stick out quite a lot. You just take a bit of recalibration of your brain for a European like myself to just figure out quite how large Florida is. In fact, we were hearing on YouTube earlier that there's a bit of danger of rain for the opening IndyCar race of the season, or the weekend anyway, over at St. Pete. And
Please no.
By America's terms, that's not actually that far away. But we were saying, well, actually, maybe by English terms, that is probably quite a long way from here.
Yeah. The interesting thing, if you think about it, all the Florida tracks are not far off from each other, right? If you think about it. St. Pete is not far from Sebring. Sebring is not far from Daytona. They're basically, I would say, or mainly are in coastal tracks, if you think about it. Of course, Sebring being I would say, off the top of my head, the farthest coastal track in the United States, in Florida. If we're thinking about Miami for F1, Daytona being Daytona and being in Daytona Beach, and then St. Pete is actually in St. Petersburg with an airport that is, overlooking the sea. So it's an interesting afterthought if you think about it.
Speaking of airports, we're of course or airfields. We're racing on a Formula 1. here, of course, no longer used, but never been resurfaced, of course, never tarmac been chewed up around here and put back down again for faster lap times. None of that character of this circuit has been retained for years and years and years, and that has made this into one of the most recognisable racetracks in the world of sports car racing, especially. It really does create such a challenge for all of these cars, especially in the prototypes, as Tobias Blumschein is finding, in towards the final chicane there.
Yep.
He just got that slightly wrong in his chase for 5th position, just behind David Baranek, actually, who is holding that one at the moment in the 34 car of Sean Clark Racing. I said they would turn up at some point. They had a fairly quiet opening couple of hours to this race, but they're here now. When it matters, they're here, and Sean Clark Racing are now in the top 5.
And they might lose a little bit of a gap because of the satellite McLaren that is right in front of them. And the lap is open. It was a 5.4, if I remember correctly, when they came into the back straight after Le Mans corner. And now the gap is pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah. Although Baranek immediately loses time to Blumschein here, who's right back there again. I think David Baranek has been a driver in Virtual Endurance Championship for years and years now, going back to the LMP1 days of this championship.
Take it this way, even when I did race Div 1, Baranek was doing, like you said, LMP1s.
Yes.
That was 2016.
Yeah, 2016. That sounds about right. Trying to find a race that I know he was going to be at, but I can't find the one I'm looking for at this very moment. I'll try again a little bit later on. But yeah, he was definitely a regular fixture in that team in those days. I think it was a 3 wide team back in those days.
Yes,
they did
but,
LMP1.
I don't know if he did for 3 wide or Team RGPL, but I cannot remember that info.
Oh yeah, good shout. Probably RGPL actually. Now I think about it, good shout. That sounds a lot more plausible actually, as he's really now under pressure. Tobias Blumschein should be finding his way through here into the final corner. I would have thought he's right in the slipstream, down to the inside into Sunset Bend. Always tricky, of course, to get it right on the bumps, but he's managed it. Oh, side-to-side contact. Baranek right round the outside. They, in fact, both missed the apex. Oh, and a squeeze! Wow!
Oh my God!
Baranek there flashes the lights to show displeasure with that one, but Blumschein squeezes his way through, and they both narrowly avoid disaster.
Yeah, I also think that Blumschein actually just gave a little bit of leeway coming out on the outside. They know they were probably going to make into the wall, and Blumschein just took evasive action. Just swerved the car more to the right than probably he wanted to, and made Baranek avoid the wall. Because I'm pretty sure had Baranek hit the wall, that probably would have been a 1-car wreck. That probably would have been a 2, potentially 3-car wreck, because that LMP2 behind this, probably would have been caught in the aftermath.
You are right, by the way. David Baranek did drive for Team RGPL. Likes the season 8, they were 3rd. I think RGPL made a recent return as well, but good to have Baranek back and involved in such great fighting. I mean, I wonder how that's going to be viewed, to be fair, by people, because in the end there was no incident, and in the end I guess technically neither of them did anything wrong, but Blumschein was very close to feeding Baranek and maybe himself straight into the wall. But
it's when they say rubbing is racing in the United States, you can make an argument like that, but I would say there were pieces of disaster when they came side by side into the bumps, and they were basically door banging or side panel banging, and there was a chance of them going off wide into the outside of Sunset Bend. So there was always a chance when that happened.
It was very close to disaster, but thankfully avoided on that occasion. 98 laps now into this race, and Patrick Schindler is still leading the way here for Simframe Esports. just ahead of Race Clutch, just around 30 seconds further behind. Been a good one so far. The closest leading battle in the field certainly has to go to LMP2. Felix Neuberger only 1.7 seconds ahead of Scuderia Ferrari Esports. It is very, very close down there indeed. Still strategy to work out here, and I do think that Ferrari hold the advantage because of that, but there's no arguing that Iris are in the lead at the moment in a very important race for them.
Yeah, in basically, I would say the most important race for them. You could argue EMA might be more important, but this one is where they need to get all the points. Imola is basically just survive the claustrophobic environment that is kind of like driving around Imola with 3 classes. Therefore, all the points they can get right now are going to be important, and we don't know still if they're in the better strategy in comparison to the Scuderia Ferrari when we come down to the final pit stops.
Hard to know where they're going to be really at the end of all of this, especially in LMP2. It's one of the good things about this category. There's so many pit stops that you have to make, so much strategy that you can play as a result of that. Pitting every 40 minutes keeps it very alive and breaks it up a little bit more than maybe you see in GT3 and Hypercar. And there is the gap writ large on your screen. The purple of Team Iris just ahead in the first position. Scuderia Ferrari Esports in the famous red, and a little bit more white than you would normally see in the background there too. But still, it's a fine livery, I would say. Second and a half between them. It's difficult to doubt the likes of Dennis Jordan's credentials, isn't it, as well in a race like this. He's so experienced. He's done this so often. He's been here before. It's hard to bet against a team like that, a team of winners who have been champions in this series before, compared to Team Iris, who are going for their first title.
And this is their closest chance in terms of reaching to a title, right? And it's the same to think about that. It's good to also have to see other teams, bringing up the fight to Scuderia Ferrari. Whether Dennis was driving for Scuderia Ferrari or back then for Team Nitro Velox and in many other teams, it's good to see that there are challengers for the title spot in this category, where it usually was pretty much relying on just one team being overly dominant over the other teams.
He has won 3 titles, of course, Dennis Jordan. 1 in this LMP, 2 in this LMP2 category. In fact, he was part of the Monaco team and then changed over to ACR Zaxby, where they won again. So narrowly missed out the season after that too. Or a couple of seasons later, I should say, to Varga Sim Racing on that occasion. But anyway, enough of the history, more of the here and now. 100 laps very nearly complete, and to take you to that mark, I'm going to take my leave. Lorenzo Bonda will be with you for another hour, but taking over from me is Vidir Heatley, who we can welcome in now. Welcome in again, Vidir. Good to have you back on the Virtual Endurance Championship, taking us through the next hours of this race. It's very much in the balance, very much early on, although the first third of this race, I've got to say, has flown by rather nicely. I'll take my leave, enjoy the remainder of the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and yeah, over to you, Vidir.
Indeed, thank you, Ewan. And as we are on 100, you just saw up there in the corner, 5 hours remaining. You've got to remember this is 1,000 miles or 8 hours, whatever comes first. So although we have the lap counter up there in the corner, that might not be the thing that determines when this race ends, Lorenzo.
Yeah, no, we're still that in stock with the laps and strategies. If we're going to get into the 269 laps of Vidir, it's going to be cutting really close. I think the Code 80 early on in this race, it maybe have, like I said before, a few wrenches in the mix, and made this race more of a dynamic race, where I think everybody just, instead of thinking more like endurance mindset, this might be actually more of a sprint mindset when we come into this race.
Indeed, having a look on board now, Dennis Jordan 3 seconds back from Felix Neuberger. Indeed, that Team Irish car is the car directly in front. And we've said this many times before here in broadcast, when you can see the car you're chasing down, that gives you a little bit more of a psychological boost, if you like, because you're not just racing against the delta that you can see in the corner of the screen that all these drivers have their heads up display. When you can actually see who you're chasing down, that gets a little bit more extra motive.
It does, and not only that, it gives you a reference. That's also the important thing, as you know where you're probably going to hit your strides and things like that, and move forward and kind of match what the other driver is doing around the track, as you can basically get yourselves quicker. And Iris have a little bit of a mistake right there, Vidir.
Yeah, Lucy got a little bit too hot there into the right-hander. Where Cunningham just lost the rear end a little bit, managed to keep it on track. You can see how much that gap has reduced. Indeed, that's down to about 1 second. It's about a second and a half lost there by Neuberger as they're making their way around this GT traffic. But Jordan will be caught behind this GT car, at least for this first section of Le Mans Complex, before heading around the outside, which turns into the inside for the final corner before Sunset Straight at the back there. But the Elmer Straight, I should say, rather. But yeah, this is something with these LMP2 cars. You always have to be careful that they don't hinder the race of the GT3 cars. The rules say it's the job of the faster car to make its way around the slower car. But this is something as well when you're in a prototype car, be it the LMP1 or the hypercar or the LMP2 class, is that you always have to be a little bit more patient, a little bit more on that patient side, and take a little bit more caution when passing these GT cars.
Yeah, because you don't have that leeway, not leeway, but you don't have that aerodynamical difference. Well, you do, but coming into the corners, that would be more into the high-speed corners than anything else. Going to low speed, you can say the GT3s kind of have you matched in terms of aerodynamics, just maybe for entry. But the exit is where the LMP2 kind of like shines in the boost and things like that. Coming in and out of the V8 engines just makes the performance much better. And that's why you can break away easily, as now all eyes back to Boomshine. As I was looking, he was actually being able to catch before in the last in the last lap. So Charlie Rigo needs to get his head down, because that P5 card is coming, and coming soon, I would say.
Indeed, was in P6 actually. Bloomshine in that number 46 car up into P5, so has made a move there. I think there was a battle here as well. Indeed, it is for the 7th position in the LMP2 class. It's a 41 versus 47. Marco Vinciullo ahead of Luigi Rosso in the 47 as they're coming up towards the hairpin now.
Don't make it stick. Russo, though, cannot get around and has to find other lines.
Yeah, I thought there was perhaps a little bit of an overlap there on the exit of the hairpin, but not quite. This Go-Team car is going to try and go up the inside, not quite able to make that move, but certainly showing the nose a little bit to that ARM Cyber car to perhaps psych out Vinciullo. A touch bit coming up towards the final right-hander on the back part of the circuit, the furthest away point from the start-finish line, before eventually slowly making their way back towards this start-finish line. And the Le Mans Complex next, not too much of a braking zone, not too much opportunity to make a move into that first right-hander, but they'll get a lot of slipstream along the straight here coming up towards Sunset.
And looks like Russo had a little bit of a better exit. The Vinciullo already covering down the inside. There's a little bit of a flashing of the lights. I don't know if that was towards the GT3 that is right ahead of them, just to let them know they're coming really soon to do the overlap. But Russo outside. No, actually Vinciullo coming into the pit lane for his service.
So there we go, the first call. You can see there in the timing tower as well. The race clutch cars came in from the pointy end of the top class, and a quick flash of yellow there in sector 1, but I believe that's probably just someone coming out of the pits, and the algorithm not liking the massive speed difference of the cars coming through turn 1 and coming out of the pits.
Potentially, well, I would always argue that that pit exit in Sebring probably is one of the most dangerous in motorsports.
Yeah, you're coming out directly on the racing line, essentially at the exit of turn 1.
Yep, pretty
and
much.
yeah, there is this massive speed difference, because The turn, I think, the exit of pit lane is a little bit tighter than that of turn 1. So yeah, this big speed difference. So everyone's got to be careful of the rejoin, which you can just see here, and essentially the cars rejoin right there just before the curb that you can see there on the right hand side. But having a look at Dennis Jordan now in the lead of that LMP2 class in that Scuderia Ferrari Esports. As you said, that striking classic red livery because of that Team Iris car coming into the pits.
Yeah, and that strategy difference that me and Ewan were talking about earlier, there's still uncertainty in general around the cars. There is basically, I would say, give or take a 13 lap cushion between Dennis Jordan and whoever's driving the Team Iris cars, whether they're going to be Felix Neuberg or Hemmingsen or Munier or Gilhead or Grenqvist. So regardless who drives that car, needs to be hitting his strides every single lap that you go on, because I think at this point right now, Vidier, it not only becomes a gap battle for now, as we have a car coming out of the tower turn that is an LMP2, but more importantly, this might allow the Scuderia Ferrari to actually retain the lead once the pit stops are done, and we're not going to have a fight in our hands.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that was what the quick yellow in Sector 2 was for, that prototype off at tower turn. But yes, you can see there in the timing tower again, all of the LMP2 cars come into the pit simultaneously. But you're right, having this strategy offset a little bit does allow a few more options perhaps for this Ferrari car, because they can then cover whatever the cars behind do. For example, that Team Iris car that they've been battling over the past number of laps, and being able to react in a way can be an advantage.
It can be an advantage, but I think they're also hostages of that code 80 that they had earlier on, because if I remember correctly, Team Iris took the advantage and went into the pit lane for the shift, the paradigm shift into LMP2 class in this race. So I don't know how much of a cushion they have in terms of strategy moving forward, because like we said, this could be a time-based race than a lap-based race, given all things.
And the race leader has also just came into the pits. Yeah, these LMH cars pretty much pitting at the same time. That race leader currently being I think that's Patrick Schindler's just came in, isn't it? The number 2 car. And that Go Team car has also came into the pits. So yeah, pretty much all of the prototypes pitting at the same time, which is what we've been expecting throughout pretty much the entire season. The LMH and the LMP2 cars have roughly the same stint length, and of course the GT3 cars can pretty much pit on the hour at most circuits. If we have a look back at Daytona, though, that was slightly shorter than our stint, because so much of that is flat out. Again, when we reach Le Mans at the end of the season, that will be less than 1 hour stints, because so much of it is flat out. But for most circuits for these GT3 cars, you can pretty much pit reliably on the hour.
Yeah, and also for GT3, given the fact they're probably going to be riding closer together most of the stint length, because Le Mans, I think for these cars they're harder to break away than the LMP2s and hybrid cars are. Like you said, you can make around the hour. For me, the real question becomes hybrid cars, right? Like you said, some can make around the hours, some can not make around the hour. So it will make the strategy compelling for those who come down into Le Mans to see who can be the kings of fuel saving or not, and go that extra lap every single stint they go on.
Yeah, precisely. At Le Mans, it's in laps rather than time, because most places you can do it via time. For example, here at Sebring, I go plus or minus a couple of laps, it depends, because you do it pretty much on time. But at Le Mans, because it is such a long lap, you definitely do it on the number of laps. And as you said, if your fuel tank can reach to a 0.7 or 0.8 of a lap at the end of the stint, the question is, do you use that extra fuel to go faster during your stint, or do you just save a little bit to try and gain that quarter of a lap of fuel that you need to make it that further lap. And then, of course, you don't make fewer pit stops, so you've got to weigh that up with the time lost due to fuel saving. That's something all these teams need to worry about in the future. Right now, here at Sebring, we're having a look at Ahmed Demelkan in the Caspian Motorsport car, just half a second away from that 7th position, which you can see directly in front. That sim racing, that number 64 car, Henry Sinek, currently at the wheel there, which is the satellite racing car. And in fact, just directly ahead there is Dylan Clavin, the 73 Juices Motorsport Club car. So it's these 3 GT3 cars in the line for 6th position.
Yeah, but Clavin
Oh,
is
and
due
there's
to
the
pit
Juices
stop.
car going wide, yeah. And directly coming into the pits.
Yeah, I think Sinek's and Demichan's move just put up a little bit of a troubling moment for Clever right there when he wanted to come to the pit lane, but manages to make it stick nevertheless, and safely. That's most important.
Yeah, and sometimes it can be a bit of a battle to get into pit lane here because, as you were saying, pit exit is kind of dangerous, but pit entry is as well, because you've got to take a much tighter line out the exit of Sunset in order to come into the pits. And if you're side by side through there and you're stuck on the outside, you've got to think of a way on how to get onto the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. I argued that pit exit is probably one of the most dangerous. Pit entry, it is only dangerous if you allow yourself to get into trouble, because like you said, you can do a tighter line, but because you're going around the concrete, right? You're already going around that concrete slab. It just makes the car a little bit uneasy and can basically throw you off the angle and just get into someone else's line. So you just have to be cautious going around the Sunset Bend. But it goes around showcasing communication, in-car communication, to showcase that you're coming into the pit lane whenever you're coming down to the surface.
Yeah, Sergio Mendes here in the Strong Clark racing car in 9th position in the LMP2 class. 4 seconds away from being on that timing board on the left-hand side. So not too far, certainly, especially as we're 106 laps into this race, at least for the LMH class. Obviously, the LMP2 class has completed fewer laps due to it being slower. They've completed about +1, so I think they've completed somewhere around 103 laps or so. But yes, Mendes just 4 seconds away from that top 8 position.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it is all on Martino's to see if he can close down the gap for the time being. But more importantly, our battle for overall lead might actually come into the fray in a little bit, because I was just looking. Denahan's actually had a pit stop. Now Mendes having issues. Martino nearly making contact with Mendes, but somehow, someway, these LMP2 survive.
Indeed, just almost contact there. But yes, a second down now is Mendes. Oh no, I think that it will only change once we cross a timing beam, actually. One of the sectors. But yeah, Mendes lost that position down into 10th now in class. We'll try and react, we'll try and gain that 9th position back, but maybe he doesn't have the speed at the moment by the looks of it. Coming through Cunningham now, the right-hander, they're both having to make their way past this GT3 Porsche before they come up towards Tower, and yeah, Mendes stuck behind that GT3 car. And I think maybe got a bad exit coming out of Cunningham as well.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a blunder coming out of Cunningham, and I think Mendes have the speed. The problem is that inconsistency, you know, and the one thing you cannot be inconsistent is around a car that punishes you for being consistent, like the LMP2 does. Oh, battle for the lead already heating up, 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, so this is the number 2 versus the number 1, Kianik versus Denham, with Denham in that number 1 car in the lead. They're coming around the back part of the circuit just now, down towards Tower, getting their way around this GT3 car as well. So there's Cunningham making their way past this GT3 car round the outside. Of course, easy to do with the superior horsepower and grip. Coming down towards Tower, and these two essentially nose to tail as they're coming down towards Le Mans.
Yeah, now that was the thing that was the topic that me and Ewan were talking about. How does Danahan's car is going to behave, I think, on double stinted tires in comparison to Koenig's single stint near rubber tires? And we're looking into a very complete answer. There you go. Danahan trying to block any lines whatsoever from Koenig coming into Sunset Bend around the outside.
Yeah, around the outside, you're going to need to be a little bit brave to make it stick around there, considering how bumpy it is through Sunset as well underneath the bridge. And Koenig in this Symphony eSports car decides to hold back a little bit, lets off the throttle to the line of stern, coming across the start-finish line to begin lap 109 of the race. Going through turn 1, you can just see how bumpy it is on both the outboard camera and this rear-facing camera as well. Coming up towards turn 3, braking hard for the left, the right and the left is very tricky, little complex before accelerating out under Big Bend, underneath the bridges, coming towards what is essentially the biggest braking point on the circuit at the hairpin.
Yeah, and you're probably going to see a little bit of a gap created. I think I saw a GT3 car not far in front, but I could have been very wrong. I knew about the LMP2, but nevertheless, Koenig's just taking a little bit more cautious line, especially when he was looking for the up and under around Sunset Bend. You saw him trying to have a little bit of a look, but then he kind of blocked the line on the apex and still retaining that P1. But the question is for how long this race clutch car will hold on.
That may well be the main question. Having a look at the standings, so this race clutch car, it has a nice little gap at the top of the standings, 10 points over, in fact, the number 2 car, which you can see here, and the gap between first and second on circuit is 5 points, which means even if these two cars swap position, the race clutch car will still hold in the lead of the championship by 5 points, but obviously you'd much rather have that be 15 by staying in the lead of the race. And again, coming through Sunset Bend, you can once again see how much this concrete is worn down over the many years of use. And it looks like number 2 car has a run.
Yeah, Koenig has a little bit of a better exit. Outside is the number 2. Danahan blocking the inside lane. Does he go for the over and under? Is Koenig takes a little bit of a cautious line, looks for it on turn number 3, but doesn't make it stick. He's gonna have to be riding passenger for a few more corners until the hairpin.
We're going under the first pedestrian bridge and then underneath the second, and Koenig looking for any way past. Some fantastic defensive work being done by the number 1 car at the moment. Perhaps this is Simfreem's chance coming out of the hairpin to get a superior acceleration, superior grip. It looks like they're side by side coming up towards Cunningham, but Simfreem on the outside once again. Indeed, there's definitely an overlap this time, and there's still an overlap as they come through the corner. That Simfreem cars the inside line through his left-hander and takes the provisional lead for now.
Yeah, good battle for Koenig just making usage of that rubber around outside Cunningham and just had a better traction to Danahan. A little bit of a touch, especially going around the back wings off the car, but he manages to get away unscathed. But the question is, there's a certain thing I'm going to say here, Vidier. I think there was a little bit of a damage done for Simfreem because of how quickly Danahan caught up to Simfreem on the previous sim with the not used rubber. Now the question is, can Koenig just basically undo Danahan's work on this thing?
Yeah, that is the main question. And indeed, you can see how much of a gap has been made by Koenig already over that race clutch car through the course of a second, not helped by that GT car going very wide at turn 1.
Wonder which GT3 car was actually going off wide. It was a Aston Martin around the descent portion on turn number 1, but fortunately for everybody, just got away unscathed. The important thing is, gap is more than a full second between race clutch and Sebring.
Yeah, plenty of space now, so Kennet can just breathe a little bit easier as it stands, but certainly will need to continue pushing the pace of that number 2 car, try and extend that gap. But once you get beyond a certain period, for example, now it's 1.7 seconds, you can just relax a little bit. You're out of the immediate danger zone at this point. There is a battle for 4th position in the GT3 class as well. Demirkan and Senek. This number 75 car, the Caspian Motorsport, chasing down the Satellite Racing, which you can just essentially both see there. These 2 GT cars are battling side by side. Perhaps Demirkan can follow the prototype through. Oh, was that a little bit of contact between the Satellite car and the prototype?
Yeah, there was a slight contact between Zenek and the Sea Wolf LMP 2. I think the LMP 2 just got a little bit squirrely into the apex off the Sunset Bend. Now Demirkan has the golden opportunity to go after Zenek and attempt the overtake, but the Zenek is just doing a really good job to retain that P4 for now with that McLaren.
Here we come through the complex, down through Big Ben now. Get a lot of slipstream through here, but of course there's not really that many places at Sebring where you can get that much slipstream, because the straights are often followed by either fast corners or big radiuses, as they say. That Demirkan up the inside the Satellite Racing car at the hairpin and up into 4th position.
Yeah, that car just have a little bit of a blunder on the inside, and you can even see, I think this is the battle for P4 as well. Just not far off between the LMDHs, but the Demirkan just manages to break away. A little bit of commitment to the hairpin, courageous move, but Cynic just knew that he didn't have too much of a car and just held back for the time being.
So as Demirkan in this Caspian Motorsport car comes down towards Le Mans, and again it comes really to this gap. Once you reach that 2nd class, you can start to breathe a little bit easier. The gap between the 2 of them at the moment only about half a second. Accelerating along the Ullman straight now, both of them getting their left-hand side tyres on that grass on the very outside of the curb before coming down towards Sunset Bend. This corner where there is no correct line. Every line you take through Sunset appears to be the wrong one, because you never get that acceleration point correct either. At least I find when I drove, always on the accelerator too early or too late. Say that, you can see the prototype in the background, perhaps got the accelerator a little bit too early, almost smacked the wall on the outside there. With 0.7 of a second separating these 2 now, and there's a battle, well, I would say directly ahead on the timing boards, 50 seconds up the track from those 2. Diogo Silva in the 58 car, this is the Visceral Esports car, the number 70 of Michael Sedlacek. Yeah, that number 70 car, Thomas Engel Sim Racing, the current leaders in the GT3 Championship, just half a second separating these 2 for that 2nd position in the GT3 class, although that is a lot less than half a second now. Indeed, Silva goes up the inside due to the Thomas Engel car having to go wide for that prototype.
Yeah, because the Go team just decided to make a dive bomb into the entry of the double right-hander and threw the Ferrari off into the off lane, and Visceral, who are no slouches, are going to say obrigado pretty much in Portuguese, in a good old Portuguese. I don't know if it's going to be Portuguese or Brazilian Portuguese, but nevertheless it's Portuguese, and they're going to go up to 2nd place in the standings.
Yeah, Thomas Eng relegated to 3rd. Still on the podium though. If you have a look at their results throughout the season, well, they got a 2nd in race 1. They won race 2, 4, and 5. they DNF'd last time out, and in race 3 they finished, I think that would be about 4th or 5th or so. But still, despite the fact that they DNF'd last race, they still have a gap of 25 points at the top of the standings to that number 91 Blackhawk car, who itself, if I can have a look, where is that 91 Blackhawk car? There we go. It's currently in 7th position in the GT3 class, so that lead will be extended even more.
Yeah, and you can even see a little bit of a lunge going from the Thomas Enge Ferrari on the Porsche. I think that was the Deuce's Porsche that was being kind of like blocking the path or taking the lines out of the Thomas Enge car. But yeah, I think for the time being, if this Visceral car can just retain top 3 or even 4th place, we know for sure every year that coming into Imola, that BMW is going to be at the top of the, not top of the standings, but definitely to P2 in overall standings for the GT3 class.
Indeed, 4 weeks' time we will race at Imola, so make sure to join us for that one, for what will be the penultimate race of the championship. So not too long to go, not too many races to go, I should say, rather, in the championship. But yes, that Thomas Enge car really looking to protect that points lead, or at least, should they not protect that points lead, make sure it is minimized by the least number of points possible, and it looks like that will be happening once again today.
Yeah, for now, just for that car itself, I think they just got overtaken by the Sim Racing for Holland hypercar. There you go. For them, I think it is just important to, you know, just finish races. For the Thomas Enge car, they have such a good cushion on the other teams that right now is just survive until Le Mans and probably get crowned as the champion. So that's the important thing for them, because they've just been overly dominant this season so far with that Ferrari.
Indeed, a fantastic job there by the Thomas Enge car. Having a look here at Level 1 Esports car 228. Adam Smith's currently driving that one. If I have a look at the standings, this 228 car, I think this is perhaps their 3rd race at the moment in the Division 1. They started out the season in Division 2. And of course, they won... no, they didn't. Sorry, they had a very good showing in the 24 Hours of Daytona not too long ago. They had, I mean, that approximately a 3rd or 4th place finish, so not too bad at all. But yes, this 228 car graduated from Division 2 and 1.5 seconds back from that 6th position, which is number 46 Visceral Esports car, Jelle Binsbergen, currently driving that one.
And more importantly, the 2nd best placed car coming out of Division 2, just losing to Visceral. You know, Visceral, I think, came earlier in the season in comparison to the level on esports, but the funny thing about that Visceral that came to Div 2 is actually better on points in comparison to their entry in Div 1, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens like that though in sim racing. You can never quite tell. But if you have a look there on the left-hand side, this is the overlap you were talking about between the Ferrari and the rest of the cars in the LMP2 class. The Ferrari now with a full lap lead over Luigi Rosso in that number 47. And as I say, that Scuderia Ferrari car comes into the pits for its pit stop. You can see Rosso coming through Sunset Bend at the moment. So that 1 lap lead will be reduced to less than a lap. You just got to wait for that Ferrari to come out of the pits to see how big that lead may be, or indeed what the gap is that you need to try and make up.
Yeah, absolutely. And also another important thing is the fact that Martin Hemmingsen, right, is not far behind in comparison to Russo. And the last lap was 3/10 second. Not 3/10, but 3 seconds faster from Hemmingsen in comparison to Russo, even though that was Russo's out lap. So that Go Team car is going to find themselves in a world of trouble if they don't pick up the pace in a short bit.
Yeah, they're going to need a little bit more pace. Put that foot on the accelerator, and yeah, we'll just wait and see what that gap is once the Ferrari has completed its service. I'm wondering if that would be a full service this time round, or maybe just fuel only. I'm not exactly sure. Because you can certainly, I think, for most of these teams, double stint those
Yes.
tires. The question is if you can triple stint them. I'd say maybe we'll have to push that at the end of the race. Maybe triple stinting might be a little bit too much of an ask, especially around Sebring.
I don't think you're going to be able to triple stint. This track relies so much in braking and direction shifts and things like that, that triple stinting the cars, in my opinion, would be a little bit of an overkill.
Yeah, you can certainly do this triple stint at Le Mans in the middle of the night, but as you were saying, around here with all the direction shifts and the high-speed corners as well, you just start eating up those tires. And you've also got to have a look at what the current temperature is here at Sebring as well. I think that's a 20, if I have a look at the correct one, 27 degrees Celsius air temperature, 42 on track as well. So yeah, that certainly does not help extending that tire life.
Not one bit. Now looking into complete gaps and just looking right here, what is the actual gap? I don't know what Alex Seibel has done, or the guys in the team of Scuderia Ferrari have done, and of course we're still unsure about the true gap of, you know, will they have the better strategy, or Team Iris has the better strategy? But 26 seconds is something impressive.
Yeah, pretty impressive. You got to see what perhaps the difference was in that previous pit stop cycle. But even then, 26 seconds, a fantastic gap there between the Team Iris car and the Ferrari esports car. And again, that allows Seibel just, you know, a little bit more breathing room.
Yes. And Seibel is a fast driver on the same pace as Dennis Jordan. Therefore, that gap can be easily extended if he wants to. But Hemingson is also another fast driver. So it will come down to number 39, just picking up the heat in the tires and starting to try to make a breakaway with this stint. And they have a really good cushion. Like, they have 20-something laps. It's 12 laps in total in terms of stint difference in comparison to the Team Iris one.
Here we go, coming up towards the hairpin indeed. Seibel with that lovely gap. Another car with a gap that's perhaps a little bit lower. This one that we saw earlier, this number 2 and the number 1, Jake Denhan trying to...
Yeah, somehow, some way they I honestly thought Sebring's gap would extend quite a lot, especially with the fact that Denhan is on the double stint, but he kind of got into a little bit of a stalemate. The last lap was just 0.3 faster for Sebring in comparison to Denhan, while we look to Hamada. Trying to have a look on the hairpin right here in Gold Racing, not just following suit, but Team RTR holding their ground for the time being. While you can just take a quick look regarding the Lopez car, you can even see also the Gold team not falling behind into Tower Turn. Both cars just go around the track, and now the good things for our Team RTR managed to break away a little bit of difference. There is the Gold team hypercar behind, so this gap can actually extend depending on where they come up around the turns. And if the Go team is going to make a lunge on either car, no, he doesn't. Therefore, the gap will be as close as it can get. Coming into Sunset Bend is just the question, does either car have an opening to make that overtake? A little bit of a lunge coming to Ramada inside door-to-door action. They trade the wheels, but somehow, some way, Ramada makes the overtake work while Team RTR comes into the pit lane. The question is, that damage, is it enough for a Gold Team to come in and challenge for a spot as well?
Yeah, a little bit of damage. That Gold Team car, a quarter of a second back from that Ramada Motorsports car. Of course, Ramada, a stalwart here in the VEC, trying to get up the inside there was that Gold Racing Esports car through turn 5, which would be an interesting place to try and overtake, but not able to quite get that overlap. And yeah, an aggressive move there by the Gold car coming down in towards the hairpin, not able to make that move though.
Not being the good thing is he's not being reluctant of just sticking behind the other car and just saving a little bit of fuel. He can actually do that. That always works for the car. It's just can he retain the gap with another car? Being the sandwich of your being the meat of your sandwich.
Indeed, that is quite often the case. If you've got a DNF there in the LMH class, that car from 8th position, is that one of the Seawolf cars actually? I think it may well be.
Did it get a connection issue again?
That being Janssen Binson, number 5 Seawolf car. But yeah, here we go, the Gold car. Oh, there's a big twitch from Prototype right there in the foreground coming out of the Le Mans corners. But yes, this Gold Racing Esports car trying to go all the way around the outside of that number 31 car. It's got a replay here of what happened to that number 5 car indeed. Coming down towards Sunset Bend. Oh, just lost the rear end. Is there going to be a collision? Everyone avoids. Somehow they do, and then perhaps just decide to escape back to the pits.
They're just taking the safe approach. Not mad whatsoever to happen over there, but it is unfortunate to see that Seawolf number 5 car just mar with another streak of bad luck.
So yeah, and this Gold Sport car has managed to get past the Madness Motorsport car while we were talking about what happened to that number 5. Ramada's lost a lot of time there because of that GT traffic coming to the hairpin. Indeed, you can see that gap out to about a second now between the two of them as they're coming through the left-hander up towards Tower, and Ramada Motorsports appears to have just fallen back.
Also, another thing that probably could have caused the issue is the LMP2 that is right in front of the Gold the Racing Esports team. It's being the one that caused the issue for Ramada around Sunset Bend and opened up the door for Gold to make the overtake down on the inside. And the Portuguese team just couldn't retain the position. And that's why they're thrown back all the way down to P12. And their gap widening as they go each and every corner.
Coming through Sunset Bend, 1.1, 1.2 seconds the gap, and it appears that Gold car has made a break for it and appears to have got that 11th position. Ramada doesn't appear to have too much of a response at the moment, does it?
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, so having a look out there on circuit to see what other interesting battles we have. Indeed, this level 1 esports car that we were talking about earlier, the 228 chasing down that number 46, Jelly Binsbergen, in that Visceral Esports LMP2 car. About 1.5 seconds separate the two of them at the moment. It was down to 0.8 of a second, as you can see there in the corner, but a little bit of traffic coming through turn 1. Perhaps that's some reason for Holland LMH car means that gap has extended out to 1.5 seconds, but still within striking distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And he finds himself also in a better patch of traffic because I think that LMP2 right ahead of them just didn't get the best grip coming out of the corner. So Yellow Binsbergen for Visceral just not having the best moment or going around the GT3s, while Adam Smits just gets around the Mercedes, and he gets around the Deuces Porsche just in time without losing too much of a gap. No, he can't. Just loses about 3/10 of a second around tower turn.
So here comes the cars. Indeed, this level 1 car coming through the Le Mans complex out along the Ullman straight, 1.3 seconds of gap, but yeah, a little bit too far to gain any slipstream. And as I was maybe saying before, it's very difficult actually to get some slipstream around here at Sebring, because there aren't actually that many straights between the corners. You've got maybe the best part of 9-10 seconds of acceleration before you eventually need to brake or lift off for another corner.
Yeah, you mean in general, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is why I like Sebring, because you're basically going around turns every single time. You hit a turn, there's another turn. You hit a turn, there's another turn. So in these moments of acceleration actually are enough for you to catch up to another car, just because you're finding yourself into heavy pockets of traffic, and like I said, traffic gives and traffic takes every single time. You're basically finding those 9-10 seconds average of straight line speed or just draft or full acceleration of the car will actually do. Just, you know, the golden opportunity for you to reach a car and do an overtake, because often enough you're going to find those pockets taking time away or allowing you to have a little bit of a breach to make an overtake for it.
Yeah, and this also means that, you know, because there are so many corners, like you said, in quick succession, the aerodynamic grip is slightly more important than it is at other circuits. For example, just take Daytona that we're at a couple of races ago. You can really trim out the wings there, but here you certainly need to put on a little bit more wing. You really need to focus a little bit more on both the mechanical and the aero grip when compared to faster circuits.
Yeah, and not taking this away, this is actually a fast circuit per se. It is just a circuit that you have so many different shapes and grooves. Like you have fast corners, for example. Sunset you can kind of consider a fast corner, because you're throwing yourself the car into third or maybe mid fast corner. Then you have turn one. Turn one you go from fourth to fifth maybe. You have the double right-hander where you go into fourth gear. You have some of the other corners just outside tower turn 12, actually turn 14 or 13 actually. It is the left-hand kink. It is a fast corner. So, but you have other corners that you rely on downforce. So you either have to find a medium to low downforce or just a complete medium downforce. So the car gives you a little bit of drag, but also at the same time gives you the downforce and mechanical grip for you to go around the corners without being overly concerned about a heavy understeer.
As you're saying with this understeer, this is something that you've got. Oh, this snap of oversteer actually there from the level 1 car and acceleration coming out of Cunningham. But as you've been saying, with how many corners you've got, if you're stuck right up behind the rear wing of the car in front, the amount of dirty air that you can get as well is quite extraordinary, and that really hurts when coming through these fast corners that you mentioned, because you have to turn that wheel a little bit more, and then your front tire starts screaming a little bit more, and that is not a good result for anyone.
Absolutely not, especially coming to the entry of a corner like Sunset Bend. You're probably going to get some dirty air into the entry, but halfway across, because it is a mid to low corner, you're not going to rely yourself way too much. But going to turn number 1. Turn number 1 is for sure going to have some dirty air. You're going to the sequence of maybe after Cunningham, you do have some dirty air going all the way down to tower turn. The double right-hander before Le Mans, you do have some dirty air, so you have to be mindful of these things every single time that you move around the track.
Having a look here at Robin Starkenberg in that Netrix GP car, trying to get up onto the podium, as we're saying, directly under the rear wing of this Go Team car, the number 47, Luigi Rosso, and coming through Cunningham, I think that is, and on the run up towards Tower. And again, right there, ready to pounce at any moment. Perhaps can make a move towards the inside here, but no, deciding to stay a little bit line the stern. Perhaps just plotting where that Netrix car is a little bit faster around this circuit as they're making their way up inside and outside the Porsche coming down towards the Mont Complex. And yes, this right, left, and then right. And that's just extending the gap a touch between these two cars.
Yeah, but it looks like the next Rex car has a better grip compared to the Go Team one. So it's just a matter of if Starkenberg is going to do the overtake right here. Starkenberg, no, he does have a look. So I think he's going to remain conservative for the time being and maybe look for an overtake at turn number 1.
And there we go. That Mercedes almost jumping out of the way. And will they get? There could have been a move there, but this GT car on the outside kind of thwarted Van Starkenberg's effort coming into turn 1. Really, the hairpin's going to be the next main opportunity, as long as this Netrix car can get a good acceleration out of turn 5, which is far easier said than done, accelerating through this left-hander, and then underneath the pair of bridges, pair of pedestrian bridges coming down towards the hairpin, and I think just a little bit too far back this time round.
Yeah, and I think the hypercar is not going to make a lunge down the inside. No, he will hang back a bit, so that is really good on the hypercar. You know, traffic management is always key, especially if you're not fighting for positions. The hypercar is now going to take advantage of the straight line speed coming into Cunningham. Is going to commit around the inside, that number 8, LMDH. Just taking a quick look at that. Looks like to be the Winchick racing team driven by Shabakis. So he makes the overlap work for 1, but he cannot make it work for 2. And for a Go Team, it's just basically a second win for the time being to survive around pockets of track, while the hypercar just decides to have a scary moment on the left-hand king.
That was quite the moments there by that prototype. I'm not quite sure which one. Is it this prototype directly behind these two? It looks like it might be an LMH car then. I think it's this white and black one that's just coming up to lap 2 of them again, isn't it? At least I think it was.
Yeah, it is.
It's the race
a
leader.
hypercar.
Is Kiana, the race leader, almost doing exactly the same as what GM Lopez did in the WEC when they visited Sebring a few years ago, going straight on there. Bishop deciding not to do that, but the race leader with a very, very hairy moment trying to get around traffic there. And speaking of more traffic, here comes Van Starkenberg up the inside at turn 3. Is that move done? Indeed, it appears to be.
Yep. Took a little bit of the line out of the Go Team into the inside of turn number 4, but right there was enough for Starkenberg to make the overtake stick, and that's why he's into the podium spots for next Rex in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, 16 seconds up to the next car, the Team Iris car, so that's a little bit of a gap, but as long as that gap behind can keep on being extended, Van Starkenberg and whoever gets in that Netrix car next can perhaps breathe just a touch easier each time that gap ticks up by a tenth, a quarter of a second or so. But yes, Van Starkenberg in that Netrix car appears to certainly have the pace at the moment over that Go Team car of Luigi Rosso, the number 47 CMT Go Team racing car, to give that their full name. But the thing is that now Rosso has been overtaken by one car. Needs to be wary of the next car behind that. Number 30 on-off racing car is just 2.3 seconds back.
Yeah, I think Russo is just having major difficulties clinging around the track with the grip and everything in Le Mans. just being a faster driver these last few laps in comparison to the GOAT team car. You see, gap was about 2 seconds with the blunder around Sunset Bend. Gap's actually shortens it out for
Yeah.
about 1.5 to 1.4 seconds, and certainly will actually decrease with the fact that Danahan is right behind the GOAT team car, so he might make the lunge on the hairpin and make it stick.
Yeah, indeed. The last time around, that on-off car was a second faster than the Go Team racing car. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. In fact, it was about 4 seconds faster lap time last lap alone. So Le Mans here in this number 30 car certainly looking to chase down and gain that 4th position, coming through the left-hander up towards the next braking zone. This very difficult right-hander. Well, I say that there's lots of difficult corners actually here at Sebring. You can see there the Go Team car being balked slightly by that Sim Racing for Holland hypercar. There's a GT car ahead though as well, which will help the Go Team car extend that gap, because it looks like Le Mans, that on-off number 30, was just stuck a little bit, balked a little bit by that Ferrari coming through Tire.
Yeah, absolutely, and more importantly, Le Mans just manages to retain that gap to about full second to reach. Now the Go Team, now you can even see riding the draft of the Go Team LMP2 is Le Mans. He's not going to be able to do the overtake right here. He doesn't have even room or gap or overlap to work with around the entry Sunset Bend outside of Ullman Straight. The thing is, now riding a really good lap, and it was taken away immediately for us commentators because Le Mans just decides, ooh la la, let me go into the pit lane and go for service.
Indeed, you can say that, but the Netrix number 27 is also in. The Team Irons number 37 is also in. So a lot of these LMP2 cars coming in simultaneously, as you kind of expect as you came to expect, I should say rather, in this LMP2 field over the season. They all come in pretty much at the same time. There's a battle for 5th position in the GT class. It is the number 71 car of Tony Jensen. If I just find it quickly here, there we go. Tony Jensen trying to defend from the number 64 satellite car, I think it is, if I quickly find it. Indeed, that gap is actually extended because that satellite racing car is in the pits, I think.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say taking a quick look a few moments here and there, and oh no, did Cynic find the same issue as his teammate before? Oh no, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Maybe going from bad to worse there for the number 64 car. If I have a quick look at the TeamSpeak channels, 64, yes, Jimmy Nusala is in the channel as well.
But the question is he in sim?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is Nusala not actually in game yet?
Right now, I think he is, as Cynic comes into the pit lane and is gonna do his service. But wow, man, talk about it. You know, here's the thing, Vidier. I know Cam is gonna replace me in a little bit, but I know he's in the broadcast booth also listening. You know when we say lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place?
Yep.
Can you argue because both satellite cars are McLarens and the other car had a little bit of an issue? Now Cynic has an issue. They're both McLarens, different cars, different drivers and everything. Can you basically say this is like lightning striking at the same place at the same time, even though it is different cars, but it's also just one car? It is the same brand. You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Would it be correct to say the statement is true?
It could be. The fact that it's happened, as you said, to both satellite cars, it does does it point towards a McLaren problem, or perhaps well, I wouldn't quite say a satellite problem. That seems bad, but I think you might get what I mean. There's the fact that it's happened to two different cars in the same organization. Yeah.
I know some people in satellite racing, like if I from other areas are not going to be satisfied by this, or are going to be dissatisfied by this. But anyway, it is racing, as Fava has a little bit of an off moment going to Cunningham just on the braking zone, manages to keep the car still, even though he might have lost a little bit of rubber on that LMP2 car. Even though, but most importantly, he's within the draft of P12 LMP2 off Corrington Pointer.
Indeed, half a second to that number 230 car. At the moment, that 230 car being the rFRO Sim Sport car, and certainly, as you said, within slipstream coming down the Almond Straight at the moment. Not close enough to make a move, because really, to make a move into Sunset, you already need to have an overlap.
No, he's not going to make the overtake work right here. I think he needs something extra, as we have a yellow flag on Sector 1. I think that's one of the cars coming out of the pit lane. From what it looks like, as rFRO team is going to make the overlap work. And also Fava with a bit of an aggressive entry into turn number 1, overlapping the Aston Martin GT3 vintage car.
Yeah, I think it will be just that those quick yellows that you see in Sector 1 is most likely just people trying to come out the pits, and that rFRO car got a little bit squirrely through that last complex.
He's struggling for grip on these last two corners, from what it looks like. Not two corners, I would say the last 4 corners, if you're thinking about the full sequence.
So coming up towards Cunningham now, and eventually Tyre, and this GT car actually will help the rFRO car just a little bit, won't it? Because the Arm Cyber car can't quite get past. At the moment, has to take a very wide line through the corner before Tyre, in order to get around it. But I say that it doesn't really appear to have hindered it too much.
No, didn't lose a lot of ground. That's important.
And then we go up the inside, coming into the Le Mans complex is that Arm Cyber car, and it appears that Fava and that number 42 car is up into 12th position for now. The rFRO car might have something to say about it, though. Might have the chance to respond immediately, accelerating down towards Sunset, but no, appears to be just a little bit too far away, and perhaps that number 42 car has the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. As I think we're coming down to my final moments here, Vidier. Therefore, as this will strike around the hour, I'm going to be replaced by Cameron Roger. I think you're going to be in a better company than I do, than being with myself. Of course, I'm joking, but with that being said, I'll head off the booth, and Vidier, you have now Cameron Roger to deal with for the next hour or so.
To deal with might be one of the more correct terms. But indeed, thank you, Lorenzo, for your stint today. And as Lorenzo said, being replaced with Cameron Roger.
Yes, hello everyone, and good to be back on VEC once again.
It's been a little bit of time since we last heard you here.
Yeah, I believe I missed the last race at Road America, which is a shame because it's one of the best tracks on the calendar. But here, as we hit the 4-hour mark remaining, I'm actually looking forward to this one at Sebring as well. And 4 hours into the race, so halfway through now, but we're not quite halfway there on the laps. So it looks like we might be a few laps short of that 269 lap count.
Indeed, lap 132 and a half essentially completed by the leader. And as you said, that would come out to 265, 266, so just a few short. We did have that very early code 80, so that might just shorten it a little bit, but as you've been messaging us slightly over the past 10 or 15 minutes, it's going to be really touch and go as to whether it's timed or distance, but essentially it'll be the same thing.
Yeah, it's obviously the nature of these, the new hypercars being a bit slower than the old LMP2s. Sorry, the LMP1s, I should say, back in the day. Of course, for a while, having this event as well, we did have the LMP2s, but they're also now slightly slower than they were before. So, yeah, just not quite the same speed. But what I do like is when we have this lap count versus time situation is that the teams have to be slightly prepared for that, because when you go into your calculations for the race, even though it's an 8-hour race, you're coming to the limit on fuel with a few laps each way. So if you're, if you're aiming towards the full 269, and now all of a sudden the race is going to be 4 laps shorter, you can actually push a lot more, and you don't have to save those extra laps of fuel. So the teams do need to be looking out for it. But then if the pace picks up and we do all of the laps, they then need to save those again, and then maybe we actually don't do the laps because then the pace would come down. It's a very weird sort of calculation that you have to do.
Yeah, and there's always a constant calculation that you have to do. Luckily, only one distance race this year, which is 60,000 miles. We've had a few others before, like, for example, we've been at Indianapolis before, haven't we? That was a distance race. I think that was the first distance race VEC ever had. I think it was season 10, if memory serves me correctly. It was the opener at Indianapolis.
Yeah, I remember that was my first ever race in VEC back in, what were we, Division 2 back in the day, in the old LMP1 mod. And yeah, that was quite a fun one, actually. I know it wasn't everyone's favourite, the Indianapolis road course that we used back then, but I definitely liked it. It was certainly quite a cool experience. But moving to Sebring in about 2018 or so a couple of years after that, so about probably season 12 was the first time that we went there, and this is the first DLC mod that came to rFactor 2, and it's still remaining as one of the standout ones on the calendar. And I think it's it's a pretty cool one to have. It's a very tricky track. It's really bumpy as you see the cars sparking just going down in a straight line, and that makes it a little bit more difficult for the drivers.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times before with various onboards as to, yeah, it is laser scanned, but how damn bumpy it is, because this concrete has worn away over time. And there's lots of ruts, and it's a big effort for the suspension to actually be able to hold up for this amount of time.
Yeah, it's not a fun one to set the car up, because it just feels a bit weird. The car's always doing some interesting things in certain corners, and even the bits that are sort of tarmac as such. It's never been repaved anytime recently. So it's just, and of course being down in the swamplands as such of Florida, it's certainly an interesting situation. But we do have some battles out there, obviously for some top positions. This is one of them. Yunus Rivo for BS plus Zoom competition, getting the run through the Big Ben. It's going to be going down the inside. This is potentially going to be up into 3rd position if he can do so, and he does that underneath the brakes, nice and easy. But has he actually made the corner? Yes, he has. So BS plus Zoom competition, despite being down in Division 2 for a few races, they've come back to Division 1, and they are looking at a podium as we speak.
Yeah, a podium up into that 3rd position in class for now. We'll have to hold on to it, which is slightly easier said than done. But Rivio is a very, very fast driver. He's been here for many seasons in the VEC as well, so a very well-known force, particularly in the GT class. Coming down towards through Tara now, I should say, rather than up towards Bishop and towards the Mon Complex, and appears to have broken away from that visceral car quite quickly. Yeah,
Diogo Silva in that car, and yeah, he's massively dropped off at this point. He's been overtaken by a couple of GTs, or the Juanico car go through as well. Nico Barkley, unfortunately, a lap down. He's managed to follow through, but certainly for Visceral, that's not looking great. They had a fairly strong season, to be honest. 3rd place in the championship with their number 58 car, which is that one of Diogo Silva. But kind of just struggling a bit at this point in the race. Maybe just getting to the end of the stints though, and therefore the tyres, of course, are wearing down quite a lot, as we do have a couple of drivers in the pit lane. One of them was from 2nd place in your GT category, was a Democrat for the Caspian Motorsports entry.
Yeah, the Caspian Motorsports entry has been up there at the pointy end for a lot of the race so far. As you said, will just be relegated a couple of positions due to that pit stop Ricardo Fava in the 42 Arm Cybercar has just come out of the pits, the one that myself and Lorenzo were looking at not too long ago.
Sorry, that was a bit close. There, the Go team in the gold race esports cars coming out of the pit lane, very, very close indeed. It is such an awkward pit exit here. You've got to be very, very careful, and that certainly was close to a big battle, but a big crash, I should say. But I think everyone just about managed to get through with that one. That was very close with Jacob Reed there in the gold esports, and also the Go team entry just ahead.
So here comes the gold racing esports car down towards Cunningham, the right-hander. How much of a gap do we have actually to the car ahead if I find the correct tab? So many tabs, timing, points, the cameras, whatever. Yes, 25 seconds actually to this LMP2 car, the next LMP2 car on the road. So a little bit of a distance, but one that isn't quite as much of a distance is that battle for 7th or so. I believe Yellow Binsbergen in this number 46 car is in the mix of it. Indeed, 2 seconds to that number 41 Arm Cybercar of Luca Martino ahead, and 1.5 to the 228 Level 1 Esports car of Adam Smith's behind.
Yeah, that is looking very close in the LMP2 battle as some of the hypercars come into the pit lane. And for these guys in the LMP2s, as you say, they are very, very close to each other. And we've got Binsbergen here, as you say, just 1.8 seconds. The car front of Martino. They do have one of the Netrex entries just in between them, but that is, it's very funny how in in some races you see the battles just spread out over the course of the race, but then in other ones like this we see quite a few. Even 4 hours into this race, we're seeing some of the battles being very, very close indeed. The issue for Visceral now is because they have this Netrex car in between them. That's just going to make this battle a little bit more difficult, because Netrex, well, technically they do need to get out of the way because of the blue flag rules in class, but if they've got the speeds, then they're not going to need to pull over because they're not really holding up Binsbergen at this time.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to have a quick look at the rules. I think it's 5 corners that you need to get away from for the blue flag. Oh, sorry, it's 4 corners is the blue flag rule. Yes, the car being lapped must give up their position within 4 corners of receiving a blue flag or risk receiving a penalty. That's an interesting choice of words, because as you said, if you're fast enough, you can just dip in and out of the blue flag zone if you like, and essentially not hold anyone up because you are the same speed, and this makes it a little bit more difficult when it comes to the stewards applying such a penalty after the race.
Yes, not the the nicest thing to be looking at post races. It's definitely pit stop time. A couple other drivers coming down pit road. But yes, I think the way it's worded there is, of course, it just leaves some discretion for the stewards, and I wouldn't say Rout is doing anything to hold up. But actually, he's got slowed down there by the McLaren there coming down through turn 1, and that's going to close up Binsbergen once more through this sequence of corners, and Rout needs to be careful now not to be holding up Binsbergen, otherwise there will be potentially things, but it looks like he's pulled away coming through that section, so he's all good at this moment in time. But one thing, of course, at the front of this LMP2 field is Alex Siebel currently in that Scuderia Ferrari Esports, but they're leading by 50 seconds. And then there's another 30 seconds back to Iris, I should say. So there's a really, a strong pace advantage for this car over the course of the first few hours. And we, of course, saw what Hemmingson could do at the opening part of the race, being so fast. But I guess maybe the consistency factor Ferrari's working out today.
Yeah, and really when it comes to an 8-hour race such as the one here, consistency is key. You don't want to be making that many mistakes, otherwise you will start losing positions and losing those precious points. I'm looking here at Luigi Rosso in that CMT Go Team racing car, 49 seconds the gap to the Ferrari car in the lead of class.
As race leader comes into the pit lane, Kienek, who just as I was joining the feed about 10-15 minutes ago, had a big moment off the track, coming through the middle part of the lap, but still remains out there in front. We also got someone else in the pit lane, the Shabakish, for the Winchick Racing, as well as also Go Team Racing, Michael LaRue come in. So definitely it is time for the hypercars. But half of them came in last lap. Now we're seeing the rest of them come in this time around.
Yeah, coming in this time around, Mikel Leroux in that CMT Go Team car from second position. And as you said, that first position car, you've got the number 70 in the pits as well, the Thomas Enga Sim Racing car. The championship leaders at the moment, not leaders of this race though. They've, although they have been showing good pace, they've been hovering around the 3rd to 4th position for most of it.
And I guess that's one thing that you need to needs to focus on over the races. We've seen a nice little shot there of Sadacek getting his new tyres on the car. And what a season these guys are having as well. Thomas Enga Sim Racing. They have had a couple of tough races, namely last time out, just 45 points compared to the 90 that they got at Daytona a few weeks before that. But they're leading the championship by 25 points. So they are very, very strong in that regard, and they're doing a good job. And their fellow Gold team, not teammates, but the Gold Racing Esports LMP2, also down pit road as well.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see these different strategies, which, as you've pointed out, is happening. Adam Smith here in this level 1 esports car, of course, because it's a 3-digit number for this car, indicates that it began this season in Division 2, has been promoted up into Division 1, but 7/10 of a second back from the Visceral car in 7th position in class, braking hard for a Sunset Bend and just letting the car roll through the centre of the corner before getting back on that accelerator and try and get close to that tyre wall on the outside without hitting it. I can tell you hitting it will cause a lot of damage and it's not conducive to your race.
Oh, have you done that before in the past then?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
Yes.
There's no correct line through Sunset. Every line is wrong.
There is not. There's 15 million lines that you could do through that corner. There is a wrong one though, and that is going into the wall. So you have to avoid that. But the exit is so weird because the wall and the tyres are not straight in terms of, or they're not a nice smooth curve. They're sort of like jagged and sticking out. So you really have to find the right line to get through there. It's a very, very tricky corner, and it's actually is a lot about just commitment. Like when you get halfway through the corner and it's completely blind, you're going under the bridge section, you just got to smash the throttle and hope that your line is good and you've got the tyres to hold on. It's not the nicest corner to go through in that regard, but it certainly is a fun one with how tricky it is.
Yeah, and same thing goes for turn 1. That's a very fast corner. You've got to try and make it as close to that inside wall as possible without hitting it. And yeah, it's a fairly big accident if you do hit that inside wall. Having a look, Kianik still in this number 2 car in the pits. It looks like it's a full service. Maybe we can see a driver change this time around from number 2 car.
But I'm thinking he's come back into the pit lane though. I think he's gone out and he's come back in, which is a very weird situation because they're dropping down the way now. So Mikel Leroux for CMT Go Team Racing has the lead of the race now. Jake Denhan not too far behind, just 10 seconds back. So I think this is a little bit worrying for Kianek, who's now dropped down to 4th place, as they're obviously having some extended issues in that car.
I'm wondering, it won't be damage because we didn't see them go off. We didn't see them have much damage. So yeah, I think it's the case that they've came back in. But the question is what for? I'm not aware of what they could have came back in for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long pit stop, so maybe it was... Because if it was a 10-second stop go, they'd be out by
they'd be
now.
away by now, yeah.
So maybe there was some damage or something that they didn't repair previously, and they decided that they want to come back down pit road, but it has completely changed the look of the hypercars up towards the front, and actually has, of course, effectively closed up the race lead battle, as is now down within 8 seconds, as Jake Denhan on the previous lap did the personal best of that car with a 1:43.5. So they are certainly coming in very, very fast.
Yeah, here comes the defending champions and indeed championship leaders, looking to keep that number 1 on the side of the car for a further season. They're doing a good job of trying to ensure that happens. 7 seconds to gap to that Go Team car in the lead. Indeed, the Go Team car, which is in the lead, is the, of course, Go Team of 2 LMH cars. It's number 17 car that is in the lead of the race at the moment, which is actually the second of the cars in the championship. Although I say the second of the cars in the championship, they're separated by 1 point. So they're essentially.
Yeah, they don't seemingly have a number 1, number 2 car, as you mentioned, just 1 point between them. So that is actually looking pretty good. And obviously, Go Team jumping up to the hypercar after winning LMP2 championship. So they're a very keen team in this series, and they've been just improving further and further. Of course, they've just recently got an open wheel division as well over in Formula Sim Racing, getting loads of drivers over there. So they're expanding their team, and they're getting some good results. And they're currently P1, P4, and that is, of course, thanks to Koenig have an extended pit stop, and they're still in there. So this is really worrying times now, because now it's a question, are they actually going to get back out in the race? And if they do, they're going to be so far behind, they're not going to get any sort of top 5 or meaningful finish here.
Yeah, I don't know what's actually happening there. There'll be a lot of damage if it is, but yeah, it's very strange what's happened to that number 2 car.
There's Binsbergen in the pit lane, of course, was having that really big battle with Adam Smiths not too long ago, but he's now down pit road as well. Has Koenig now left pit lane? He has. Oh no, but the engine's now overheating. They obviously didn't turn it off when they were sat there for about 5 minutes or whatever it was in the pit lane. Hopefully that can cool down. It does look like the smoke has stopped, but that is a little bit worrying as well, because they might have taken a slight bit of engine wear. With it being an 8-hour race, there could be something to think about later on, but they're back out 2 laps down though.
Indeed, that Sebring car was electing a new pope coming out of the pits, but yes, 2 laps down, and that's essentially, at this point, they're just waiting for cars ahead to have problems in order to gain positions.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the situation with endurance racing now. It doesn't matter if you lose 2 laps in a 24-hour race even. You're not going to gain 2 laps back just on pure pace in a tough competitive field. Everyone's just so close on the lap times now, so you really only do it by other people's mistakes. So as long as you can keep consistent, that generally is what wins you, or at least gets you a podium in these endurance races. But talking of consistency, the pace is there for Jake Dennehan, consistently faster. He's now over 2 seconds a lap faster than Michael Leroux, and Race Clutch might be putting the number 1 car back in number 1 position in just a few laps' time.
Yeah, may not be too long. 4 seconds, that gap. When we just had a look a few laps ago, it was 7. Well, not even a few laps ago, just a couple of laps ago, it was 7. Now it's down to 4.2. That Race Clutch car is closing rather quickly on Michael Leroux in that CMT Go Team Racing number 17. As getting a little bit squirrely there, coming out of turn 3, but managed to hold onto it just. This is something that I've actually noticed by quite a few of the prototypes in particular today, is that a lot of them are getting snap overs here on the exit of corners.
Yeah, I wonder if that is just the nature of the bumps, to be honest. And I mean, this car is like that a little bit, just with how it drives, how the geometry is on that car. But I wonder if it's just to do with the bumps, because as you're coming out of the corner, obviously you're trying to load up the car in such a way to get the grip, but then if there's all these bumps putting extra energy into the suspension, it can be just that little bit harder to control. And it's always a bit of a balance with trying to get the car to behave well in some corners, and then try and get the traction out of the slow speed as well. Is certainly a tricky one for the teams to manage, but the people to do that the best over the last year and a half has been Race Clutch in this championship. Of course, in this car, they've been doing a good job this season, and in the car last year in the DPI, the Cadillac DPI that we had. It was, it was very fast. It was almost too fast with how quick it was, and it was literally almost like the old LMP1s back in the day, and therefore you really had to have the aero platform going with that. and they were one of the best to work out. And along with Sebring, really challenged up towards the front, and it looks like they're doing it again once more. But it seems like the likes of Go Team, the likes of Seawolf as well, they're really bringing it to Race Clutch this season.
Yeah, and as you were saying, with how fast they were, it then almost becomes like a closed cockpit open wheel car. The fact that you have to rely so much on this aerodynamics, if you like.
Yeah, especially the car last year. It was, at least in my opinion, because we had obviously the DPR for 2 years. The first year was basically just like the standard car that we had, and it's very much just a little bit faster or a little bit similar to an LMP2. Whereas when we had the changes for the second season last year, the car was lightened a lot more, the brakes were stronger, I think it had more power as well, and it was just so important to have that car balanced correctly, because especially when it was so light as well, it was very important to get that in check. And also just with the way that the aero worked on that car, the ride heights or the rake I should say, was very important. So it was an interesting one, but this Vanwall is very different. It's a lot more like the LMP2 than the DPI was, and it's certainly a new challenge. And I do like it when we have these new cars come into these championships. Also with the GT3s this year being replaced over the GTEs, 2 classes with new cars. It's always a bit different.
Yeah, and then once you get these new cars, it's really a battle over the first season in particular. If you can get used to how to set up these new cars, how to drive these new cars, and essentially once you get to the second and third season, everyone has an idea. So there's a little bit more parity between teams. But really, this first season, it comes into who's better adaptable, as you see that Race Clutch car getting the lead through that gaggle of cars on the exit of Sunset.
Yeah, Go Team there. Mikel Luri just choosing the wrong side of the GT, as it turns out. He went to the left-hand side, but it was Jake Dennehan who kept it to the inside. Took a little bit of a risk, but it's paid off because he's now got the race lead. And after being behind by about 8, 9, 10 seconds when he got out of the pit stop last time around, and now already he's into the lead. And thanks to, of course, the issues for the number 2 Sebring, we now have the number 1 Race Clutch Go. But he actually makes a bit of a lock up there, misses the apex slightly, so he is pushing in that car, and he's already got a decent gap to Mikel Leroux in behind. So the number 1 car goes to the front. Will we see them any more today, or are they just going to show the pace that they've showed all season and pull away now?
That is the question to ask in the next essentially 3.5 hours of the race, perhaps just a little bit more. But yes, Jake Dennehan in that number 1 car. Look at the gap already. I make that about 1.5 seconds, and the pass wasn't even a lap ago.
Yeah, this is not looking great, but I do have a feeling with the pit stops being recently that there is an offset of tyres, because on this car you can you can change even just 1 tyre if you want, but there is definitely an advantage to only taking 2 tyres, the rear tyres sometimes on this car. So some teams will take 4 in 1 pit stop, and then at the next pit stop only take rears and that sort of thing, trying to alternate, because you do save time, obviously the less tyres that you take, but then you have to drive with older tyres. So I think that might be the situation with Go Team, that this is an older tyre stint for them compared to Jake, because we know Jake's fast. He is one of the fastest guys on rFactor 2 right now, but he's got a lot of pace right now.
Yes, indeed, and this Race Clutch car, 2.7 seconds now the gap, has won 3 of the 6 races so far in the LMH class, and has had good results in the others. But what particularly helped was that win at Daytona a couple of races ago. Daytona 1.5 times points, which means the full 90 there. And that really helped when it comes to this points championship. And indeed, it looks like that gap will be extended even further, because number 2 car, which we've seen, is back in the pits in 7th position. The Wincheck car, which is in 3rd position in the standings, is down in 5th position in class. So it definitely looks like that Race Clutch car, that number 1, will be extending that championship lead by a number of points, a good number of points, question is, how many will it be when the checkered flag falls?
Always got other positions around the outside. Is going to be for Stefan Rout. Had to just back out of that one. Now he's going to slide in between the GTs, and he's going to go to the left-hand side of Juicy's coming in towards turn 1. He was having to think about what's turned into 11th place, trying to get past the Ramada Motorsports of Ricardo Lopez, but not that time around. But certainly for Netrex, they've got one car up in 3rd, and this car a little bit further down in 12th, a lap down, but still not too bad of a showing for them. They have had a bit of an up and down season. They've swapped drivers around, multiple cars and this sort of thing, but it's their number 28 that's on screen. This is down in 8th place in the championship. The 27th is down in 11th place in the championship. That's the car that's up in 3rd place, but it's good to see that they're showing some good results once more.
Yeah, half a second the gap up to the 11th position in class for Stefan Leo in a Netrex GP car. And yeah, at some point that car in front, the rear wing will get so big in the windscreen you can't actually see where you're going, and that could be a little bit detrimental. But no doubt this Netrex car will have a good go at making it past. Indeed, might do that right now, coming through Bishops and down to Le Mans.
A lovely move there by Stefan Rout. Slid his way through up the inside and has managed to hold it through the chicane and back onto the Ullman straight. Is that going to be enough momentum? I think it should be, despite being obviously slightly tighter onto the apex. But yeah, he's massively pulled away actually on the straight. So that is a lovely move there for the number 28, who is of course trying to work their way up. And you can see actually there on the front left tyre, he's got green tyres. On the rear left was yellow. So he's got hard tyres on the front left and mediums on the rear left. So this is what I was saying earlier, how you can sort of change the tyres like that. And it's obviously working out well for them. Is it yellow on the other side? I think it is. I think they've just got a hard on that front left. So this is the type of tyre strategy that you can do to try and get your way a little bit further into the race on one corner of the car at least.
And indeed, that does make sense when you consider that a lot of the high-speed corners here are front left are right-handers. Really, the only high-speed left-handed corner that I can think of around here is turn 1, but the others, like Tower, like Cunningham, and like Sunset, and Le Mans, and the last corner of the Le Mans Complex, they are all pretty fast right-handers. So it does make sense to put that different compound in the front left. And
I love that they're even trying this. Of course, we're race 7 of the championship now, and we've had this situation all season, so they certainly know what to do. But it's the fact that they would have obviously had to test that at some point, no matter what race it was earlier in the season, and think, if we can actually just do one singular tyre being different, why don't we just try it? For instance, on the front left, as you're saying, this track is a clockwise circuit, so it's the front left tyre that takes the most beating. And even though it might be slightly slower in theory, because hard tyre is going to be slower than a medium, if that then balances out the wear over the course of a double or triple stint, then that is going to make it faster overall on terms of consistency. So that is pretty cool, and not something that you see every day, especially with the modern world now and how the tyre rules work. But in VEC, we can have these cool strategies. This is when the goating cars slides up the inside of them down there in towards turn 1.
And yeah, this is something that these faster classes always need to make sure of, is that they don't interfere with the slower ones, because that will be a big penalty coming their way should they make contact, because it is of course in the rules that it's the job of the faster class to make its way around the slower one. But yes, this Netrex car is actually put a very nice gap, hasn't it, over it passed not too long ago.
Yes, did a good job for the Netrex team right now, and of course they've had an interesting last few years in general. Actually, have Netrex in 2021. They sort of had this little bit of a rebrand as such. They tried to really push forward with a sort of young driver program as such, work some drivers up, and then in 2022 they had some nice partners get involved as well. and they were really looking like they were going to challenge up towards the front. They got into the Formula Pro series as well, and they were looking very nice. They got some good partnerships in there over the course of the last few years. At one point, they were partnered with Unicorns of Love and some other teams in there are working together. Now sort of back on their own and just trying to enjoy the races. And certainly for one of the oldest teams in rFactor 2 sim racing, I believe they were founded in 1998, which, fun fact of the day, is the same age as me. So a whole sim racing team is the same age as me, which is quite worrying, considering that's starting to make me feel quite old now.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the year after I was born as well, so yeah, roughly the same age as all of us, and this is how we make Jimmy Allison feel very old.
I don't think he needs to. I don't think we need to make him feel that. I think he feels that already, in some ways. But yeah, Jimmy is a good example as well for someone who's been around sim racing a long time. That is what I love now. That he's just sent me a very PC GIF to reply to that one. But yeah, certainly it's good now that we have these people who have been around sim racing for a long time. Even myself, 2016 I started. So yeah, this is my 9th year in sim racing, and it's certainly good that the history is coming into it now. We have multiple time champions in so many series, and there's actually a bit of sort of heritage, and there's like multiple generations of drivers coming through now. We really see a new generation with the likes of Jake Dennehan, who's leading this race at the front, also like Martin Hemmingson there, second place in LMP2s. It's some of these younger drivers.
Yeah, these younger drivers coming through just goes to show how fast, really, some of these people are. And as you said, people like Jake Dennehan, one of the fast. Well, in your opinion, one of the fastest people in rFactor 2 right now. Of course, we see a lot more of them, and indeed, these drivers just keep on getting younger and younger, and just goes to show how accessible sim racing is nowadays. Having a look here at Luigi Rosso in 7th position in the CMT Go Team LMP2 car, and was making a move almost for 6th position, but you can see the car ahead has come into the pits. I think that was the level 1 car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Adam Smith's, who we were looking at a little bit earlier. See, changing the right side tyres there, which is interesting around here. You'd obviously expect the left tyres, but I'm sure the left will jump up at some point a little bit later as well. But that is obviously leaving Russo out there. And then another driver in the pit lane right now is Ramada for Ricardo Lopez for Ramada Motorsports, has come down the pit road as well. So pit window is still open now. On to lap 151, at least for the hypercars of this race. 269 is the lap count, but of course we have the 8-hour time limit, and we were very close to half distance in terms of laps at the half distance in terms of time. So it is going to be close which one is used as the determining factor. But if this pace continues to show from Jake Dennehan, and then maybe we do get the lap counts in. We'll have to see. Oh, who is that going off?
Oh.
That is Juice is in the background. Netrex slightly involved in that as well. That was very clumsy indeed, coming through that part of the track. But I think they've just about all come out okay.
Yeah, I think just got away with all of that. But yeah, again, we've seen quite a few cars off at tire throughout the race as well. I guess it's just one of those ones that's easy to overcook slightly.
It's a horrible corner. Actually,
Here we
unfortunately.
go.
So see, Netrex coming to the outside. Oh, classic move there to the outside, and Ursling gets a huge clump on his front left, spinning the car into the grass. Managed to rejoin nicely, but that is the classic move into that corner. It always happens whenever a prototype tries something like that. There's always contact. I don't know what it is about that braking zone, but it's just so, I guess, narrow. It's got a bit of a kink to it, and it just always seems to bring incidents.
Yeah, so I think that's the Netrex car just pushing a little bit too much right there on the outside, trying to squeeze past when there was maybe just a car with minus a couple of centimeters room. Yes, we'll see if that is alerted to the stewards, and the stewards will have a look at this over the next week or so, and then the penalties will be handed out next time out at Imola, which of course is a very difficult track to overtake at.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to Imola though. As you say, it is a little bit difficult because the straights are so short and there's all these chicanes in between. The chicanes aren't the easiest to make the overtakes, but that track just has some sort of flow about it. And I really think out of all of the tracks on rFactor 2, it is number one. And I do not mean that lightly. It is genuinely probably my favourite track to drive on rFactor 2. I really, really like it. There's just something about it. I don't know what it is, but it just has this flow to it that you don't get anywhere else. So I'm really, really looking forward to that and how these drivers are going to manage that, because it's not going to be an easy one for multi-class. You've been there a couple of times back in the day with the old McLaren Senna, and then we went there a year or two ago as well. So we know what it's like around there, but it doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
No, certainly not. And it's rather similar to what Lorenzo was saying earlier with regards to Sebring at Imola. Essentially, once you're out of one corner, you're already gearing up for the next one. It really is kind of a never-ending series of corners. You don't really have that much time to relax at Imola. You perhaps have the front straight coming up towards the first chicane, but really that's the only time you can relax there.
Yeah, and even then, it's not straight. There's a couple of kinks in it as well.
Indeed,
so
yeah.
You still have a bit of thinking. And I do like what they did there. I mean, it was quite a while ago now. It was probably about 15 years ago, where they sort of reconfigured that front straight. So it's a straight the whole way down. We don't have the chicane only for when World Superbikes goes there. We use the chicane. But so that front straight has obviously made some big overtaking opportunities down into the Tumbarella chicane. And then, of course, the track just starts flowing. It's got all the elevation change. That's probably a big part of it as well. So many tracks are flat nowadays, big elevation change, and it's very highly committed as well. But it's still got that old school vibe, so it still feels quite dangerous. And especially for the multi-class, as I was mentioning, it's going to be a tough one for these hypercars to try and get through, because if you get stuck behind a few places like that, you really, really lose some time. Here at Sebring, we basically have 5 straights on this track, even though a few of them all of them, apart from the back straight, have a bit of a kink or some sort of weird thing going on about it, but still, it gives you the time to overtake, but not at Imola.
Yeah, and you're speaking about flat circuits. Well, Exhibit A is directly in front of us, isn't it? It's a Sebring flat. The pancake for it is an old air base. It's an Air Force base, I think, wasn't it? Rather than just an airport.
Yeah, I believe it was to the war, yeah.
Yeah, having a look at all these LMP2 cars in the pit lane simultaneously, like we've seen so many times before. But of course, something you have to keep in mind is that the Ferrari is on a little bit of an off strategy when compared to everyone else, about 12-13 laps off.
Yeah, and that of course is only going to add up over the course of the race. Obviously, if they're saving laps, etc., compared to some other people. But we know that the drivers in this car, of course, we've got Alex Siebel, Dennis Jordan. Then we also have Isaac Ellison and Timo Antonovsky, of course, who started the car. But the likes of Alex Siebel, Dennis Jordan, multiple-time champions in this series, and also in a couple of different categories as well. And that is one of the things that they were always really strong about, especially when we saw the really, really close battles back in the day, when there was, Algira, AAA, I should say, back in the day with the Senna, and then of course in the LMP2s, there's that big season with Varga, and they were always able to try and find something on the strategy, even if they didn't quite have the raw pace. So you would expect that they've worked that out for this car as well, and it seems to be working quite nicely, because they're leading the championship by a decent margin coming into this race.
Yeah, that's something you always want. You always want to keep that margin as large as possible, so it gives you as much of a buffer as possible coming into Le Mans, because you can never know what happens there, especially with the 1.5 times points as well. Makes it that slightly a little bit more important. As that's a prototype going round in the foreground.
Is that level 1? Might have been coming through turn 1 there. and that is certainly a very awkward position of the track, actually, to have that spin and to try and get going. It's not the nicest, not the nicest place in the world.
49, I think.
If we could try
Might have been the single 49.
Yeah, it might have just been actually. I just saw the orange on the back. We're seeing Jake Dennehan. Oh, Jake Dennehan clipped the wall himself, and yeah, you're right. It was the Seawolf car. I think Dennehan, as I said, chunking the wall there when he's leading by 8-9 seconds. That is showing that he's pushing the limit.
Yeah, pushing the limit as well. But I also think Denham might have been spooked a little bit, almost by the yellow flag suddenly popping up in front of him on the dashboard.
Yeah, it comes quite late, to be fair, and that first corner is so committed that it's actually quite difficult to go slow through there. Slowing down mid-corner is very, very dangerous. You're already right on the limit of the car at that point. But I think just about getting away with that in the end. So we've got another driver stopping around. So this is the same 58. So Diogo Silva out of the car. Sensio getting in it. So another pit stop there coming through. As we're seeing multiple pit stops continue to come in. There's the Netrex that we were looking at a little bit earlier. 28s they are in, and also Vinchulo for Arms Cyber as well. Coming down pit road on lap 156 for the leaders at this moment in time.
Here we go, we've got another one here. Indeed, this is the Seawolf Net Race car, the prototype you saw going up the inside, perhaps. Like a 253 car at the moment, and there's nothing the Seawolf car could do to avoid it.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. They timed it perfectly to slide up the inside. Unfortunately, the Mercedes was just sliding and spinning in front of them. And yeah, it's so difficult to back out of it at that point because you're really loaded up on that front right. So then if you start braking, of course, the rear then lifts up. Everything's on that front right, and you're just going to go for a spin yourself if you start smashing on the brakes at that point. So yeah, it's a difficult one to get out of. But then obviously if you lift off, you're just going to understeer as well. So it's a very difficult situation and very, very unfortunate there to spin around for that number 49 entry, which is now all the way down towards the back of the pack in class.
We're having a look here at Marco Vinchulo in this Arms Cyber car. 12.5 seconds to the next car in front, which is the gold car, I think, isn't it? The Gold Racing Esports.
Yes, it is. It's Jacob Reed, but it's some 12 seconds up the way, which is a decent way. And especially with someone like Jacob Reed, who's a very skilled driver. I don't think that's going to be coming down too often. Let's see as they come across the line. They make up a position because Sergio Mendes is into the pit lane, but I do wonder what the lap time difference is going to be. Vinchulo was on the out lap last time around, so he is again. So unfortunately, we don't get a representative lap time from him. We'll have to see next time to see what the pace difference is like. But that is certainly going to be a close battle between them over the next stint that they're in the car.
So Vinchulo coming through turn 3, 4, and 5. Now, you always want to hit that curb on the inside of turn 4, the right-hander there, but you can't because it is deceptively high.
Yeah, it's a scary corner actually. That whole little sequence, the sort of 3, 4, 5, the 3 apexes, all of them, they have these massive curves. And especially the first one, turn 3, you want to get a really, really late apex. And turn 4 is a big curve, but you actually can sort of send it over, but you've got to do it just the right amount. If you don't do it enough, you hit the curb with the wheel and then it bumps the car up. But if you go over it too much, then you skate on the underside of the floor. So you have to get that just a little bit in between the middle of the floor and the tyre and just get it perfectly. Then of course that opens up turn 5, which again, you don't want to hit the curb because you need the car settled for the straight. So it's a very important point of the lap for the lap time as well. If you can get a bit of a flow, a bit of a rhythm there, you can definitely gain a couple of tenths.
Here comes Vinchulo. Appears to be a little bit faster. That gap's now 11.5 seconds. So a little bit of time being gained on that Gold Racing Esports car, but of course, because it is 11.5 seconds still, it'll be a number of laps before we see a side-by-side battle there, and a side-by-side battle here we're having a look at for 12, and there's more contact at turn 1. Oh, and that's a big hit on the outside for that Brabham Esports Mercedes.
Yeah, Zagava gets back going as all
And
the
that's the
Gold
Gold
Esports.
car.
Jacob Reed was involved with the rejoin, as there's something has happened to him on the XL turn 1. I'm sure he was just ping-ponging there off the Ferraris. They were working their way through turn 1, and I'm really surprised Zagava is going in a straight line, to be honest, although he is really wiggly. There must be some damage on that car, surely. He hits the outside barrier very, very fast.
Yeah, that was a pretty sizable hit. You could see it get up into 2 wheels actually when it hit the barrier. And I think, if memory serves me correctly, hit perhaps in that left rear corner. There could be a little bit of rear suspension damage to the left side suspension damage there as well, which will be very, very difficult to control.
It's going to be a tough one for them looking back at the replay. And it does look like they're continuing on, as there's Jacob Reed also continuing on. Did he lose the place? Because we were mentioning how there was a decent gap in behind, but I think he did lose the place. Yeah, Vinchulo is literally just in front of him. So that is big shame for Jacob Reed, who had a good chunk of time. It was about 11 seconds we were mentioning, and now that has been turned around. Let's see the replay of this coming through turn 1. And who is going to appear ahead of him? Oh no, it was actually the McLaren slowing down ahead of him. And that is exactly what I was talking about. When you try and slow down mid-corner for Jacob Reed, as he was trying to do check up, you just lose the rear end.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. It's exactly what you said not even 10 minutes ago. Smashing on the brakes during the middle of a corner, especially a fast corner such as T1, and that is exactly what happens.
Yeah, I always try and imagine the car as like, you know those stadium super trucks that they have that do the big jumps, but they got the really long travel suspension. If you try and imagine the car like that, as you go into, obviously, the turn 1 there, all the weight goes down onto the front right tyre. So then if you brake again, it lifts up the rear left even more, and the rear becomes so loose. And it's a very difficult thing to do. Of course, this is happening in a micro situation, with millimeters, but it really is a big, important factor for the weight balance of the car, as we're seeing a huge battle forming here. Coming down for P6 in your GT class, we've got Daniele Canestracci in 7th position for Sim 3, trying to chase down that one. The Blackhawk car's just up ahead, getting very close in towards the final corner as they get closer and closer. But Cusack is doing a good job there to hold on for now.
Indeed, doing a great job, as you said. And this lovely onboard, you can see how lovely and nice and smooth this front straight is. But as soon as you get into turn 1, and then it comes down towards that what you said about suspension, you can just see how bumpy it is normally. Never mind if you need to try and slam on the brakes at the same time, like you saw with that good car.
Yeah, it's not a fun one riding around here, to be honest. It's a fun track, it's a fun layout, but it's it's certainly a lot of vibrations going on. And this is actually one of the tracks where you have to turn on the stabilized horizon graphics setting, at least I find personally, just because otherwise the car in front of you is going up and down on the screen. But certainly it's a challenge, and that is what we like. These billiard board tracks, modern tracks that we have nowadays are cool in some ways, but not cool in many others. And having the bumps and the elevation changes is what we like, as that is certainly getting very close there for Canestracci, as he's really closing up to the back of the Blackhawk car now, working his way through to where we saw the contact a few laps ago. But it looks like they're able to not do that in class between the GT3s, and now onto this back straight. What is the Ferrari's top speed like compared to the Aston Martin? He's closing in ever so slightly. He's going to have to go to the right hand side the long way around in towards the braking zone. He's going to have the inside line and should find his way to slide up the inside and make the move, as they're going to have the Hyperion LMP2 go past, but it doesn't affect anything as they hold on to that 6th place.
Yeah, it was a nice textbook move there. So we're having a look at a replay. What is this? It's Sport Milan in the one Apple car. What has happened here? Coming up towards Sunset, there's a prototype there on the inside. Is it 3 into 1? Don't go? Not quite. I think that was just a move by Borla.
That was a nice move.
Yeah,
Sliding
that was a
up
nice
the
move. I was
inside.
expecting an incident, but it's just a nice overtake. Yes.
Yeah, we don't always see replays of good things, unfortunately. Mostly the replays are of bad incidents, but that was a nice one there for Juanico. Of course, not necessarily having the day that they would have wanted. Down in P11, a lap down. They've got the Brabham car that was just into the wall, remember, not too long ago. Zagova there, but he chunks the curb as well. Humphrey Cunningham, but certainly he's trying at this point of the race to hold on, but not enough as Borja Milan there goes through. They do have 25 seconds to the next car up ahead, so they are going to be a little bit in no man's land is the Juanico car now, because I would assume they're going to pull away due to the damage of the Brabham car, but still, one position is one position.
More points towards your final season standing. And speaking of that gap for the leading the GT3 class appears to be a little bit spicy.
Yeah, it's getting close, and Yunus Rivio is leading the way with Wojtek Polesny in behind. So, is this a change of hand towards the front at this just after the midpoint in the race? We're coming up to the end of the 5th hour now, as the sun is slowly but surely starting to go down here in Sebring, sort of South Florida region, as the 89 leads the way. We're going to have the Go Team hypercar coming past them not too long, but yeah, it's Tom saying a sim racing. Wojtek Polesny in behind at this moment in time, and that is going to be the important battle, I would assume, at this point in the race, because I wasn't quite expecting to see BS plus Zoom sort of winning and leading races potentially, just with the up and down season and the bad luck that they've had, but they've seemingly got an opportunity here.
Yeah, and a very good opportunity to get that win, to get in that top step of the podium. As you point out, just having a look at where the, if I find the correct tab, is this one. Fantastic. That number 86 BS plus Zoom competition car, 17th overall in the standings, but yes, as you said, began the season actually in Division 2, I think, or were they in Division 2 until this race?
They win Division 1 for the first couple of races. The issue is they had issues. I think it was at Bahrain. They had a crash in Road Atlanta. So had a few issues towards the start. Then they went back down to Division 2. Now they come back up again. And of course, when you're in Division 2, you get less points because the championships are merged. There's just like a bonus that's given for each division. So of course you get less points for that as well. So that didn't help their points count. So they've just had a few too many issues. But they are leading this race at what is over half distance as well. So looking good. Of course, there's still a couple of hours to go, but they're in the best position that they've been in for quite a while.
Yes, so they were in Division 2 last race because the standings on the website haven't quite yet been updated. But that's fine. I wasn't quite sure if you began the season in Division 2 or whether they were there last time round. But yes, got promoted up back into Division 1. They're doing a very good job, ensuring that they probably deserve to be here. And it was just, as you said, a run of bad luck.
Yes, it's done well. And I was just having a look. Yeah, I believe, trying to see exactly, I think it's since the last race. Yeah, so after the last race, the number 6, the 46, the 228, the 89, and the 296 all got promoted. So that's Seawolf, Hypercar, the Visceral LMP2, the Level 1 LMP2, and then the BS Plus and the Force Slovakia GTs, both getting promoted back up after the last round at Road America. So they had to do Road America and the Daytona 24 hours in the Division 2, but they did well enough to get re-promoted back up in towards Division 1, and that's of course their hope now, is to stay there for the last few races of the season. You mentioned, of course, we've got Imola next, but then after that it is the big one at Le Mans, so they definitely want to be in Division 1 for that.
Indeed, and yeah, you'd always want to be there on the broadcast. Oh, just a minute there in the background. It was that gold team racing car again, almost getting instant 3 wide coming into turn 3 is really not the best idea. But yes, somehow made it stick along with that simulation for Hollindale and Mayday as well.
These guys do not back down, do they? They just keep on going at it, and the battles are pretty intense. So in behind the BS car, we have a big battle. It's Nick Mora in the level 1 car now. He's got in. Marco Vinchulo is up ahead of him, and they're really battling close now. Of course, they got the gold car not too far up the road as well. Jacob Reed in that machine. So it's almost a 3-way battle here, and just about see the gold car ahead of the Armed Cyber. And as they come in towards this next part of the track at Tower, this is where level 1, we're trying to stay close, trying to get a bit of a move, maybe up towards the chicane or down in towards the final corner after the next back straight. And they're certainly pushing high speed over the bumps. The cars move it around all over the place, but the battle stays very intense.
Yeah, very intense, which is what we love to see here in the VEC. And yeah, coming in towards Sunset Bend, 1.5 seconds separating these 3 cars. The Gold Racing Esports, the Armed Cyber, and the level 1 Esports car overtaking that slower traffic on the left-hand side. And perhaps having a look towards the inside almost there was the level 1 Esports car on the Armed Cyber coming up into Sunset. The Gold car comes into the right-hand side there, comes into the pit, so both of these cars will be promoted at 1 position. And here we go up the inside, perhaps for the level 1, and the Armed Cyber car just lets off the throttle and lets that position go.
Or maybe thinking about
that
it.
That was a little bit of a slide there coming through turn 1 for the level 1 Esports car.
Yeah, it was definitely on the limit of the grip there, of course, being slightly on the inside line as well. You have to slow down ever so slightly more than being on the racing line, slightly less efficient of a radius, of course, but he managed to make it work. And P6 is theirs, thanks to Gold, of course, going into the pit lane, as you mentioned. So that's Jacob Reed down pit road. But Vinchulo has to settle for 7th place. He could have fought it around the outside, but the issue is turn 1 is so wide, and then, because it's basically just a big concrete strip, there used to be a runway.
It is,
and
yeah.
then, just 90 degrees off to the left of this, they just put a road, which is the normal sort of 3-4 car wide. So you come from this really wide bit, and it just pinches you into a normal, sort of 10-meter wide section of road. It's very weird how much it narrows, and that is why we see the issues with the pit exit here as well, because it is just so narrow.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of somewhere else in the calendar you have such a pinch point, but I can't particularly think of any on the calendar that we've had so far.
Yeah, it's a very unique track. This, of course, there's so many tracks, in the world that used to be these sort of airports and aerodromes and such, especially in the UK. Loads of our tracks are like this. Snetterton used to be one. I believe even Croft used to be one as well. Silverstone, of course. Thruxton is around the outside, and they just use the roads around it. But here at Sebring as well, there's just something about it. Don't know what it is, but it just has this completely different vibe, and especially as a lot of it hasn't changed in so many years. You see down the pit lane above all the garages, they've got the names of all of the endurance race winners here, for instance, and it just shows the heritage that it's had, and the fact that it hasn't changed over all these years, especially in the last 20 years when so many tracks have been redeveloped. It's quite cool that it's stayed the old retro feel.
Indeed, I can tell you one circuit that wasn't a strip.
Oh, that was a massive slide,
Yeah,
and a bit of a tag.
that was a big slide.
Oh, and then also the, I think it's a satellite car coming through on Simfream as well. That was not nice there.
Was it contact?
Yeah, it was Canastracci getting hip checked out of the way. They've been unlapped by one of the satellite cars, but that was a huge lock on the rear for the level 1. And now that is going to be potentially a bit of damage for Canastracci. Hopefully they can continue on nicely with that one. But that just shows you, I bet you what it was going down into first gear in this car. It's just a little bit short. There's a lot of engine braking, and unfortunately you can't adjust the engine braking. And if you just mistime that first gear shift, it just pulls the rear out.
Yeah, and it could be very difficult. Well, of course, as you said, it just bumps up the revs and almost wouldn't quite say locks up the rear tires. It almost has the same effect as that, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough thing to manage, and as mentioned in this car, LMP2, the fact that you can't adjust the engine braking is probably one of the most difficult parts of the car, because it really does have a lot. So you have to be managing those gear shifts very, very well, because of course you can't really change the gears either. So first gear is probably just a little bit too short, really. But it's just something that the drivers have to manage, and it's fine. It's just you have to wait longer for the downshift. You have to wait for the revs to go down that little bit more. But he was obviously just pulling up there really quickly, like, oh no, I need to stop. And unfortunately, just pulled the gears a little bit too fast.
Yeah, that can be so painful sometimes as well. You can see an incident coming, but there's nothing you can do to stop it. Yeah,
not really. I mean, you could just time the overtake a bit better, I guess, is the savage way of putting it. But it's difficult because when you're trying to go through the traffic fast, I mean, you want to just you want to get it done, but you got to keep calm in these situations.
Precisely. So here comes the Netrix GP car, perhaps in that number 30 on-off car. Now, and suddenly we get all of the battles almost at the same time.
One thing that I thought was quite interesting, we're mentioning Netrex. They did a bit of a swap around as well. So Danny moved from the 28 to the 27. Of course, basically the team boss there over at Netrex, and he's now in the car that he moved him. He's now sort of doing better in the car that he moved himself to, which is very weird. Although actually, looking at it, he was in the 27 earlier this season, and then for the last race moved to the 28. So they've sort of been moving the drivers all around. I guess it depends for the availabilities of which drivers are able to do each race. But certainly a bit of an interesting one. But it's working out for him today, as he might be able to get this 4th place.
Yeah, and sometimes you just need to do that to make sure that all of your cars can actually take the green flag and never mind the checkered one at the same time. And sometimes this is just a little bit of careful to make sure that your cars stay in the championship hunt. And having them at the stand, the Netrix number 28, 8th position in the standings at the moment. The number 27 is in 11th. So there's only 8 points separating the two of them, but between the Netrix 28 and essentially, I think that 5th position in the championship is only 14 points. It's not that much at all.
And those points will be very, very close when we get towards Le Mans, because of course we have the extended points system in Le Mans as well. So if you can stay within those sort of 5, 10, maybe 15 points to the cars around you, and you might be able to gain a few positions. So that is why they fight so hard. Fight so hard with these positions. And coming in towards Sunset Bend, is Danny going to dive up the inside? No, he's a little bit further back. I thought he was having a bit of a run, but no, he's trying to get every little bit of slipstream from the Seawolf car coming through. But as you come onto the front straight, is there going to be any sort of hope of an opportunity here for Danny Van Den Eek coming to start another lap in his Netrex GP machine in towards turn 1, but not close enough yet, but he's getting there. Just maybe another lap or two.
Yeah, not too long ago until we perhaps see a side-by-side battle. This Netrix car we're on board with, and a fantastic little view towards the rear end of that number 30 on-off racing car. This battle for 4th position. There's a little bit of a gap back up to that final podium position. Actually, that 3rd position, if I find the standings once more, and indeed, it's the extra an extra few seconds up towards that final podium position. But this on-off race car is doing a good job at the moment, doing a nice defensive job, being enough just to get not beat under attack.
Yeah, it's working out nicely for them at this moment in time, as Danny Lou lost a couple more tenths there coming through the tricky section towards the top of the track. But now he's going to have to try and close in once more. As we see Ferrari finally come in for their pit stop, being a bit off strategy to everyone else, but it's working out for them. As it's that going to be tyre change? Yes, it is. Alex Siebel in the car at the moment. Let's see if he stays in.
And 100 laps to go as well.
Ooh. What is that on the maths? Let's do a bit of calculation. What is that on the maths?
I'll let you do that. I'll let you do the maths, but yes, about 100 laps to go here at Sebring, but it might be 99, it might be 98, because we're right on the cusp of there being of this being timed rather than distance, but it's going to be very difficult to tell what is going to happen there. But yes, there's a smoking car going, streaking past on the front straight.
Yeah, which is a weird one. To be seeing that down a straight. Yeah, certainly a funny situation. Obviously, you mostly see the smoke and stuff when it's crashes, which in a straight line is very difficult indeed. There's a few other teams coming in. Who have we got? We got Maracek for Slovakia, and then we also have Gandosi as well for the ERT Tameli car. So a few pit stoppers in there, but Nerex have been able to get through to on-off racing. 1 lap ago, we're half second ahead, and now they're half second behind. So something's obviously gone on there for Danny van der Liet there to get himself up into 4th place. As for the time being, at least, Iris take the lead due to the Ferrari pit stop.
Yeah, gets that provisional lead. Oh, was that on-off car? Cherry Rio goes a little bit wide there at Tara. Gets into the grass on the outside, which is not preferable.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. I mean, I know we have rented the track for the weekend and you pay for it, but it's not the fastest way around. Of course, is staying on the tarmac or the concrete as it is for most of this track around here as well. And just getting some little inside tips as well from certain LMP2 team managers. Won't shout them out to reveal all the strats, but they have calculated that it does look like it is going to be the time-based race. We are going to be some laps short, and that of course is helping strategies and the numbers to the end.
You know you want to tell us who it is. Go on. You know you want to. Go on.
Why would I want to shout out Anthony Nispon like that? I mean, that is just a really, really unfair thing to do.
I know, and you could have literally just picked any name out of the team managers. You just happened to pick that one. I know.
No, he's good. Won't say the numbers, but of course, yeah, it's looking a bit nicer in many ways, of course, because if you had to do the full distance, it changes things a little bit. You've got to do more laps, therefore you have to have more fuel. You have to do more laps on the tyres. So if you take a few laps out of the race, then it just makes everything that little bit easier. As the race, of course, continues on in LMP2, this seems to be where all the battles are over the course of the hour or so that I've been in the commentary box. And Arm Saber now on the back of level 1 esports for 6th place.
Yeah, about a second or so separating the two of them. As the race clutch car comes in from the lead, the same goes for the second of the Go TV cars in the LMH class. Yes, this Arm Cybercar was pretty close, about a tenth of a second, but just appears to have fallen back due to just catching traffic in the wrong position. Yeah,
the traffic makes the couple of tenths either way very, very important in these battles, and you have to remember, especially in the LMP2, there's very, very little slipstream. So to make an overtake, you really have to be on the back of someone. You have to be getting that momentum. So it's a tough task for the guys to overtake. So if you lose a couple of tenths just in traffic, that is very difficult indeed. As we're seeing some hypercar pit stops. There's Jake Dennehan, we got Cosmo Prosciutto and Dennis Duna as well, all into the pit lane at lap 171. So it is less than 100 laps to go for the hypercars, but we do believe that we are not going to be going to that lap limit. We will be a few minutes shy, thanks to the 8-hour lap time limit that we have in this race. So it's either time or laps, whichever comes first.
Yeah, and as you said, if it was we didn't have that code 8 at the beginning of the race, we could have got to laps, but yeah, it just goes to show how tight it is when it comes to distance versus time, that a singular code 80 can just force it to be time-based.
And it is it's very interesting actually how close it is Just a couple of laps. It's not like we're 15, 20 minutes away from doing it. It's just going to be a few laps here and there. So really is on the limit. But it doesn't really matter for the race leaders at the end of the day. If you're Jake Denhan or for instance Go Team Racing, who are leading at the front at this moment in time, you're just going as fast as you can. If the timer runs out before then that is just happy days. But they will be prepared to go the full distance if it comes that way. And I do believe also in the real life races, or I don't know if they've ever got the lap. Always did that car the background spin? No, I think they just had a bit of a wiggle for the Visceral car. I think in the real life race, because of all the Code 80s, etc., and the full course yellows and whatnot that we've got over the years, I don't think they've even got it back in the day of the P1s as well, just because of how chaotic this race is. But of course, it's a little bit more calm in sim racing, you'd hope.
Yeah, just a touch calmer, not too much though, especially with what we've seen so far today. But yes, the CMT Go Team racing car up into first position for now, but I imagine that lead will be given up when it comes into the pits next time.
Yeah, looks like it's just the strategy at this moment in time. Go Team going a bit longer, which is always a good thing, because at some point, final pit stop, they will have a shorter one. But because of the uncertainty of the lap versus the time, although it does look pretty good that it's going to be some laps less, but you don't know then how many laps it's going to be less. It's a little bit awkward. So let's see, as Eunice Rivio flashing the lights as he tries to hold on to the lead. Wasn't happy with that P2. And you can see why, because Thomas Enger Sim Racing now less than half a second behind.
Yeah, right there on the rear wing is the championship leaders, that number 70 car. Coming through Cunningham, now through the double left-hander, then the slight right before Tower, and yes, and perhaps going towards the inside to try and use that LMP2, that LMP2 car to pit, but not able to do that, and indeed trying to follow that LMP2 car through. He's lost it a little bit of time, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, a couple of tenths going their ways in the background. Now is Go Team steaming into the braking zone, but not making contact with the Ferrari and getting through the chicane as well, through Le Mans Corner on towards the Allman Straight, and they continue on their battle at the front. And I'm loving this, seeing these two battle it out towards the front. Yes, they might not be going side by side every corner, but it's the factor of the pressure. You got to the dominant force of this championship, the number 70 Thomas Enger Sim Racing, putting all of the pressure on the back of BSU competition, but not anymore, because they come into the pit lane, and that is going to leave Eunice Rivio out to hold on to the lead. So it's not a strategy thing as well. It is just the pace that BS have had, and they're able to have this race lead. So it's working out nicely.
Yeah, so fast. And of course, as we've said before, we know how fast the Finn is at the wheel of that BS car.
I mean, he's underrated, I think is the best way. Unfortunately, he has had a few difficult results over the years, as we also see who was also the race leader, LaRue, come into the pit lane. Their sister car in the LMP2 is battling with Danny Van Der Neat. So Van Der Neat's on a bit of a tear. He's got past on-off. Now he's trying to get Go Team to get himself up onto the podium. This is working out nicely for the Netrex team at this point of the race. Let's see if he can do that. Well, actually, Jake Denhan going to be diving it up the inside there. Of course, Jake was sort of part of Netrex, but he was really, really aggressive there as he's fighting for his race himself. And this is opening up the door for Van Der Neat to dive down the inside, but not this time around. But this is getting very messy.
Yeah, getting a little bit messy as we get towards the end of the race. These laps are counting down, the minutes are counting down, and as that does, the intensity just ratchets up a little bit more. And Danny Van Der Neat, as you said, on a little bit of a tear, pretty fast at this moment in time. That Netrex car are looking to get onto the podium. Of course, getting onto the podium is a nice little boost, isn't it, for the team? A confidence boost.
Oh, definitely. And this is going to be a great one. They've got A little way to go, still a couple of stints in this race, but this is looking good. And with how big the gap is behind as well, I mean, they got a minute ahead, but they got 30 seconds behind after the on-off car. So this really is the battle. It's the three-way battle for the final place on the podium. It looks like it's going to be. And as we come through the big bend, down in towards the hairpin, Danny Van Der Neat almost looking up the inside there. He was a bit later on the brakes, has to be careful not to make contact. And he doesn't do so, but he's in the hunt, isn't he? He's obviously feeling good, and he only just got in the car, so he must be on fresh tyres as well. And he is trying to push his way into third place, but he needs to not do so with contact.
Of course, that is the most important thing. If there's contact, you're likely to get pinged for that by the stewards. But yeah, Danny Van Der Neat coming through down towards Bishop and towards Le Mans, and right there ready to pounce. Perhaps we see a move coming down to Sunset.
As he's getting closer onto the back straight. I did mention how there's not loads of slipstreams, so you've got to be right up close behind, and he is very close. Is it enough? I don't think down in towards Sunset, no, it's not. Didn't have the run, but down towards the final corner, he's definitely got more grip and he's got more confidence in the car at this point in time. Interestingly, he doesn't have the hard tyre on the front left like we saw his teammate Stefan Rout do a bit earlier in the race, but look how close he is, coming down the front straightaway, almost pushing the CMT Go Team car up the inside. It's going to be for Danny Van Der Neat. He goes tight to the inside. He's not going to be able to have the speed, and he's actually going to lose out potentially here to On-Off Racing, who hold the momentum down in towards turn 3. They go up the inside, but no, they back out to that one. So that leaves Danny Van Der Neat in 4th place.
Yeah, I was going to say that this also comes down to how well you work as teammates. Like we've said so many times before, it's just perhaps because of how other drivers in that car drive the car, what they prefer, how they essentially get around the circuit as fast as possible. They put a little bit more wear in that left front tyre, which means that hard tyre is needed, whereas Van Der Neat's driving style is so that you don't actually need to do that mixed compound.
Yeah, it also could just be with the strategy that they were. Maybe they were trying to do an extra stint on the tyres last time around. Maybe it's because actually the track temp is getting cooler as the sun is setting. So maybe that is helping the medium tyres just go that little bit longer. Or maybe it is just a preference thing as well. I remember back in the day when I was racing this car a couple of years ago, on the same tyre update that we've got in this car now, and I really did prefer, for inside the mediums to the soft. Even if the soft were technically faster, I would actually myself be faster on the mediums just because the balance of the car felt a bit nicer. So some drivers don't like driving those weird compounds and differences. Up the inside of the final corner, it might be, no, he does look to the inside. That's going to do a bit of a switchback line, so he's going to get a good run here out onto the front straight. Can he keep that momentum? We saw him have a think about it in this very corner 1 lap ago as he closes in. He's getting within touching distance now. Up the inside, they've got a GT car just up ahead. That might just get in the way, actually, for Go Team. This is going to give the momentum to Danny as they come down through turn 2. We've, of course, got the on-off car in the background trying to dial out the inside, but once more, they stay in single file.
Yeah, Rigo is right there, ready to pounce should anything happen to these two. But Van Der Neat doing a fantastic job applying pressure to that Go Team car to get on that final step of the podium. Now coming down into the hairpin now, the biggest braking zone out there on the circuit, and is a little bit of an overlap right there on the apex, almost, perhaps taking a little bit of a tighter line there was the Netrix car, but not able to take advantage of it. Coming up towards Cunningham now, the right-hander. Is there anything the Netrix car can do? No sign, not at this point, because really, as I was speaking with Lorenzo earlier, along this back section of the circuit, you do have braking zones, but they're really not that big.
I
see that is contact.
Oh my word, Danny Van Der Neat, opportunistic, but not enough to make the move. He's going for it every single apex, even if the door isn't really open. He wants to get this move, and he's clearly faster, because despite being all over the place with his lines, with diving up the apexes, he's staying close behind, so he just needs to find a way through. But the LMP2 there for Go Team Racing is doing such a good job. That is Luigi Russo in the 47, and with all this pressure from 2 cars behind, he's keeping that car in the podium places.
Yeah, a fantastic defensive job being done there, as you said, but here we go, and now definitely on the defence once more. This GT car ahead, they'll both get past it before getting it into turn 1, so that is not going to be an advantage for the Go Team car through turn 1. You want to get so close to that inside wall without hitting it. That is the important part before coming up towards turn 3 and braking hard. That 27 car just holding back slightly as the Go Team car gets slightly squarely through turn 3.
And what a battle this is. We're 5 hours, 20 minutes into the race, and they are going for it. Absolutely, giving absolutely everything for this race. And of course, there's still a couple hours to go, but they are really, really pushing hard, trying to get every last centimetre on the track. And that is all it is. If any of these makes this tiniest lockup, then the battle is over. But they're putting the cars in the perfect places at this moment in time. Danny Vandeny once more gets close, almost pushing the Go Team car through coming in. We've now got the Sebring Van Wall trying to get through this part of the track. That might open up this battle just a little bit. They stay behind though, so that's actually a nice point for Vandeny to get close once more. And we do know that this next braking zone is a good one, but is it going to be enough, as that's getting close with Sebring Vandeny not giving him any space whatsoever, but he gets past. And is he going to dive it down the inside? No, he's not. So Sebring actually losing a bit of time here for Netrex, and that is why Vandeny was so tight in his defence there, because he didn't want to let through because he knew the battle would open up.
Yeah, and here comes more LMH cars. Look at look how many cars they've got coming down Almond Street simultaneously, and that really happens occasionally in the endurance racing, doesn't it? You get all of the cars in one section of the circuit, and you've got 2 for 3/4 of the circuit. But that happens, and again, what direction do you go? Left, right, to try and get past all of this GT traffic. And the Netrex car does a good job, as does the Go Team car, of trying to negotiate it all. But look at that, that's the little bit of a gap the Go Team car needed. The Netrex car stuck behind that GT.
Oh, awesome stuff. Loving what we're seeing here. And it's really the major battle that's happening out on the track, but it is continuing on lap after lap after lap, and they are just giving us some great entertainment here as it is getting very, very tight. You're seeing Vandeny getting a little bit impatient, I should say, as they went through turn 1. There's the Understeer United 77 Ferrari that he just got stuck behind, but once more he catches up very, very quickly. They've dropped off the car behind them of the on-off racing, so it's just a 2-way battle now, but I wonder if they are going to close back up into a 3-way battle. Of course, with the traffic coming into it, there's the Juices car around the outside is going to have to be for Go Team, as Vandeny is trying to hold on to the back as he once more thinks about up the inside of the tower, but can't find his way through.
So difficult to make your way past that section of the circuit. You can see the car from second position in the LMP2 class. That Team Irish car is coming into the pits. This battle for third certainly is still hotting up. Here comes Vandeny coming through Le Mans corner now along the Almond Straight. A good opportunity to get a little bit of slipstream, perhaps get a little bit of an overlap going to Sunset, but at this point I think just too far away.
Yeah, for a dive into this corner, but we know Danny loves a late break, and he's getting closer through Sunset Bend there, but actually he's coming into the pit lane. I thought, oh, he's lost a little bit of time, but that's because he had to slow down to get it stopped for the pit speed limiter, and of course on-off racing following them through as well. So Go Team are relaxed of that pressure, and they are going to be getting a bit of an overcut as well. So of course they're on older tyres, but they are less fuel than these two will have on their outlaps. So Go Team might be able to hold on to this through the pit stop sequence as well. And is that no tyres for Netrex? So they're going to stay on a double stint, as you would expect. So I wonder if Go Team, who of course were a bit slower that stint, maybe they changed tyres, and then of course that changes this battle completely.
And of course it depends, because as you said, they're going on different strategies now, but because the Go Team car, as you said, not only has the overcut, but also doesn't need to worry anymore about having to defend, so that allows it to go a little bit faster as well. So we'll see what the lap times are like as they come across the start finish line in a couple of laps once they've come out of the pits and they've been able to have a flying lap, so on and so forth. Yes, having a look out there on circuit, perhaps we'll see this wonderful battle again soon, but but the battle is actually continuing between Regal and Cyber, I think. Yeah, but seconds, less than a second separates the two of these cars still.
Awesome stuff to see the battles come back together, even if they do spread out just a little bit. And yeah, he's getting closer and closer once more. So the battles are not over at this point in the race. And talking of that as well, up towards the front, you do see Race Clutch now lead by almost a minute. But Guillermo Mas, who's got in the car for Go Team Racing, he's very fast compared to Jake Dana, over a second last lap. So I think they just flip-flopped on the tyres. So I think Go Team Racing, they've changed the tyres this time around, which is why they've lost the time. But then, of course, next time, Race Clutch will then take the tyres and it will close back up once more into that very tight battle that we've been seeing between the two. So it just depends how that's going to flip-flop by the time we get towards the final pit stop of the race. That's going to be the important factor for whether the gap is going to be this 1 minute or if it's going to close back up to what we saw a little bit earlier in the race. So it's definitely been a strategic race despite it being green for so long, but that is what we liked when we're seeing some different strategies.
Oh yeah, we love to see things like this. The on-off car is just falling outside the 1 second window now, so it's just falling back ever so slightly, coming up out through Sunset Bend. And you can see, well, the white lines there at Sunset really are just a suggestion, aren't they?
They are not accurate in terms of like the racing line or anything, or the track limits. And we did used to have some rules, I believe, in the qualifying session about not going over it. But in terms of the race, you can basically do what you want, because at the end of the day, there's a wall on the outside there. So if you go too wide, you're just going to be going into the wall. And actually, it's not the fastest line to go all the way to the outside on a normal racing lap. So the white line is certainly not accurate, but it's also because it's just like a massive slab of concrete. So defining exactly where the track limit is it's like some of these more car park tracks that you see with all the tarmac runoff nowadays.
And of course it makes sense for qualifying, because by going out wide there deliberately, you can get a little bit faster across the start-finish line to begin your flying lap. So it does kind of make sense, at least for qualifying for the race, because, well, you're going across there 269 times, so it doesn't particularly matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always find that funny when we did have that in some of the esport competitions a few years ago. And I obviously understand, because, 100th is 100th or whatever in a situation like that. But the run from the start-finish line to turn 1 is so short, but they still were trying to get every last kilometre an hour of speed onto that front straight. That rules had to be introduced. It's quite funny. But obviously it does make sense to go out so wide, as you say, on a normal racing line, because you actually lose time overall if you to go out so wide. But you see there on off, just holding it into the white line there on the entry, but then just going wide and using all of the track on the outside as they can, as they work their way through. As we do see someone else in the pit lane, that is the Arms car, as he's going to drop back and puts Netrex up into that 4th position. But we are still waiting for this Go Team car to come into the pit lane to see where they're going to file out with Netrex.
As there's a quick yellow in sector 1, but that is usually for just the big difference in speed coming out of the pit lane, rather than an instant usually.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one trying to get back up to speed, but then, as you say, of course, you get sort of onto the racing line, but you're still going slow, so that is often why it just pops up. We saw it, I think was it Daytona as well, when every time someone came into the pit lane, because of course you sort of come off onto the apron there and slow down, that thought people were having some sort of incident, but it's just the pit lane entry and exit. And as we are at this point in the race, we also see who's that, Eunice Rivio come into the pit lane for BS Plus Zoom competition. Of course, we saw Tom Zenga actually pit quite a few laps ago. So I wonder what the gap is going to be between these guys when they come out, because that was a bit of a nice overcut there. Although he was, I think, a bit slower on pace, so maybe Thomas Enger were able to undercut.
And yeah, as we know, Thomas Enger, so far throughout the well, not Thomas Enger himself, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, so far throughout the season has been the car to beat, and it looks like that may be the case again today. But that number 89 car certainly doing a good job of putting up a fight. And wondering if there's actually going to be a driver swap, perhaps, in that number 89 car. The other drivers, bar Rayo, in there are, if I find the correct one, Makiyuki, Vinica, Vare, Hera, Fatsi, and Al Sabti, and indeed it is Enzo Fatsi getting in that car.
Yeah, I believe that it's just Yuamaki Yupi and Enzo Fatsi alongside Riva. I believe it's just really those three drivers now. The other two came in, to my understanding, just for the Daytona and presumably Le Mans 24-hour races. But it's good to see Enzo actually come back in, because I do speak with the two of them, Eunice and Enzo. Is he? Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
Where's he gone? Don't tell me he's had some sort of technical issue. Oh no, he has gone out. Poor. No, but he's still having some issues there. I wonder if there's some technical issues. Oh no! That BS car is out of the race. Oh no! So Enzo Fassi just gets in the car. I was just about to say some nice things about him, and it looks like they have DNF'd from this race. That is heartbreaking for Rivio. We were mentioning earlier how he's such an underrated driver, and this team in general has been so unlucky this season, and that is just another one to add to the list.
Yeah, can he actually get a break?
No, I don't think so.
You want to continue with the nice things you were about to say about Enzo? It might make them feel better.
Well, I was just going to say, I do speak to him, a little bit between the races and whatnot. And Eunice, for basically the last months, was trying to convince Enzo to do at least the 24 hours, because they needed obviously more drivers. And then and what Enzo said was he would if they stayed in Division 1. But then, of course, they got down to Division 2. So he didn't race, but then he did obviously then end up fulfilling the promise and coming and racing, which is good. But of course, Enzo, has been around a long time in this racket, but unfortunately, the second he gets in the car and the second he gets out onto the track, unfortunately, he dropped and lost the internet connection. And he went from TeamSpeak as well, so it looks like it was just an issue in the car. So that is, really, really big disappointment for him.
But at least it happened as soon as you got in the car, and not halfway through a stint once you're in the zone, if you like.
What's worse? I don't know which one's worse, because it's so frustrating. Because obviously in real life, we always say it. An internet issue or something like that, software issue, hardware issue, it's like a technical issue in real life, a mechanical failure in real life. Suspension fails, the engine fails, blah blah blah. But it just feels that little bit heartbreaking, that little bit wrong. But unfortunately, that is sim racing, and we rely on internet connections, on computers, on all sorts of different millions of lines of code or software. But every now and again, something does go wrong.
So hopefully Enzo is back out on track already. I think he might be.
Let's have a look. No, he's still down as DNF. So, but it depends. So this is where it's really awkward, because Enzo needs to rejoin the car. But if he's actually had some sort of issue, it wasn't just a timeout where you can just rejoin straight away. If it was actually some sort of issue in the house, then his teammates wouldn't be able to rejoin the car, because to my understanding, the person who's in the car has to be the one to rejoin. So that is going to be very difficult times, and hopefully they don't drop out of the relegation system as well, because that's going to be big points loss. He has got back in the car. That's good. So Yeah, so it's probably about 2 laps, but the way it works in rFactor 2 as well is he needs to go out and do an out lap to start the lap that he was on. So even though he's lost basically 2 laps now, or a lap and a half, he's then going to lose another lap effectively, because this lap he's doing now doesn't actually count towards the race. Just the way that it works in rFactor 2. So this is basically just an out lap to then start lap 160, whatever that he's on. So it's it's pretty heartbreaking.
The Fatsi back out, at least still in the top 8.
I guess that's a positive.
Yes, still
It's,
in the top 8 class, a positive.
It's
for
something.
now.
There's still a lot of cars behind him, so they're doing something right.
But yes, coming through the hairpin once again and accelerating out. And coming up towards Cunningham, which is the first of the main right-handers in the back end of the circuit. As these prototypes go to the inside, that's the Gold Racing Team car in 8th position in the LMP2 class, just going past as well. Having a look out there on circuit as to what we have in terms of battles, there is a battle for, I think this would be, 11th in the LMP2 between the 230 RFRO car and number 50 undercover Raging car. Indeed, Jimmy Hughes driving that number 50 car, but half a second back from getting that 11th position.
And these are certainly important battles for these drivers. Oh no, he's smoking. His engine is smoking there. He's got to be careful with that because, it is against the rules. But also that might
Most
be
important
a
thing
case.
against the rules.
It might be a case that obviously the engine might expire at some point because he's overheating whilst driving, and of course that's when you get all the airflow going through the car, so that is a bit worrying for undercover.
Indeed, it's going to be very worrying. I'm just wondering, because of course it overheats if you are stuck behind someone for too long. So I'm just wondering if, been following that RFRO car for so long, it's now actually causing engine overheat a little bit.
It's a weird one. We don't often see this when cars are going in a straight line, but they must be very on the limit. And they must have just let the car get a bit too hot at the previous pit stop, and then it's not quite able to cool down. Because you really are on the limit of the cooling with this car. So you do have to be very, very careful with that. And they've got to be careful because if it's overheating for so long, then it will eventually just expire. And it doesn't matter that we're only 5 hours and 38 minutes into the race, and you can still blow the engine that quickly.
Jimmy Hughes in this number 50 car. You can see the 12 there in the LED 7-part panel there on the sides of the car. And of course, the blue turns yellow and starts counting seconds when there is a stop being undertaken by the undercover car. We don't see that too often because we don't tend to have a look at the pits, but that is a lot of smoke coming out the back.
And the reason why we see it smoke on the straights is because even though on the straights you get more airflow, so you get more cooling, you are under the most load of the engine accelerating, so you actually make more heat in the engine. At that point the combustion's obviously hotter, so therefore then when you go through the corners you're off the throttle, there's no load, but then you don't cool down in the corners, so that is why it's so on the limit in this car, and you have to be choosing your cooling correctly. But the issue is with the cooling steps is basically like 25, 50, 75, 100% on the blanking, so it's big jumps between the two. So if you think you can just go one step lower and be ever so slightly faster in a straight line, then obviously you're going to do that, but then if you're just on the limit, it's actually worth just to do one click extra.
And of course, you tape up the car as much as possible for qualifying, but you've got to remember to take it off at the beginning of the race. I've known too many people who have went in for a qualifying setup into a race, and yeah, they've had to do engine management the entire time, which is not fun.
But he might be able to make an overtake though. He was looking up the inside, but not enough to make an overtake, and he does have those hard tyres on the front, but they're working well at this moment in time as they both go quite wide to go around the outside of the McLaren. Now down the front straight away. This battle for 11th place in the LMP2 category as it stands. We've got Jimmy Hughes here, and up ahead is Pascal Gross. They do have another 6 seconds to the car ahead, 11 seconds to the car behind, so it's not too big actually. So got to be looking out for that one, but at this moment in time, this is their focus. Hughes trying to get close, but can't quite seem to find a way up the back side of Gross just yet for the rFactor SimSport team.
Indeed, coming through the hairpin now, this right-hander, and yes, this Gross doing a good defensive job at the moment, just fast enough in order to make sure that not under attack at any given time. So good defensive job done there by Gross, and it's good, nice, consistent pace being shown there by the 230 car. And that's what is important in endurance race, especially an 8-hour race like this one, is you've got to make sure that you have that consistency. If you have good consistency, you'll probably get a good result at the end of the race.
And that is why you see some of the so-called slower teams actually get some decent results when the other teams potentially have some issues. But looking at the leaders that we have in each of our classes, of course, we've got Jake Dennehan up towards the front. They were down, I think it was P5 at the start of the race. Colin Spork not doing the best qualifying of his life, but it is working out quite well in this race because they've got themselves back up into P1. They're leading by almost a minute, but there is a slight offset on the tyre strategies going on, so that gap should close in at the next pit stop. But it's the both Go teams rounding out your podium in your hypercar categories. But we do have some big leads in all of the classes, because in your LMP2s as well, we also have Scuderia Ferrari Esports, Timo Andonovski in the car. We had Alex Siebel in it earlier, and he is leading the way by some 70 seconds now from Felix Neuberger, who of course had Martin Hemmingsen in the car with him, who is so fast. They were leading the race at the beginning, but they're now 70 seconds back with Ferrari doing some strategies. And then Go Team, another one of their cars on the podium. So they've got 3 cars on the podium as it stands over the top 2 categories so far, with Luigi Russo rounding out the top 3 in LMP2s. And then in your GTEs, or GT3s I should say, we got Wojtek Polesny for Tom saying it's Sim Racing, leading by some 40 seconds now after we had the issue for the BS Zoom competition entry. And then in second place is now Visceral Esports for the number 58. So another strong showing for them in the BMW. And then in third place, as it stands, is Caspian Motorsport, who are looking a bit stronger this time around. They're set down in 9th place in the championship. So this will be some nice points for them if they can bring that home over the next few hours.
I'm just wondering how much the dynamics will change over the next few hours, because the track temperature is starting to come down. It's now 35 degrees, so this is down about 7 or 8 degrees when compared to myself and Lorenz were commentating.
And that's quite a big jump, because that was, so we've been in around 40 minutes, so that's only about 2-3 hours ago, and that's quite a big drop over the course of that time. So if we have that over the next 2 hours before the end of the race, then that is going to be a huge jump. And I think that's why we saw the likes of Netrex, because that's very close to the wall there for Arms and Ventulo. But I think that's why we saw the likes of Netrex going back to the mediums on the front, because I think with the track cooling, the tyres are just going to last that little bit better.
Yeah, it's something that we always see, isn't it, in so many of the endurance races, that essentially, if you can double stint the tyres during the day, you can treble stint them at night, or perhaps even more as well. And we know this not only from real life, but also from the VEC as well. And
it's a fun thing that we added to RF2. I think, I can't remember when it was now. I think it was the summer of 2022 when the dynamic track temperatures and air temperatures were added in. The track is affected by the air temperature. And it's a really cool thing because it's small, but it does make a noticeable difference. So before, when the track temperature was the same all the time, what you'd have is obviously the tyres behaving the same all the time, and therefore it doesn't matter how long the race is, you know a double stint is double stint, and then you just go copy paste, copy paste, copy paste for how many double stints you needed over the race. Whereas now, especially even an 8-hour race like this, maybe you got to do double, double, triple or something like that, and it just adds that little bit of extra thinking in towards the strategy. And especially in the 24-hour races where, as you're saying, we go overnight and it gets even colder again, then all of a sudden, instead of triples, maybe you think about quad stinting the hards, and then all of a sudden you save two tire changes. Then it starts becoming very interesting. So it's definitely a cool thing that we added to rFactor a couple of years ago, and it's showing its effect here.
Indeed, eventually we'll see the lights. Oh no, the headlights already are on. Soon they will have a real effect, because dusk is approaching rapidly here in Florida at Sebring, and indeed Marcus Pachulo here 1.3 seconds down to the car in front, which is that PGT in the foreground there, just streaking through turn 1.
Yeah, this is...
Yes, Pachulo must be tired at this point of seeing the rear end of that level 1 esports car.
Yeah, they've been there for quite a while, haven't they? They've been trying to make their overtakes. They've been having battles all throughout the stint, especially since Ventulo's been in the car. Going down the inside there, the Caspian 75. That's third place in your GT3, as we were mentioning earlier. But Ventulo getting closer and closer, trying to make that move. But level 1 are having a strong performance here today at Sebring. I'm just trying to see where they are in the championship, because I don't remember them being too high. Yeah, they're down in 22nd in the championship, and they are up here in 6th place. And yeah, I know there's some slightly bigger gaps that have opened out up ahead in the LMP2. It has spread out slightly, but still, that's a strong performance. There's a lot of LMP2s out on the field, and they are working their way nicely. There's 18, there was 20 at the start of the race. There's 18 left, and they are up in 6th place. That is a very nice going for them.
Yeah, a very good showing for that car. Again, just to show that you can have a couple of good races and still actually be quite low in the standings because of how competitive this championship is.
And I think that for some reason the LMP2, maybe it's because it's the same car, but then I guess we also have that, we have had that in the top category as well the last few years too. But even when I was driving the LMP2 a couple of years ago now, that it was insane. We were working our butts off to get inside the top 10. Yeah, and now I think there was 15 cars back when we were doing it, and we were working our absolute butts off to just get inside the top 10. It was ridiculous, and it continues on now to this day, even a few years later, that it's so tight, and that is what we love to see. And of course the LMP2 has been the steed of the endurance pack here on rFactor for a long time. 2018 now it came out, so almost 6 years ago, and it is still going strong, and proving us to be probably one of the best categories, as Russo now finally comes into the pit lane. So he went a lot longer than Danny Van Den Eet, who is coming out of the Monster. Look at all of those LMP2s. He's got gold and Hyperion just behind it.
Yeah, so many line is there, but of course some will be getting the blue flags for being a lap down or so. But look at this, the gold car. And that is the gold car. LMP2 just going up the inside. Danny Vanden has made that move for now. Indeed gets up into that push position.
Yeah, huge undercut there by Danny Van Den Eet, of course, on those nice tyres. Russo was really struggling. That is why Van Den Eet was behind for so long. And then once he got some clear air, despite having a full tank of fuel, was able to go on. So where is Russo? Oh, it's not Russo. It's Zoltan Boda has got in that car. And I believe just because of the gap, there must have been an additional tyre change compared to Danny, of course, because that gap is huge. So that means that the next pit stop, though, is probably going to flip-flop back the other way and be a close battle once more. So yeah, Gold have unlapped themselves. Hyperion are trying to get through as well, as Svikovsky is going to go up the inside there. Danny's needs to potentially just let them go, because both Gold and Hyperion, they are fast cars, so he can follow them through. If he starts battling them, he's just going to get frustrated, and he doesn't really need to with the gap, a huge gap that he's got now to on-off racing.
But of course, with you saying with this flip-flop, who has better tyres for the last stint?
That is the important point to find out, because it depends how many laps we're going to get. But there's going to be 2 stints left in the race. Is that correct?
Whoever has the new
think
pit
so.
stop, so 3 stints.
Oh, sorry, 2
No?
hours. Yeah, sorry. 2 hours left in the race. So that's going to be
So 2
3
pit
stints,
stops.
which
Yeah.
means on-off.
Whoever
so-
has the fresh tyres now will come for the final stint.
Yes, which is
Yes.
Danny. No, it's not. This is difficult to work out. Thinking off the top of my head, as I peer and go for on gold there. Yes, so the next stop, if Danny takes new tyres, then he will have to potentially do 2 and a bit stints by the time he gets there to the end, whereas on-off, we're going to have to do 3 full stints. So I think it might still be in the case of Danny, and then the gap would be as it is. But we'll yet to find out, because we also don't know exactly when the race is going to finish just yet, because we do believe it's going to be short of the lap count due to the time, but it just depends on the pace of Jake Dennehan out front.
Indeed, here comes Danny Van der Meet, 71 seconds to the Team Irish car, so a little bit too much, but really the most important thing that the Netrix guys to focus on is that rear view mirror to make sure that on-off car doesn't come too close, and eventually we might be getting to the point where that level 1 car, the rear end of it at least, does not need to be looked at anymore.
And that will certainly help them, because a full service of tyres is, I believe, 37 seconds. So it's about 19 for only 2 tyres. And I believe it's the same whether you do 1 or 2. So,
I think so, yeah.
yeah, so it's either 19 or 37. So if you can save those extra 19 seconds by doing just 2 tyres at some point, then that is very, very big in these very close battles that we see. Here's Zoltan Boda as he tries to work his way through, and there is the level 1 car that we've been speaking about so much this race right in front of him.
Yeah, so eventually Boda might not need to look at the rear end of that level 1 car anymore. Coming through Tara now, the right-hander, then coming down towards Bishop, will be helped a little bit by the traffic ahead, maybe. Yes, coming to Bishop, these 2 left-handers now down into the Le Mans complex. The right, the left, and the right will be looking to get a good exit out of this right-hander and use all of the slipstream possible to try and get a little bit of an overlap before that slight braking zone for Sunset Bend. And indeed, the Sunset has, well, passed now, I think. Coming down towards Sunset, and indeed there is no overlap this time round. Boda just needs to bide the time a little bit more.
Certainly does, as we come up very quickly actually towards lap 200 of this race. And let's see how this one is of course going to continue. So there's about 60 laps left in this race if we think we're going to be a few laps short. And that's about 2 stints or so left in this race. Diving up there, up the inside is going to be for Boda to get past the raging car, who's still smoking their way through. Then we got Enzo Fazzi in the 89 BS Plus Zoom car, who of course had that disconnect not too long ago, and is trying to continue on in the race. And then we also get another one of the GT3, so he's going to dive it down the inside there as well. So it's just chaos out on the track of all the cars at this point. And he's got a couple of LMP2s up ahead. Of course, got the level 1, and then we also have, I think it's the FR RO car that is just in front of them. Needs to be trying to get out of the way, which they do so.
Indeed, it really is just a little bit of a cluster at the moment, isn't it? Oh, outside here perhaps, but of course that is Boda putting a lap down on that traffic. But that means just a slightly compromised line coming through Tara, doesn't it? So that gap just falling back a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just the way that it sometimes spreads out, which can be frustrating. But he does have the pace at the moment. Who was that? That was Simfree. Was that Canistraci? Yes, it was. What a stint he's had. Excuse me. In this car, been up and down, left and right, and there's another issue there. They've lost a position to Kutzak, who's gone through over the course of the last lap or so. So this is, yes, a disappointing race it's turning out to be for Sebring.
Yeah, it's not turning out how they wanted it to for multiple reasons. Yeah, because they were essentially in contendership for the win in LMH, but we saw what happened. Did we actually know what happened to that number 2 car?
No, I don't know completely. We haven't seen. I didn't see anything from that, but it's a bit of a shame because this GT3 is having some issues. The hypercar is having some issues, and for some champions of the series a couple of years ago in the LMP2, of course, I believe they won the GTE championship as well. And they were contending for the hypercars last year. So they know what to do in all 3 classes, but it's just not going their way. Unfortunately, this race down in that 6th position, and they're now 16 seconds behind Kutzak, who, of course, they were battling with not too long ago.
So here comes kind of stretching 16 seconds back to the car in front, but yeah, and 35 to the car behind. So a little bit of a no man's land at the moment, this Sebring car. But yes, as we've been saying, the Sebring cars have not had the most perfect of races today. So at the moment, just trying to bring it home, try and bank some points for that championship. And something else, another team that are trying to bank some points is that battle for the final position on the GT3 podium. The number 71 is trying to defend from the number 75.
Certainly is. As also we saw Boda go through, as that is the battle that you were talking about. Juice has come into the pit lane though, so that destroys that battle, unfortunately. So a few different things going on here. So Juices, they were getting close with Caspian there for 3rd place. Then we also see Boda, although that's actually just got re-overtaken. He has. Nick Moore has gone through at turn 1 and retaken that 5th position. What a battle we're seeing in these LMP2s today. And he is holding on nicely for now as we go around the Understeer United car. The outside of the big bend is Boda going to get a run down in towards the hairpin. He's very close. He's close enough for a dive if he's feeling it. And he's half looking down the inside. But they both just hit the apex nicely, and they're going to have to continue on. But that is nice. I thought Boda was going to get through and go off into the distance, but the car of Nick Mora is holding on nicely.
You've also got this battle as well. Pascal Gross trying to attack Jimmy Hughes for that 11th position in the LMP2s. Gross in the rFactor Sinsport car, and Hughes in the number 50 undercover agent.
And what a race this is turning out to be at the midpoint. Calmed down for about 20 laps there, and now it's just coming back as all the cars are finding themselves on the track. And some of these battles closing in once more after the next round of pit stops. That is great to see. As Jimmy Hughes trying to do his best with the smoking engine, and it hasn't seemingly done too much just yet in terms of the performance of the car, but still it is it's working its way nicely. As also Boda is getting closer to try and regain this top 5 position as we close in on lap 200 here at Sebring, and the Go Team car are looking for another podium place. They got 2 in hypercar, and they're trying to chase down 1 in LMP2, which they had not too long ago before the pit stops.
Indeed, Boda about 0.3 of a second back from that top 5 position at the moment, flashing the headlights to perhaps sight that level 1 car out ever so slightly. But the fact that the level 1 car has done such a good defensive job for many laps now, I doubt that flashing of headlights is going to do anything.
Yes, it's a bit of frustration. Can be let out sometimes with the headlights. A bit of respect sometimes as well. But at the end of the day, they're just lights. The car and the position of the car is the important point. As there goes Jake Dennehan across the right-hand side of the track to dive down the inside potentially of level 1 as well. That is very awkward. This might open the door for Boda to have half an opportunity, but no, it wasn't enough for Denhan to do anything too much to slow down level 1, but they should have the position that time around, which they do. But this is a great battle that's forming on lap 199. So the next one is going to be lap 200. So 69 laps to go, potentially, but we do think it's going to be a little bit shorter than that, as it's Boda now is getting very close as he works his way onto the Ormond Straight.
And indeed, the clock strikes 7 here in Central Europe. I can hear it from the church directly across the road, which is very fun. Luckily, you didn't get to hear it, otherwise you'd hear the bells every 15 minutes. That's something you really want to hear, isn't it? But yes, the clock strikes 7 here in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in Florida, where this race is being taken, and time for another commentary change. Indeed, at this point, we will say goodbye to Cameron Roger, and joining me at least for the next hour, it's going to be you, Bo.
Thank you, Vadir, for that kind introduction. I'll be taking over from you, I think, at the end of the hour as well, and taking this through to the end. Whether the end is under time or the lap count, we'll have to wait and see. But so far, it seemed like it's been quite an interesting race, and I'm looking forward to see how it goes as we're just getting into dusk now, as you can see those headlights beginning to light up the track in front of these cars.
Indeed, and this number 228 car that's on, this level 1 esports car is still doing a fantastic defensive job. Nick Mara at the wheel of that one, 0.3 of a second still is all that Boda needs to make up in order to get into that top 5, but that is far easier said than done.
Yeah, you can see that bright orange liveried on, that bright orange car just holding on at the moment. The level 1 esports not really giving a gap here around Sebring, this incredibly bumpy circuit. As they head down the straight now, perhaps a chance to make an overtake, but at the same time, it seems like nothing's been coming as yet, and there doesn't seem to be a reason for something to come this time round either. So it looks like Zoltan Boda is just going to have to sit behind for the time being and try and find a way through later on around this circuit.
Here we come across the start-finish line once more as Pascal Gross has a penalty. Of course, we've been having a look at the number 230 car for a number of laps now, and indeed that 230 car was trying to gain some positions on the armed cyber car, but that is not happening. Indeed, I think that rFRO SimSport car 230 is coming to the pits, which makes me think that penalty is a speeding penalty.
Yeah, it could quite possibly be. That's not ideal for them. It's going to put them a little bit further back than perhaps they'd like to be at the moment, as you're saying, with the drive-through penalty. But they're going to continue anyway, at least, and try and make up any time lost around there. It is easy to cut the track around here at certain points anyway, because you go from sort of this part of the track that we're looking at now, where it's simply grass on the edge of the circuit, into areas where there's a decent amount of runoff. Especially in that final corner, where it is just a little bit easy to push ever so slightly wide when you're really on the edge of grip. But look here now, Zoltan Boda getting quite aggressive, really trying to find an opportunity to get through here, as there are brief flags in Sector 1. They've gone away as soon as they've come out. This is Go Team Racing Car. They're looking quite feisty, and I'm wondering if Zoltan Boda maybe getting a little bit frustrated at his current position and trying to find a way through at long last.
Yeah, and that really does become the case once you're cooped up behind another car for a number of laps, and you think you're faster, but you're just not fast enough to make that move. And Boda could just be reaching that boiling point now. Looks towards the inside perhaps of Sunset Bend, at least shows the nose a little bit, but there's no overlap to be had for that CRT Go Team Racing car. Sunset Bend underneath the pedestrian bridge, and once again behind that level 1 228 cars. They come through that incredibly fast turn 1, trying to get as close to the wall as possible on the left hand side without touching it.
And it does seem that Zoltan Boda is really putting the foot down at the moment. That last lap, he was actually a tenth quicker, and you can see that by just how much closer here he is at the moment as they head through the tight left-hander and back through the sort of windy section of the track. Still not an opportunity yet, and Sebring, not that perhaps the easiest track to overtake, it's very flat. There's not really much camber, which can make trying to take alternative lines through these corners especially hard. But as you're saying, yeah, he's looking a little bit more feisty, and he is quicker at the moment. He is really trying to get through, but he's got to be careful. He has to manage being behind another car. He doesn't want to wear down his tyres too much, especially at this late stage in the race where there could be still opportunities to present themselves. It's a little bit further up the road, 30 seconds in fact, to fourth place and Danny van der Neet. But you've got to be wary of behind. It's only 8.5 seconds to the armed cybercar, and you never know. With about 68 laps to go, that is more than enough for that gap to get shut down. But at the moment, look again, Boda really making himself imposing, trying to force a mistake. It's all up to Mora, though, to make sure that he doesn't give any ground.
And here we go, coming through the Le Mans complex now into Almond Straight once more. Of course, as I've been saying with both Lorenzo and Cameron, this is perhaps the best opportunity for slipstream here at Sebring, because otherwise it's just a relentless onslaught of corners for the entirety of the circuit.
Of course, and you can see it's especially bumpy as well. And probably for those guys that have their extra strong force feedback, probably one of the less comfortable races we have on the calendar.
Indeed,
There's not too many left, so I'm sure they'll be getting through this as soon as possible. But yeah, as you're saying, there just doesn't seem to be any changes here. Mora seems almost unfazable, and that's going to be frustrating Boda behind as he tries to find a way through. But as you can see, yet to get an opportunity. But here we have some traffic just in front. This could provide perhaps a chance for Boda to try and squeeze his way through, should Mora be held up at any point just in front. And look at that, very different lines there, trying to make the most of any available slipstream, yet nothing is able to come from it as yet. And look at that, side by side actually with the traffic goes Boda. He probably won't be too pleased about that, because that has obviously cost him a reasonable amount of time. I think he's over a second. In fact, he's not getting let through. I think those blue flags perhaps being somewhat less effective than you would like if you were in that CMT Go Team racing car.
Yeah, and that's actually opened up the gap a little bit as to go around the outside of that GP Porsche as well, coming up towards Tower. But yeah, that prototype car certainly did not help when it comes to the blue flags. You can see that gap is extended just a little bit because Boda was forced to go around the outside at the hairpin and the following corners.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. We're going to ride on board here with Ian Pfeiffer now in the 11th place satellite racing car. You can see that BMW M6 chassis just in front, been reasonably imposing, as the BMWs tend to do when it comes to this sort of racing. Looking for that 10th place, Enzo Fazzi in the BS Zoom competition car just in front. You can see the McLaren there, a very different body shape to that car he's chasing down. The gap between the two of these at the moment is just shy of half a second, and on the last lap, the car in front, in fact, Fazzi was slightly quicker, but traffic can always play a role, and I think we'll be seeing Pfeiffer close up a little bit more, especially as there's a lot of prototype traffic that needs to get through here, and that could work in either of the drivers' favour, depending on where this traffic decides to make its way through, because even if you are in a GT and having your own battle, you have got to obey those blue flags if you don't want to get a penalty.
But also, on the other hand, it's the job of the faster class to make that move clean, essentially. So, it's a little bit of give and take there. You've got to give a little bit of space out there on circuit, but Pfeiffer is doing a good job here still, 4/10 of a second back, which is not too far at all. Indeed, it's less than that. There's essentially a little bit of bump drafting coming down towards Le Mans.
I wouldn't be surprised if behind Pfeiffer would be able to smell the fuel burning from the back of that BMW, given he's so close, as they head through the right-hander there. Alongside, you can see in the middle of the paddock with all those vehicles back onto this straight. The slipstream could be quite helpful here, especially given that McLaren has a slightly lower profile, but of course balance of performance will be playing a role in the straight line speed of both of these cars. But once again, you see that gap is really quite insignificant, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Pfeiffer and that satellite racing truck try and make a way past on this lap as they head back out onto the main straight, although it's not a very long straight around here at Sebring. They'll be soon into that first left-hander, and you can see the pit lane is very busy at the moment.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a bubble there, I think, for Pfeiffer, right on the apex of Dunster Bend, which just almost threw the car out a little bit with understeer and then create that gap a little bit more. So yeah, that's something you've got to be careful here at Sebring. Of course, it is laser scanned, and so many bugs here.
Yeah, it's unique, I think, on the calendar for being so bumpy and so uncomfortable. You can see the cars absolutely shaking all over the place every time they come into a braking zone, especially at that final section of the track where it's pretty much flagstones rather than tarmac. But regardless, they've got to go through, and you've got to be careful with those bumps because an unexpected one can really upset the car, as you observed a moment ago, and that can cost you a decent amount of time, and you've got to be careful that it doesn't send you into a barrier. But I think at least the bumps shouldn't be that extreme unless you're hitting a curb or something at the same time.
Yeah, and the fact that particularly with some of these corners like turn 1 like Sunset, you never really go along this exact same trajectory twice, which means, you know, they made the car handle to those corners changes from lap to lap. And that's something that all of these drivers have to handle, along with low fuel lowering stint, along with the tyres wearing, perhaps a single or a double stint as well. At this point of the race, changing light levels as well. So there's a lot to think about, especially in this portion of the race, as FIFA is getting closer and closer by the look of it. Might move into Sunset, I think, just a little bit too far back this time.
No, but what you say about the sun as well through Sunset Bend, quite ironically, is that at this point in the race, you can see the sun is beginning to get lower, and it's going to be shining in the eyes of those drivers as they head into that ultimate hairpin right at the end of the track, as they head west in relation to the circuit. So that will be something to bear in mind for these guys. Just makes it a little bit harder to see your braking zone, see precisely what's going on in front of you. It's running a little bit wide there, goes in FIFA. That's probably the cause of those yellow flags we just saw for a second.
Yeah.
That's going to cost a lot of time. I think he's over a second behind as a result of that.
Yeah, a lot of time dropped there. I think just overcooking turn 1. So slightly. Luckily, there is a lot of gas out there, so you can collect the car. But as we saw there, it's a lot of time lost if you do so.
Yeah, definitely, and that's one of the ways this track is not very forgiving. There's not very much runoff for most of it, and you go onto grass, you lose a lot of grip, and you just can't get the power down as if you would be on a tarmac runoff rather. But here we go, we're with Mika Hakimi right now with the Gold Racing esports car in 8th place at the moment in LMP2, looking to take 7th. That's Ivan Leonov just in front. Ooh, well, he's taken 7th.
Car went straight on.
Yeah, I'm quite astounded. I'm not entirely sure what happened to Ivan Leonov there with the 27 Netrex. He just seemingly, yeah, didn't turn at all.
Is there damage in that car?
I don't know. We're going to ride on board at the moment through Sunset Bend and making his way through traffic.
Not coming into the pits.
As normal. So I'm not sure. Maybe he just completely missed his braking zone. I mean, it's rare, but it can happen that perhaps it was just a what I would call a brain fart, just simply not knowing exactly where he was.
And yeah, just came straight on.
I think he upset himself just on the lead up, the corner just before. Couldn't went over the curb a bit more than he expected. I think he just couldn't quite carry the line he wanted to do. But broke at the same time anyway. I think that's why he went straight on there. That's slightly disappointing. Takes away the drama from that battle. But
yeah, it was really nice little battle, and then suddenly no.
Well, we'll have to see if Leonov is going to be able to recover that position. But he's lost 3.5 seconds already, and is looking to lose a fair bit more. He's straight out of the pit, so it looks like. I think that was an outlap, so perhaps cold tyres as well. Have contributed to that there, but unfortunately down to 8th position for Netrex.
Or worn tyres and a full tank of fuel if they're double stinting those ones.
That could be the case as well, actually. Either way, evidently not in the flow of things for this particular stint quite yet, which is probably the cause of that. But carrying on regardless, trying to make up a little bit of time. But I do think that Hakimi is probably going to be quite comfortable in that 7th position now, with a fairly comfortable and large cushion behind.
It means that you don't need to push at 100% the entire time. You, of course, still need to push a little bit, but you don't need to push as much as you would.
Especially means that when you come to traffic as well, you can sort of avoid those risks you would normally take if you're in a close race, and just take a little bit of ease through the traffic, avoid any unnecessary mistakes, and just keep going, and not take any of those extra risks that you might be forced to take otherwise. But yeah, as you can see around the track, a fair few pit stops happening as well in LMH. We've got the second and third. There's a bit of oversteer there for Ian Pfeiffer, who we're back down with now in that 10th place satellite racing car. You can see as well the sun there just beginning to get a little bit low at the end of the penultimate straight, but yet not low enough to start blinding the drivers, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, so here comes Ian Pfeiffer out of Sunset Bend. Top 10 at the moment for that satellite racing car, up into 9th now due to the pit stop cycle. But yeah, still trying to chase down Endo Fatse in that number 89 car, but that is far easier said than done. It appears just to be falling a little bit. Doesn't appear to have made the most of that opportunity that they had for about a couple of laps. They has been able to capitalise on that. There is a battle here happening in the for fourth position. Mark Viet, 2.5 seconds back from the Jesus Motorsport car, but Viet is actually only about 2.5 seconds ahead of the satellite racing car. Jimmy Nusla, I think, is that's in 64.
Yeah, you'd be correct. It seems like it's fairly close, actually, just outside the podium positions for GT3. There's a few pit stops happening further up the order for them. Wojtek Bolesny at the moment with the number 70 Thomas Enger car, one that's been quite strong throughout the course of this season. But as you said, Mark Viet here in the 91 Black Hawk. Last lap was a 2 minutes and 8 tenths of a second, so a fair bit quicker than Chris Gonzalez just ahead, and a little bit quicker than Jimmy Nusla just behind. So this could be an advance on that fourth position, gaining time quite rapidly, down to just 2 seconds now is the gap, as that 71 Juices car just in front in that Porsche, probably looking in the rearview mirrors, and look how much traffic's going to be coming through. This could play into the hands of Mark Viet if it is timed well. We've just had I think that's Michael Sedlacek now, is just got into the 70, and he's just come out of the pit lane just ahead, so he's avoided this battle. But look at the amount of traffic that's going to have to navigate these guys, and this could actually hinder Mark Viet a little bit through the more technical part of the track.
Yeah, it's again getting to the point where you've got all of the cars in the same part of the circuit almost, isn't it? As then it comes underneath the bridge, and oh, look at that sun directly in guys.
It definitely doesn't help with these drivers trying to see exactly where they're going, especially as the track's sort of built on an east to west basis, so you get a lot of the time you're going to be either driving directly away from or directly into the sun. Either way, it's either going to be directly in your eyes or in your wing mirrors, hindering your vision. This track as well is only 3.7 miles long. It's not the longest track we race, and I think that trophy goes to Le Mans, and that means that these cars, there's 43 still running, 48 began the race. They just coalesce so much more quickly, and we're seeing that now, that you sort of get these blobs of vehicles all at the same point of the track together, and as a result we're getting this really busy section where we've got flanked on either side of Mark Viet by 2 LMP2s who are seemingly very close to each other, as was brief yellow flags, hopefully for nothing too major. But you can see now the gap down to just 1.3 seconds ahead for Mark Viet, who's going to be piling on the pressure now and trying to find that 4th place as the gap is shrinking at quite a rapid pace. But look how busy this circuit is at the moment. Everyone seems to be on the same section of track.
Indeed. Car a little bit when compared to everyone else. You can see that Newfoundland, that satellite car is 2.4 seconds back now, so this has definitely aided this Black Hawk car coming down towards turn 1, and that gap under a second now.
Yeah, he is pushing very hard, and look, there's not as much traffic to make it through. It's pretty much, apart from one P2, it looks like only GT's behind now, so that's going to clear the air a little bit and give Mark Viet the chance he might need to try and take this 4th position on Jesus Motorsport Club. You can see on the timing tower on the left, this is definitely the closest battle in GT, if not across the whole circuit at the moment. So it's definitely worth keeping our eyes on here as they head towards the sun, it looks like, into the braking zone. It is getting darker at these shady sections of track. You can definitely tell it's running a bit wide. Is that P2 just in front of these guys? But as I say, yeah, getting a little bit darker now. The headlights doing a little bit more work. I think that by the end of the race, we could be almost in darkness, a bit like Road America a few weeks ago. So now add in an extra little factor to this race. But look how close. It's practically nose to tail now between the Porsche and the Aston Martin. Just behind, taking a slightly narrower line, is Mark Vaite and Chris Gonzalez as they go through here. There's space behind. There's another prototype just trying to make his way through without finding himself in too much trouble. As through the long left-hander, being forced to take the long line was that P2, but nothing too disastrous for any of these drivers. But Mark Vaite looks like he's going to take the move here now down the inside. He gets his nose in. Can he hold it under the grip? He's pretty much side by side. He's going to not able quite to get the speed, it doesn't seem. I think that's part of this track. It's just got no camber, so you can't really go wider because you're just making it longer without actually gaining any other benefit. As once again having a sniff of the inside line through the final turn. Does Mark Vaite try and get through over the bumps? They go, and it looks like he's just about got away with that. He failed just before the straight. He's had to go there. He's succeeded, taking a defensive line now to make sure that Porsche doesn't make his way back through. But it looks like Mark Vaite is just about secure, closing the inside door and making sure he can keep that fourth place. And that's the excellent move there by the Black Hawk driver.
Yeah, fantastic move there by Vaite, and textbook move almost coming through that set of corners, but a fantastic. But it, of course, does mean this Black Hawk car is released ever so slightly, but there's still a minute and a half to the next car up on the road, which is, of course, that final podium position. So a little bit too much to ask for at the moment, but we'll be looking to extend that gap to the British Motorsport car behind. Of course, simultaneously, Jimmy Nisula is chasing down that Juice's car. 2 seconds there, so Juice's will want to stay in that top 5.
Yeah, most certainly. And this is a car we were following not too long ago was Jimmy Nisula. He's found his way up. I think a slightly off-kilter hit strategy, it looks like. But I think the whole of GT seems to be on different strategies to each other as the leader has just pulled into the pits. He seems to be the only one in the pits apart from the very last team as well. But as you said, Jimmy Nisula has been closing up. He's looking to try and get into the top 5, and Juicers are going to be finding that quite a difficult onslaught to defend against. It does seem this has been quite a rapid advance. The last lap, about 2 seconds quicker was Jimmy Nisula. Now he's just under a second behind. If I was Mark Vaite, in fact, I might be a little bit concerned as well, because 0.8 of a second quicker was this car as well. So it does seem like that satellite car's got a little bit to give and is beginning to pile on a little bit of pressure to try and make an advance up the field in these latter stages of the races. There's not too long to go now.
And of course, something that will help the satellite car is if the traffic helps them the correct time. Perhaps just sticking outside line due to a prototype going up the inside somewhere, and then Nisula can take the ideal line. That of course will help close that gap a little bit. Indeed, that gap is still closing 0.7 of a second now. So Nisula smells blood as they're coming through turn 5 and then down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, look at that. He's closed up absolutely rapidly. He wants to find a way through. And I mean, that McLaren does look a bit like a rocket ship, so probably in the right machinery to be doing something like that as the sun is getting increasingly lower. You can see most of the track now being plunged into the shade, if not darkness quite yet, with the trees surrounding. But now look at this. You see that very close. There's a bit of traffic behind that's going to have to get through, but that's more their problem, as we discussed earlier. It's going to separate them ever so slightly, but a little bit of... Oh, almost into the back there was the Nisula. He doesn't want to give any room, does he?
Yeah, pushing for every single 10th of a second. Coming up towards tower. This right-hander, and again, Nisula too far back to do anything at the moment, but we could be seeing a move very, very shortly. Here they come down through Bishop. This left-hander, and then towards the Le Mans complex. Nissan, they're taking a slightly tighter line. The 64 car, no overlap, though I think we could see a move at sunset.
Yeah, it's very possible. We've seen moves before. He's got the whole straight to try and get the pedal down, hopefully get a bit of an overdraft going, or at least overspeed anyway, and perhaps pull to the inside as he does there now. He's got his tail. He's going to be practically in line, in fact, as they go into the braking zone. The inside line, I think, is a little bit stronger through Sunset Bend, as a look at that. The amount of time he's gained simply by taking that line, that's obscene almost, as he's already through and secure by a good half a second.
Yeah, big gap there. So, Nissan doing a fantastic job making that move stick and also extending that gap by that distance as soon as possible.
Yeah, now, I mean, he'll be looking to mount the attack on the next car up the road. It's Mark Vate, who's not very far ahead. Who's just been busy overtaking the same car that Nisula has. So that's a battle that seems to be far from over. We're going to move down though to Ricardo Lopez with the Ramada Motorsport machine. He has been just behind the 11th place Arms Cybercar for quite a while at the moment. Paolo Panampede just in front, driving that car. The last lap between the two of them was pretty much equal, just a couple tenths slower was Lopez, but he's looking to find a way through. The slipstream extra strong for these prototypes as they have more downforce, so benefit more from having less drag as they head through this back straight, the longest straight on the circuit. Having a little sneak at the inside line, does Lopez, but there's not really anywhere for him to go. As if he goes up that gap even more, and it could be on for a move on this time round the circuit.
Okay, so here comes Lopez through turn one. Incredibly fast corner, essentially through there. One thing as well, you can't go too wide, but you cause a lot of consternation as here comes Lopez, perhaps. No, surely no, he's coming up in towards turn three. But yeah, as myself and Cameron were speaking earlier, it really funnels coming through turn one. The exit is far narrower than the entry.
Yeah, most certainly, and it sort of closes in on you as you try and get the power down, and you've got to be really careful managing that. But we continue anyway, and it's certainly getting darker very quickly, as it tends to do.
Yeah,
I mean, in these races, it tends to be light, and then you get half an hour of dusk, and then suddenly plunged into darkness. And this is not one of the best tracks. In fact, it tends to be the case that a lot of these American tracks only have lighting at certain parts, and you're relying on headlights for the rest. So that's going to add a little spice into the mix. Let's look at this traffic almost blocking in that Arms Cybercar. It looks like Ricardo Lopez really making the most of that as there's contact between the two of them as he tries to get out of the way behind that Porsche. But it's not really got the room to do so. Up into 11th is Ricardo Lopez, but I'm not sure that was the fairest move I've ever seen.
Yeah, a little bit of leaning there. He got around the one Aqua GT car, but yes, Lopez up into 11th in that Armada Motorsports car, and a lot of light flashing as you would expect. Oh, look at that sun.
It looks very warming, especially as we head towards the summer months now, into March, heading quite rapidly into spring. I mean, I was walking around the other side of the Atlantic, but I was walking around in a t-shirt earlier, which is something I haven't been able to do for quite some time. But that's going to just play a little bit more into these drivers' hands. The track will begin to cool as that sun's been getting lower. That might be beneficial for these guys. It might mean their tyres overheat less, but also it might be that they might struggle to get the right amount of heat into the tyres because the track itself is cooler. But Ricardo Lopez, at least, will be quite happy. He's in 11th. He's got a big gap up in front if he wants to try and take 10th. That's over 20 seconds to the Netrex car with Stefan Ruhl at the wheel. So he's going to be pretty comfortable for the moment, more concerned with, I think, extending the gap behind to Tony Jukic with the number 50 undercover Raijin, which has taken up the 12th position behind, as the Paolo Panampede has pulled into the pits just after losing that position. So clearly cutting his losses and advancing the strategy, because there is still some time to go to try and make some strategic gains, and you never know what can happen in those last few stages of a race.
Yeah, oh, look at that, more light flashing as one of the leaders of the LMP2 class comes through. Yeah, indeed, that sun is certainly starting to become a problem. You're talking about track temperature. Track temperature is now 31 degrees. It was 35 degrees about 45 minutes ago, so it is dropping rapidly.
And that'll play a role in how the drivers approach this race. It might push the tyres a little bit further with a slightly cooler track temperature, so that could mean maybe an extra double stint where perhaps it wouldn't have been possible earlier, or something else. But you can see that sun is getting a little bit blinding. It's right in that position. It's just hovering above the tree line on the horizon, and it's going to be in the absolute worst position for these guys as they head around the circuit all the way over on the west side. But at the moment, not too much developing for these guys. Tony Jukic, though, is closing up on Ricardo Lopez, who we just saw make that overtake. That gap now 4.5 seconds. We're going to go down to GTE, though, as in third place is Shelik there with the Caspian Motorsport Porsche, looking to try and take a second place, and he's not too far away from it.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds that gap. We've seen so many times already how quickly 1.5 seconds can close up. But yes, Semi Celic here in that Caspian Motorsport car trying to chase down, get into that second position on the podium, get 4 more points in the championship, but of course we'll have to pass Diego Silva in that number 58 Digital Esports car to make that happen.
And always with racing, it's one thing to catch up. And look at that, the sun is pretty much where those cars are, so you really can't see what's going on in front of you that well at all as through goes that prototype. But as you get to the end of the straight, it seems that the sun has set enough, so sooner or later, and probably in the next couple of laps or so, that's going to be completely gone, and it will be fully down to these drivers' lights and the circuit lights as well to help them see where they're going. That gap in front getting a bit bigger actually as Diego Silva seems to respond to the push of Shelik with a lap time that is about 2.5 seconds quicker. So it seems that this, for the moment, the Caspian Motorsport car not quite having the push it might perhaps like, although of course that might be a result of traffic as well. So see how it looks at the end of this lap too.
So here they come underneath the bridges down towards the hairpin, but that gap is extended 2.3 seconds now. So a little bit of time lost there by the Caspian Motorsport car over the past couple of sectors, probably due just to catching traffic at the wrong time, accelerating out of that very interesting squiggly section coming out of the hairpin before coming down towards Cunningham, first of these right-handers. And I believe Cunningham and Tower are essentially almost the same.
Well, it's been a while since I drove around this track, I'll tell you that much. That's I know what you mean there. Sort of lead one into the other. If you mess up Collier, it does mean that your run into Tower is going to be pretty atrocious as well, and that can really mess you up for the fairly long run into turn 14 after that. So I know what you mean. They sort of link into each other quite a lot, and you do have to be reasonably careful. But look at this, the track is much darker already. That sun having set pretty much. We're going straight into the night, and we're going to be into the night for a little bit. You can see the very last fingers of dusk receding over the horizon in the background there. But at the moment, it seems we're going to be going into the night for at least the next, I have to do some quick maths here, 40 or so, 50 or so laps, I think, before we get right to the end. So a long way to go yet, and those sparks are going to be all the more bright in the new lighting conditions of this race.
So here comes Chelsea. Indeed, that gap is growing. So I think the Visceral car has the advantage on the Caspian car at this point in the race. Although another battle that we're looking at is for that fourth position directly behind Jimmy Nusla, trying to chase down Mark Feet. 1.5 seconds there at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Jimmy Tsuda is still on a forward attack, as he has been for a little while, we've noticed, in that 5th place, looking to try and take 4th. That McLaren does seem to be particularly strong this evening around Sebring, or at least at this stage in the race anyway. And as you say, attempting to try and catch up to Mark Vaite in that Black Hawk car, try and make a move, perhaps. Of course, the standings at the moment don't particularly reflect too well what's going on the circuit at the moment. This satellite racing car is all the way down in 10th in the championship, currently fighting for 5th and perhaps 4th in the race. So it does seem that Sebring has thrown a few spanners into the works, and we've got some interesting results perhaps to be presented as we head into the final leg of the season, which will be back in Europe as we go to Imola next time, I believe.
Indeed, 4 weeks' time, we're at Imola for 4 hours. So one of the shortest races on the calendar, sprint, although very difficult to overtake in Imola. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, most certainly. It's quite a narrow track. Obviously, a very different nature to this one as well. And sorry, I'm so distracted. I think paying attention to the Six Nations is just taking a turn for the better if you're an England supporter. But as you say,
don't worry. Scotland earlier snatched defeat from the jaws of victory once again, so don't worry.
But we'll try and keep this focused on racing rather than rugby, as interesting a sport as that is as well. But yeah, Jimmy Tsuda, once again, he's pushing forward, trying to take that place. And there's not too long left. If he takes the position, oh my goodness, if he takes the position, he might just be able to hold on to it and get that satellite racing car up into 4th, which will give them a big boost in the championship by the look of the standings.
Yeah, really, we need to crack out a spreadsheet for the long, won't we?
We will. It'll be very fun to keep an eye on, or try and do the maths on the run as always, trying to find out who's going to end where and why and how. But for the moment, I think there might even be a slight feature on the website to help with that task. But yeah, I mean, at the moment we're getting the live points for at least the top in each, and that saves us a little bit of work. You can find that on the live timing. So at the moment, satellite racing could be promoted. I think they'll stay in 10th actually, but they'll be much closer behind Caspian Motorsport. They'll just be 2 points behind as the way it looks. Thomas Enger, though, at the top of GT3, are about to extend their lead further up to 489 points in the championship, which should put them a whole 25 points ahead of 2nd place. That'll put them in very good stead for the final couple of races of the season. At the top, though, Sim Freeman Race Clutch in LMH are only separated by 10. Will only be separated by 10 points, and it will actually be a joint 2nd place, as Vincic Racing, the number 8 car, will also be on 489 points, just 10 points behind Race Clutch. So that could be very interesting as we head towards Imola next time round.
Yes, but that is a problem for future commentators at the moment. Nisla under half a second to that 4th position now, coming through the hairpin, and we're right there underneath the diffuser. And coming through the left-handed kink and the right-handed kink now towards Cunningham. And yeah, a little bit too far away to make a move at the moment is that satellite racing number 64, but accelerating hard through the left and the left, and then the right, and I think Nisla has passed indeed. I think that might have just been my eyes deceiving me, but that satellite racing car up into 4th.
That was a surprisingly easy move, it seems, for Jimmy Tsuda. I think he'd be quite pleased, having not had to fight too hard for that. But clearly his pace was very strong by comparison, having closed up quite so rapidly as we have just seen. Now, he's got a fairly sizable gap to the next car up, but at the moment, 4th place is not bad at all for satellite racing, and actually could be quite beneficial for their championship campaign. In fact, I can tell you exactly what it will do. It'll keep them in 10th, yeah, as I said, but they'll be ever so slightly closer to the cars in front. So still a lot to play for And clearly the race and the season are far from over. There's action happening all over the place. And I think Mark Vaite is looking to put a challenge to Jim Nisula just behind, as that gap is now down to just 1 second.
Yeah, so just a second, so close there as well.
It does seem that these battles are just raging on, sort of all over the circuit. And here we go. Here's Mark Vaite in that Aston Martin. We've seen a fairly good amount of this car over since I joined the commentary.
Indeed,
really.
yeah.
But I'm not complaining as long as we're getting action. That's what we like to see. So we'll see what Mark Vaite can do to try and take that 4th place that has just been hard earned by Jim Nisula.
So here comes Vaite over a second back now, 2.5 seconds. We did see Nisula close up that gap a lot beforehand. I'm just wondering if that Sebring car is a little bit stronger in terms of pace in these night hours. Well, essentially it is a night hour now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you'd be hard pressed to call this daytime, given how dark the circuit is at the moment. But yeah, as you say, it's these later stages. Everyone seems to sort of get back on it and maybe take advantage of the night time. Maybe the cars just feel a little bit better under these conditions. As you said, the track cooled down pretty rapidly as the sun went behind the horizon. But it looks like Mark Vaite's charge at the moment has slowed down a little bit. There's a lot of traffic up in front though, so that could help him close up the gap further. 1.5 seconds it seems to have stagnated at for the time being. And in fact, on the last lap, Mark Vaite was actually slightly slower. So we'll see if he's able to try and recover that position.
So here they come down towards turn 1 once again, and yeah, 2.1 seconds. So I do think that the Satellite Racing car has Black Hawk's number at this point in the race. Having a look at what else is happening out there on circuit, we have this battle for 6th position in the LMP2 class. It is the number 34 John Parker Racing car. Yeah, indeed, 2.3 seconds back from the number 41 Aaron Cyber of Andrea Martino.
Yeah, it seems that they're reasonably close at the moment. David Berenek closed up 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds on the last lap. So definitely quick for the time being. And it's a car you won't be able to miss because that yellow is quite bright, especially under the lights. So that's going to be a little bit beneficial for us. But at the moment, trying to close down. And we haven't seen much of this 34 car since I joined. I don't know how it's been faring for the rest of the race, but you can see sparking all the way along there in the darkness, and those headlights becoming just ever more important. As you can see, this part of the track may have some floodlights, but there are definitely some parts that don't, as onto the back straight they go. Now, it was only a few laps ago that we had a blinding sun at the end of this, but look at it now, it's
Indeed,
perfectly dark.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago at all. But yeah, here comes that Sean Clark car. 1.3 seconds now, so definitely got the pace.
Yeah, he's closing up. There's a bit of traffic up in front, which could help close the gap further as they go across the line. I think that gap's down even more as a result of that Ferrari that they've just both gone past, and I think this might be that McLaren we're following just a moment ago. Down the inside, perhaps goes David Berenek. That's an audacious move if he can make it stick. Round the outside, perhaps going for a later apex. And back through the right-hand side, there's cars slightly off the track. It looks like up in front, but not to worry as they carry on. Berenek did go for a move there. Very brave, but it just didn't seem to quite stick. But he's not done yet. I think he's going to have another look down the inside as they head towards the next right-hand under braking. They're going to be very close. In fact, Berenek's just about in front as they hit the apex. And what a fantastic move there, managing to secure that after a bit of fighting. But it's a very close racing between the two of those drivers.
Fantastic racing, even as these hours and hours and laps continue to tick down, still not giving any inch, but that Sean Clark car has managed to make that move stick, as we saw and as you rightly pointed out. And I'm just wondering if there's going to be any chance for a fight back, but I'm not sure. We saw how much quicker that Sean Clark car was over the past couple of laps.
Yeah, it definitely had a strong pace advantage, so I'm wondering whether there's going to be any chance to respond at all. It does seem that Andrea Martino in the armed cybercar has kept up relatively well, still within a second, as you can see on your screen there, but even so, it seems that David Berenek has really pulled some pace out somewhere and is keeping up the advance. Over onto the next lap they go, and really solid performance there. That last lap, Berenek pulled an extra second, it seems, on Andrea Martinez. So it looks like this could be quite a comfortable position now. Perhaps looking up to 5th place, but it's another 25 seconds down the road. So the Sean Clark vehicle will have to work quite hard if it wants to try and take that 5th place, currently held by Level 1 Esports.
24 seconds. Is it possible to gain that in 75 minutes? That might be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, there's not too much of the race left for such a move to be made, and I think we're looking at perhaps a timing end to the race rather than a lap end, but I think it's pretty close, and it could go either way for that. But yeah, David Berenek in the moment still looking comfortable, and I think 6th place you'd be quite happy with, as long as you're making moves upwards rather than downwards at this stage in the race. You're usually fairly satisfied, and through past some more of the McLarens, there you go, or at least another of the McLarens on the track, and they're continuing on with the rest of the race as that gap looks to have extended by quite a decent amount now.
Yeah, so it appears that this battle is done, at least for the time being, although it could well return towards the end of the race. You can just never tell what is going to happen in endurance racing, as Yannick Kleis in that number 73 Juice Motorsport car in the GT3 class. If I can quickly find it, it is this one. Yannick Kleis trying to gain that 7th position by overtaking Ian Pfeiffer in that 65 satellite car.
Yeah, it seems that gap's been closing down a little bit over the course of the race, or the last few laps at least. We haven't been paying too much attention to it. It suddenly appeared. This is the Juices again, or the other Juice, I think, that we weren't paying attention to earlier. The 73 advancing a little bit. You can see there's a McLaren just in front. That's the one he's chasing down with Ian Pfeiffer at the wheel. Pfeiffer, sorry. I've been reading an F, but there hasn't been an F for the last 20 minutes or so I apologise about that. But Ian Pfeiffer at the moment looking in his wing mirrors, perhaps seeing the distant headlights of this Porsche, but probably not fearing too much for the moment, as that gap is fairly solid at 1.5 seconds, but it is looking like it's going to be coming down. We'll have to check the lap times of the two at the end of this straight when they round the corner and cross the line.
We're coming down Ulman Straight now. Guys, 1.5 seconds back, and of course about 70 minutes to make up that 1.5 seconds. Can't be that hard now, can it? But this number 73 car hugging that wall around the inside of Sunset Bend before accelerating out and crossing the start-finish line once more.
Yeah, you do have to be careful rounding that corner, that you get close to the middle, but you don't get too close because you don't want to get yourself wrapped up in the barriers, which of course would not be ideal for the drivers. But I think at this stage of the race and of a weekend, they're probably used to racing around the circuit enough to know where they should and shouldn't put their tyres. But either way, yeah, Price, as you said, he's got a long time to try and close down this gap. It's not like the race end is just around the corner.
No, yeah.
So, as you say, 1.5 seconds in such time is certainly possible, but it all depends on what their relative pace is. At the moment, it seems to be pretty closely matched. In fact, there was only 3 or so, about 2.5 tenths of a second difference. Price is ever so slightly slower on the last lap, And you can see that gap has extended to reflect that, but it's not really significant in either direction for the time being.
Coming through up towards Tower once more through this right-handed kink, and then through the fast right-hander of Tower itself. We're coming down towards Bishop, and yeah, you can definitely see that car out in the distance. But if I think I talked with Lorenzo to this, there's always something where there's a little bit of a psychological advantage where you can see the car in front as opposed to just racing against the delta in the bottom corner.
Yeah, it's almost like a target that you can drag in rather than just a number that's coming down. And that gives you that extra boost, I think. When you can see it, you can see that prize actually in person, and you can see the gap coming down physically rather than, as you say, the numbers. I think, as you say as well, that definitely adds, for the driver at least, the sort of impetus to try and close up that gap as they can see it coming down before their eyes. But into the pits, it looks like goes Ian Pfeiffer, so we're going to be robbed of that battle, unfortunately, for the moment. We'll see whether Price goes into the pits to carry out a stop as well. But for the time being, that 65 Satellite is going to drop down the order as they swap tyres, perhaps put in some more fuel, and maybe swap a driver too.
At this point, I'm wondering would you put in a different driver at this point in the race, especially considering this is likely going... It won't be the last stop. I think an hour and 10 is actually too long to go. I think that satellite car will need to splash and dash.
Yeah, I think I might have to agree with you. There's not too long to the end of the race, but as you say, there's going to have to be at least one more stop. It takes about an hour to complete 30 or so laps, and there's a little more than that to go. And these cars only really go for an hour, as you say. So it looks like the pit strategy for that car perhaps not optimal. We'll see what it is for this vehicle as well, because up and down the order we've got, especially in GT3, everyone seems to be pitting at different times. So that might play a role as well. But as you say, it's going to be a hard work, and definitely an extra stop for at least those guys. And perhaps this car as well. We'll have to see when they decide to make their either final or penultimate pit stop over the course of the next few laps.
Yeah, so essentially you could say just under an hour perhaps for the GT cars. For the prototypes, it's somewhere between 40 and 45 minutes. So at this point, we're probably expecting another couple of stops from the prototypes, although the last one might be slightly shorter. But yes, at this point, the GT cars will need to just splash and dash at the end, or hope for a code 80.
Oh yeah, hoping for a code 80 is definitely something you can do. It's probably not something you want to do unless it's in that window where you can get to the end if you make that stop at that time, because it essentially is a free pit stop. The only time you lose under a code 80 is actually being stationary in the pit lane, because everyone else is going round on the pit limiter anyway. So perhaps that will happen for them. We'll have to wait and see. But of course, if you're hoping for a code 80, you're also hoping for something bad to happen to another car, which is obviously not ideal for whoever ends up being the cause of such a code 80. But for the moment, nothing of the like seems to happen. Seems to be likely to happen, at least for the time I've been here. There's been mostly clean racing, a bit of bumping here and there, but nothing too dramatic.
Yeah, nothing too dramatic yet.
Yeah.
Which is the important point. Yes.
I'll hold my tongue on that then, and see what these drivers end up wishing to do. We've got Tony Ukic in the pit lane at the moment, so that's the undercover rising car we were seeing, I think, earlier battle with the Romano Motorsport vehicle, which makes its way into 11th in class. But as these pit stops begin to unfold, it seems that the rest of the order is getting strewn around a little bit, and those gaps being dragged out for the time being. But of course, they'll sort themselves out once everyone's gone into the pits. As Pascal Gross for the number 230 RFO Simsport in LMP2, they've also pulled into the pits. So it seems to be this sort of stage. The teams are making stops, and hopefully for them looking to maybe do one more stop before the end of the race, avoiding any unnecessary pit lane time, of course. We're going to get up to here. Nicholas Lemoyne with On-Off Racing, currently in 4th. Battling for a potential podium position there. As you can see, just in front is that 3rd place that they're going to be looking for.
Yeah, trying to get onto that final step of the podium, coming through Bishop, down towards Le Mans. And yeah, not enough for an overlap here on that Go Team racing car. Now through the left and the right onto the Elman Straight, we'll get a nice little bit of slipstream, but I think it's just a little bit too far back to take advantage of all of that extra speed which will be gained because of that Go Team car punching hole in the air.
Yeah, of course, that situation can be very strong, especially for the prototypes compared to the GTs, as there's so much more downforce for them. The punching hole through the air reduces drag by such a greater proportion. But unfortunately, once again, we're going to be robbed of a battle. It's into the pit lane goes the number 30 on-off racing. Not unexpected. 3 of the other LMP2s have been in the lap before, so I think it seems that for the LMP2 class, it is definitely the pit window. But unfortunately for us, that's going to rob us of some of the drama on track. But for the moment, there's still 18 LMP2s out on track. They've only had 2 DNFs so far, and it is very much a contested category of vehicles in this race.
But with it being an hour to go, it means it's essentially a stint and a half. So yeah, they'll need to come in for a splash and dash at some point towards the end of the race. Having a look at this Caspian Motorsport car trying to get onto the last step of the podium, 2 seconds away from that.
Yeah, not too far between the two of these guys. 2 seconds, as you say, just up the road. Once again, to an Aston Martin. In fact, it's the Black Hawk that we've seen a lot of. Mark Bates still at the wheel of that vehicle. Just behind has the 71 Juices car gone into the pits. So it seems that some of the GTs making some stops around now as well. Perhaps slightly premature. I think that car with Chris Gonzalez at the wheel will probably have to make a splash and dash before we hit the checkered flag. But at the moment, continuing on goes Semi Celik for Caspian Motorsports, the Caspian Motorsport outfit. At the moment, the last lap about a second quicker than Mark Vaite. So there is definitely something to be had in this battle.
Here they come through the back part of the circuit, 1.7 seconds back, certainly achievable indeed. You can see that car directly there in the foreground coming through Tower now and accelerating down through Bishop, and certainly some of this prototype traffic ahead helping Celik would not go amiss.
No, certainly not. It will help drag that vehicle ever so slightly closer by slowing him down. Of course, he'll have to get through the traffic himself, but if it's at the right time, then it can really work out for you, and that's the nature of endurance racing. Onto the back straight, though, there's not too much to be had, unlike we saw, well, half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. It was very busy at this part of the track. All at once, all of the cars seem to be at the same stage of the circuit, but that's not the case at the moment, as through goes the ARMS cyber car that we've paid a little bit of attention to throughout the course of this race, as Semi Celik continues on trying to catch up to Mark Vaite as across the line they go. Just half a second quicker was the number 75 Caspian car, so still closing down, but the rate seems to be slowing a little bit.
Slowing down a little bit, but still closing up, which is the most important thing for that Caspian Motorsport car. Coming through, hit the curb quite a lot there, actually, coming through turn 4. You can see that car becoming incredibly unsettled, and I think Celik had to just let off the throttle a little bit to let the car settle down again.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was particularly comfortable over that bump, and that's going to cost the advance, as you say. A slight mistake, but a mistake nonetheless is going to slow you down, perhaps offset your flow as well as a driver, and go around for seemingly endless laps sometimes on an endurance race. As Colin Sport sets the fastest lap of the race once again, the race leader, that is, in the number 1 race clutch vehicle, which is quite far ahead of even the rest of its class, 80 seconds to second place at the moment. So we'll stay down with GT3 because that seems to be where the action is, as Semi Celik is still closing up, as you say. The rate might have slowed, but the progress is still visible, and with this traffic that could help even more.
So here they come through Le Mans once more, the right, the left, and the right into the other straight, and that gap under a second now So that number 75 car definitely appears to be faster at this point of the race, but it's making that move stick is something entirely different. Like we've seen so many times before, cars getting very close to the car in front, but not actually being able to make that move.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him, and look at that being separated again. The rate was quick. Once again, up to a second is the gap between the two as they go on for yet another lap. And another lap to start another hour of the race, as we are pretty much at 7 p.m, for me at least, lap 232 of the race. I think that means it's time for another commentator change. So I'm going to say goodbye to Vidya, who's done quite a mammoth stint for the last 3 hours of the race, and I'm going to welcome
4 hours.
4 hours, or even bigger than
more.
That's pretty much half of the race then. So
Yeah.
not bad at all. But I'm going to say goodbye to Vidya and welcome Zach Sweeney into the commentary box to take us to the end of the race. 1 hour remaining, roughly, as you can see, 233 of 269 complete.
Yeah, so we are towards the tail end of this race. Better late than never, I suppose. It depends if I show up, but I am here. So yeah, hello everyone, and yeah, looking fairly good for our respective leaders as things stand. Unfortunately, I've not been really following the race too much, but what I can see is that Race Clutch, Ferrari, and Thomas Enger, of course, the respective championship leaders across all three classes, are looking fairly comfortable around here in Sebring, most notably, of course, for Race Clutch, who have, well, absolutely dominated. They had a bit of a dip last round, obviously, not quite able to maximise, I think, a couple of issues going their way, but they're straight back on it, looking to claim their 4th win of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they're so dominant, or they have been at least for the last few races of the championship. And they're just going to be setting themselves up even stronger for the championship finale when we get all the way to Le Mans, a little bit further down the line. That's a little bit further away, but as you say, they are just so strong at the moment. It doesn't seem that anyone is able to come up with a counter to them. So for the moment, we'll just let them do their job up at the top, and we'll keep an eye down here with Semih Celik, who's now cruising up once again, just 0.6 of a second to that Aston Martin up in front.
Yeah, so at least we have got a fight for the podium, of course, for the dying stages of this race, which, to be fair, it has been a long one into the final hour of it. Not really expecting too much in terms of a grandstand finish. It's been fairly spread out for the most part, but we are able to get a good little battle between the Blackhawk and, of course, the Caspian Motorsport machines. That would definitely not go amiss in terms of spicing things up in terms of the drama. Just, of course, around an hour left to go of this race, which does mean that we are at least going to be seeing one more pit stop, I believe, from each of the classes. Obviously, it does depend. It's a distance race, which does complicate things a little bit, essentially all dependent on the lead across their lap and stuff. Because usually when it comes to timed races, you can sort of deal with it on say, every 45 minutes or whatever. When it comes to laps, it is a little bit more awkward to do the division. But I'm sure these guys have done plenty of practice to know what they are doing. Well, that is probably why we're seeing a lot of dominance from our respective classes. Also can notice that P4 and LMP2 is also very, very close with on-off there in 4th, currently ahead by about 0.8 of a second. So there is a couple of battles left to keep us interested out 1 second.
Yeah, most certainly. Even this late into the race, you can see quite how dark it is from the onboard of Semih Celik's vehicle. But we'll keep an eye on both of these battles at the moment. David Berenek up in front, a car that we've seen do quite a lot of stuff, I guess, on the stream so far. As into the pit lane that vehicle goes. That's going to rob us, unfortunately, of such a battle. But we'll keep an eye here because Semih Celik just looking to the inside, perhaps into the sunset bend. Not quite finding a way through, though. Over the bumps they go. Slightly narrow line from the Aston Martin just in front. But no move quite made as through goes on the hypercars. Still in 4th place is Celik for Caspian Motorsport. That number 91 Blackhawk car just holding out in front. Through turn 1 we go once again. Not really an opportunity there presented to make the move, and it's getting a little bit busy on this section of the track as there seem to be quite a few prototypes that want to make their way through.
Yeah, and Sebring is always a difficult one when it comes to traffic because it's not exactly the widest circuit in the world and not a lot in terms of the extensive runoff, the curbing as well that make up the edge of the circuit, fairly high as well. So you are going to be facing a little bit of a challenge, which is why you'll see some of the prototypes probably be waiting for some straight line sections, or at the very least hope that it's not overly densely packed, so much so that they have a slightly easier job of running their way through. But for these guys, all they've got to do is keep themselves predictable, not do anything drastic, not get in the way, and hopefully they're going to steer clear of any major dramas.
Yeah, not bad for these guys as long as they can keep their noses clean, which they seem to have succeeded in, as there's that long train of prototypes that are now in front of them that have all slithered their way through. The gap, once again, not too big, but still present. It's about half a second for the time being, as around goes another hypercar before these guys are finally left to their own devices for a little bit and can fight this out between the two of them alone. You can see those brake discs glowing in the darkness, especially at the front. Seems to be quite a front-heavy brake bias circuit, at least, or vehicle. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, they're glowing. And we've got a lot of cars up in front, actually taking the defensive inside line. Goes Mark Fate, and it looks like Sebring just doesn't have the speed to challenge that Aston Martin when it comes to a straight drag race. As through the final lap they go onto another lap, and the positions are still the same way around.
Yeah, so biding his time maybe is Selleck, just looking for a moment of weakness, a mistake, something in that vein to maybe find his way past V, who at the moment looks fairly bulletproof. But that Porsche, they're not overly confident in terms of straight line speed, which is fair enough when it comes to Sebring. It's not exactly the most straight line speed demanding circuit, but it definitely plays well when it comes to battles, both for attack and defense. You're not going to overtake someone mid-corner. You're not going to do it on the apex. You're going to do it coming in or coming out of a corner, which is where the straight line speed obviously comes into play. Maybe why the Porsche is struggling ever so slightly. Bit of traffic though to contend with the GT3s. Of course, that's going to make things a little bit more awkward. Maybe going to cause V to trip up and potentially allow Selleck to find a way through.
Yeah, and if you're in a battle like this, you're somewhat relying on those cars that you're overlapping to move out of your way and sort of make it easy at least for you to get through, which isn't always the case. So he's going to have to hope that plays into his hand, but Sebring is going to not wait for that opportunity. He's going to try and go around the outside there, which will become the inside line into the left-hander. They're still side by side, almost door to door onto the grass goes Sebring, and that's going to cost him the speed he had and put him back down in fourth. Once again, a very good attempt at a move, but it just wasn't there to succeed, it doesn't seem. And once again, having a sniff of an inside line, still not finding any way through at the moment. That did get very close though.
Yeah, very cutthroat stuff, and well, it's Sebring, so mistakes are never too far away, so you've always got to be careful as to how close you are getting to the car in front. Of course, very, very bumpy. Pretty much the only thing that Sebring's got going for it, I'll be honest. Never really been a fan of it, but at least I am of the opinion that it shouldn't be resurfaced. Leary definitely does want to have it resurfaced. That has just been a fact for way too long, and he is entirely wrong for that, and that is a very true opinion. Leary wants Sebring repaved, and it's disgusting. Into the pit lane, though, it comes from the Black car, so that'll be their final stop of the day with 32 laps remaining at the line, which, yeah, should buy them over fairly comfortably. Yeah, fuel up and then off to the end of the race. Let's see, though, what Selleck can do now he's got some clear air.
But I'm glad you brought up Ewan's opinions about him being present to defend himself.
Ban O'Leary. That's what it is. It's just dreadful. The best time to do it is when he's not here to defend himself, to be fair. But it's true. I can't actually remember when he said it, but he did say it. And it's the way it's got to be. We just ban O'Leary. It's a wrong opinion.
Well, I'll say a neutral observer on that fact, I think.
What do you mean? No, you can't. It's the only thing that Sebring has that's interesting.
I don't know. I think it's got the sunset at the end of the straight. That's something, I suppose. But I don't know. It's provided some good racing at least, so we can give it that. Obviously, the bumps make half the fun. I'm sure the drivers, in real life especially, probably aren't of the same opinion, but they're going to have to suffer through anyway and suffer for our entertainment, a bit like gladiators, except hopefully without the dying, which is unlikely in a virtual setting, as Semichelik is in third place for the time being, as a car behind. Up in front, it's another 100 seconds, so that doesn't seem like that's going to change between now and the checkered flag. Around the order, though, there seems to be a perhaps battle for 11th place in LMP2, as Nicholas Lemoyne is coming under a little bit of pressure, I believe, behind, unless I've misread that. No, yeah, it's Ricardo Fava just behind with the number 42 Arms Cyber vehicle, looking to put on a little bit of pressure as in the pits there. Sorry, I think I'm being very slow. Yeah, that's exactly why. There we go. That's the battle we're looking. In fact, it's a three-way battle, as Tony Jukic is just slightly behind this as well. So Ricardo Fava was looking ahead. He might have to look a little bit behind, as the number 50 undercover Raijin vehicle is putting on a little bit of pressure. Just 0.3 of a second is the gap. You can see that Hyperion, a car that would ordinarily we would expect be much higher up in the order of the LMP2 category, third in the championship at the moment. Clearly not a day for them. As look at this, side by side though, as perhaps down the inside goes the undercover Raijin car through the final turn. Over the bumps they go. It's very close, but it looks like that could just be an 12th place secured there by Tony Jukic as they head on to the next lap. Very well done. And up ahead, I think Patrick Shvajovsky in the 44 Hyperion could breathe a sigh of relief for the time being, but probably not for too long. It's going over every curve, it seems, is that Arm Cyber car. Really, clearly, Fava doesn't think the track is bumpy enough.
No, he wants to make it a little bit bumpier. Those prototypes are so incredibly low to the floor. He's probably glad he doesn't have a motion rig or is doing it for real, because obviously very stiff suspension, and he would feel every single one of those oscillations, I can guarantee it. So, thankfully, he doesn't have to put up with it, but probably the pain of knowing that you've messed up. We've all done it. We've all made a mistake and just gone, as we're driving. And that's probably the same thing for the Arm Cyber machine. He's now about 1.3 seconds back. That fight for P12. Was Hyperion Esports about 2 seconds ahead, so as we say, they can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief just to relax for now. Of course, definitely not where they would want to be. Of course, I mean, sat third place in the championship, not really with much chance to go after Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who have been dominant really for the most part of the season. I mean, they've gotten what, 1, 2, 3, well, this could well be their 5th win in a row, spanning all the way back to race 3. They've just been the standard in LMP2, really, which is phenomenal stuff. And to be fair, they have got an amazing driver lineup.
Yeah, it is pretty stacked in that LMP2. You have to give it to them, and that's definitely a part of the reason for their success. And as you said, yeah, they won the last 4 races, looking to make that 5. There's only 9 races in the season. That'll be a majority win rate. So that would be the sort of dominance that we'd be understanding from that, as undercover Raijin at the moment seems to be clearing that Arm Cyber vehicle quite quickly, and perhaps looking up ahead a little bit. But I don't know, that gap seems to be fairly big as well. So as you say, the Hyperion car probably a little bit more comfortable after the conclusion of that battle, because the gap did seem like it was closing down for just a small amount of time.
Find out as we firmly are into the closing stages of this race. Less than 30 laps left to go, and we've already done 239, which relative is not a lot. Into the pit lane for their final stops. You can see the Juice's car coming in, and yeah, we'll be making their way down pit lane for the final time. Should probably be waiting for the final hypercar and LMP2 pit stops to be coming in as well, probably in the next few minutes, because they are most definitely not getting to the end on one stop. And yeah, we'll find their way in, and again, maybe, hopefully, spice things up a little bit. The gap for the lead has closed, and I assume that's because Race Clutch came into the pit lane not too long ago, allowing Go Team to close the gap once more. Of course, we will see as to how things funnel themselves out, whether that is a legitimate position, or do Go Team owe us a pit stop?
I'm not entirely sure, actually. It's all been a bit messed up across the whole order. But we'll keep an eye out on how that all plays out, I suppose. I think Team Iris have just made a stop fairly recently, but that's all the way down to LMP2. Up at the top, as you say, it was close. I think earlier the race coach had a 90-second lead, so unless something's gone drastically wrong, I believe that 17 does owe us a pit stop. So unfortunately, this battle is unlikely to happen. In fact, this is probably the first time I'll have been observing the hypercars since I joined the commentary booth, because there just has not been very much going on up here. Usually it's fairly exciting, but I suppose the way this track has played, this race rather, has played out, that's just not been the case this evening for these guys. But there's still time. But with these gaps, I think it's unlikely we're going to see any major changes.
Probably so, unless something ridiculously drastic happens, like a mass disconnect or something. I think it is just going to be a case that everyone is hunkering down and getting ready for the final sprint and just really consolidating their positions. I mean, you've got that fight, of course, for 5th in the GT3 is not really a fight, but 3.5 seconds between BS plus Zoom competition, of course, up now in Division 1, looking amazing as ever. Of course, the zebra livery on the BMW. They're about 3.3 clear of the satellite racing McLaren. Henry Sinek at the moment at the wheel, and while not a huge gap, is going to be fairly difficult to close on pace alone, especially with such limited amount of time left to go in the race.
Yeah, I mean, 3 seconds is certainly viable over still a good 45 minutes at least until that checkered flag. But as you said, it's not going to be the easiest move to make. A little bit further down is Chris Gonzalez with the 71 Deuces car at the moment, trying to close up a little bit to Adam Taylor in the 96 Monaco, a car we haven't seen much of for the latter stages of this race. That gap seems to be coming down reasonably quickly, so it might be worth having a look at that with Henry Sinek here for satellite racing. But yeah, as I was saying, that 73 Deuces, 71 Deuces car, Chris Gonzalez at the wheel, looks to be a little bit concerning, I think, as look at how busy it is on this track at the moment. But here is the 9th place vehicle, Chris Gonzalez there driving it, and look how busy once again. Everyone seems to have coalesced all at the same point of the track, which is something we've seen happen sort of every hour of this race. It seems that this sort of thing happens.
Yeah, everyone just merging together as such. But yeah, definitely makes for a busy racetrack. And of course, at Sebring doesn't necessarily need to be more difficult than it already is. But obviously, for these guys, they've got to take care and be having their wits about them as such. But yeah, 1.6 seconds this particular battle, of course, fighting ahead. Chris Gonzalez for Adam Taylor. Of course, that's not full position. That Porsche now just passing him. I believe that will be the Caspian Porsche, of course, a little bit further up, still waiting to come in for their final stop, I do believe. But Chris Gonzalez losing a little bit of time to Adam Taylor. Now 2 seconds is the gap. Just having a quick look, really, through the timing tower, and there's not much going on. The crazy thing that is for me is the fact that we are already, after today, in about an hour's time, going to be heading into the penultimate round of the season when we head to Imola.
It has been a season that has gone astonishingly quickly, actually. I don't think anyone really expected it to be almost over at this stage. We can see the two Porsches, sorry, on track. They're on different laps, which is why it's not actually the battle we're following, as it's once again very busy. But as you say, this season has gone very, very quickly indeed. Despite being 9 races, we've gone up to a longer season. We've already had one 24-hour race. We've got another one yet to come. That'll be Le Mans right at the end of the season. But we've done Monza. Then we moved to America briefly to do Road Atlanta. Then back to Bahrain and Spa. We've done the 24 hours of Daytona. We've had 6 hours at Road America. That was last time out. We've almost completed our 1,000 miles of Sebring. I think we're within the final 100 miles of this race. And then it's just on to Imola. That's only 4 hours. And then the final 24 hours of Le Mans. So as you say, yeah, it's gone absolutely rapidly, and it has been a fantastic season so far. It's just been battles sort of everywhere, all over the place, at all times, and we've had some really high quality racing as a result.
I know for the most part the championships, pretty much since Daytona, have been fairly comfortable for our respective championship leaders, of course, of Race Clutch, the reigning champions coming into this season, Scuderia Ferrari, and of course Thomas Enger, of course, in the in terms of the hypercars, the LMP2s and the GT3s respectively. But that doesn't take away from the fact that we have actually had a fairly competitive championship. I mean, take the hypercars, for example. Simframe, of course, have now moved themselves back into the fight for what could potentially be the championship. I mean, coming into today, while things are going to be subject to change, probably fairly substantially, but Race Clutch were only 10 points clear of Simframe and Winchick, who, again, another team that have boasted a lot of talent so far this season. They are up there in third at the moment, of course, just trying to get themselves out of a bit of a lull. Unfortunately, that's not quite been the case. But for the most part this season, that has helped. It has been really competitive in the hypercars. Race Clutch recently, though, just taking a step up, and in fairness, their biggest enemy have been themselves. LMP2, for example, again, Hyperion Gold Racing, Team Iris have all been really, really close. And then GT3s, again, the fight from second downwards really has always been vastly competitive between a lot of the teams. Thomas Enger, of course, looking to get their again, their fourth win of the season so far this evening. So, while yes, the championships maybe not been overly crazy, the racing itself, week in, week out, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I think the standings only really tell half the story when it comes to what we've seen on our screens. I mean, we've seen now, even more than 7 hours into this race, we've had battles out on track, and they've been clean, they've been tidy, and they've been close as well. We've obviously had our fair share of incidents across the course of the season, some interesting moves, some final lap calamity, but for the most part at least, there's been close racing, there's been different strategies that have helped different teams achieve things they perhaps didn't expect going into some of these races. And yeah, as you say, it's been a good season. And there's still some racing yet to come, and although it seems that the standings have been pretty settled, at least at the top, for a while. I mean, into this race, Simframe and Winchick at the top were level on points, and neither of those are in the top three at the moment. I mean, Simframe, they're quite a way down in this race. They're all the way down in 6th place in LMH, and that's going to be a pain for their championship fight. But the top three of all of these divisions are not solidly decided, and you get the extra 50% of points at the 24-hour races. So Le Mans is worth almost a race and a half if you look at it that way. So that it won't really be over, I don't think, till the fat lady sings, and that fat lady will be the checkered flag at the end of that 24-hour race at the start of June.
Yeah, of course, the staple point of the VEC calendar, the way that we always love to round off the season. And of course, one of 2 24-hour races. Not sure when the last time that happened was. Of course, last season we had the 12 hours of Daytona, which I have to say was probably my favorite race of the bunch. But obviously this season we had 2. The 24 hours of Daytona this season was, again, very enjoyable, but makes up 2 of the season. So Le Mans not quite got the same spectacle in being the longest race of the season, but definitely the one probably with the most prestige, the most on the line, with it being the final round of the championship. And of course everyone wants to win, the VEC Le Mans.
No, precisely. It's almost got the same amount of kudos, if you will, winning Le Mans, winning the championship. And it's a great event. It's a great race to be part of. And I've the last few years it's been a great spectacle. It's such a brilliant track. I mean, I for one enjoy Le Mans. I think it's a really fun track. I know some people think it's not the greatest race circuit in the world, but I think it's, because it is unique, that's what makes it special. It's got its long straights, but I don't think it would work without them.
I despise Le Mans as a racing track. I love it for the prestige, I love it for the race, I love it for the event. to drive, I get so insatiably bored driving that circuit. I'm not the quickest around it, and that might obviously play a factor into it. It's just not my cup of tea when it comes to a racing track. Like, look, don't get me wrong, the prestige around Le Mans is phenomenal. I think it's a huge achievement to go out there and win it. It's a challenge in of itself. But when half of the circuit is spent flat out, I don't know. It just doesn't tickle my fancy. I'll be honest. I think there are much better racing tracks out there. Obviously, not many that match the prestige as such of winning it. As a racetrack, it's not my first choice to go in hot lap. Let's put it that way.
No, but I think if it was for hot lapping, then it would be, as you say, probably not the best. But I think part of it, it's like a prog rock song for me, Le Mans. You have to put up with the long, boring bits, but then you get to the really good bits, and you got to throw in all the traffic as well to keep you on your toes. You're navigating through all of that. It's not really ever the same lap around there. And when you do get to the fun bits, like the Porsche curves, it's absolutely fantastic in my opinion. And I think if you can put up with the straights, it makes the rest that just a little bit better. But of course, two different opinions. And of course, the
and
heritage
only
of
one right
Le Mans.
one as well.
Yeah, well, that'll be my one then.
No, well, no, it's just not. Let us know in the YouTube chat. What do you think of Le Mans as a racing circuit? Forget about the prestige, forget about the honours, forget about the trophies. To drive, hands up, who actually enjoys driving it? I don't understand how you would enjoy going around Le Mans as a racing circuit.
I think it's a fun one. I think you get to the Porsche curves. The Porsche curves are certainly the highlight for driving, but you really have. I don't know. It's just what I don't know. I think I've spent a lot of time driving it by myself, sticking on some short races up into 7th place. It looks like Chris Gonzalez has just got. No, he's not. Sorry, that's a 71. I think same with traffic. Passes probably should pay attention to the race a little bit as well, but no, I think Le Mans is actually quite a fun track, and yeah, you get time to think when you're driving it. At least you can reflect on your life choices. What brought you to that moment of hot lapping where you're going along the Mulsanne
Why would I
straight?
choose Le Mans as a hot lap? That's what you think about when you're on the Mulsanne straight. Is why didn't I choose a better track? Of course, Chris Gonzalez on the back of Adam Taylor. There is a race going on, and we are towards the tail end of it. Only about just over 20 laps left to go. Chris Gonzalez fighting with the Monaco machine of Adam Taylor. This has been a battle that's been brewing for some time. Obviously, with traffic and things, definitely, obviously closing these guys back up. Unfortunately, that's really the closest battle. At the moment, LMP2, it's Team RS that lead the way, but for how long? Obviously, Scuderia, Ferrari, Esports, recently coming into the pit lane. I think we are still owed one by Team RS as well for their final stop. A little bit of a splash to the end. And again, as we say, most people, I think, just they've done the hard work. Now let's just get to the end.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these guys, there's a fairly sizable gap in front and behind. And as we get closer and closer to those final 20 laps, there's just going to be less and less opportunity to make any moves up. So as you said, sort of just getting to the end of the race now, sort of settling for your place, making sure you don't lose any more positions, if not gaining any more. And just taking what you have from this race and then moving on to the next. But here we go, we've still got Chris Gonzalez here trying to find a way through. He's really struggling to get past Adam Taylor in that 96 Monaco Porsche. The two of them, they're still battling it out, as you can see, heading along the back straight into Sunset Corner. They're in the same machinery, so that neutralises that aspect of the battle. Of course, the setups of these guys, where they are in their strategies at this stage in the race, and also the drivers themselves will play a role in that. But pushing it very wide is the following Deuce's car, almost right up to the barrier. You don't want to get too close, or you might lose some paint or worse. But heading into turn one then, taking a sniff of the inside line, not liking the smell, not really getting any opportunity to close up. I think Gonzalez was a little bit too far back to try and make a move stick there.
Yeah, maybe just needs to wait for another opportunity, which can be difficult to come across around Sebring. It's not exactly the most raceable circuit. Of course, don't get me wrong, definitely are opportunities, but you do have to force the hand a little bit. You have to bait them into mistakes, and of course with lap traffic and things at play, it's not helping the case of Chris Gonzalez, who wants to find his way into 7th place. But The main thing really is applying pressure lap after lap and playing the waiting game. I know obviously that he's not necessarily in a position to do that with only 20 laps left to go, but you kind of do have to play that game in the sense that you sit in their mirrors, you sit just behind them, and you put them under pressure lap after lap, and you wait until there is a blip, a mistake, and then you are able to capitalize. Because when it comes to long straights and heavy braking zones, you don't get that at Sebring.
No, not really. You get the one long straight, but the rest of it pretty much flows one into the other, and there's not that much in the way of overtaking opportunities as a consequence. But as well, this battle, you say there's 20 laps left, but if you look at it this way, you've got a third of a Grand Prix on your hands, so there's still plenty of time for Chris Gonzalez if he wants to play the waiting game and then get desperate in the last few laps when he realises that might not have worked. But as you say, there's not really too many opportunities to make a move stick, especially if you're struggling for straight line speed, because you may be able to keep up during the rest of the lap, but you get to here and there's not really a chance to find a way through. So through the hairpin they go, over the bumps that are the highlights of this track for you, Zach, and through onto the next lap. There's a bit of traffic coming up. This could perhaps help Chris Gonzalez a little bit. The traffic's going to get past him on the straight. It could hinder up in front a little bit more for Adam Taylor.
It's going to be the hope for Chris Gonzalez. Just about half an hour left to go of this race. Our time definitely does fly. 20 laps left of the third last race of season 16 before we head towards. To be fair, we've still got 28 hours of racing action still to come, so don't worry. Still a lot of it left to go in the season, but only 2 rounds. I mean, we started all the way back when we went to Monza in September, and of course now we're already into March. It's disgusting how quick time definitely does fly when it comes to the VEC. And to be fair, we have been assisted with pretty much bang on a race every 4 weeks or so, give or take a couple of days. So it definitely has helped. We haven't had long to wait between each round. Every couple of Saturdays, and boom, we're back racing again to witness some pretty good action. Similarly to this action we're seeing right here, of course, for Gonzalez, he did all the hard work of closing the gap, only for one spout of traffic to firmly drop him back off the back of the 96.
Yeah, that's he's done well to keep that gap bigger, and as you say, yeah, that 1.5 seconds, it's almost intangible at that point. You can still see the car in front, but it's not really under threat at all. I think the traffic played a little role there, but Chris Gonzalez definitely lost a little bit of time over the last few laps. I mean, the last time round he was over a second slower, so that would explain partially why that gap has increased so much. Elsewhere on the track, there's not too much going on, so I think our best bet is to stick with these guys. Perhaps the on-off racing of Nicholas Lemoyne, looking to put pressure on Zoltan Boda and try and get that 3rd position in LMP2, but that's just the battle bubbling away for the moment. So we can stick with Chris Gonzalez, see what he can do to try and make up a move in the final stages of this race. And you can see it is properly dark now, and at certain parts of this track, if I can speak properly, it's pretty much pitch black, aside from the headlights, because there are not very many floodlights at certain areas of the circuit, and that makes just seeing a little bit more difficult. And when the sort of environment of the track is pretty similar in all places, all the barriers are quite the same, and there's lots of grass everywhere, it can make picking out those braking points just that tad more difficult.
Exactly, you lose a lot of your references in the dark. I mean, not that you should, but some people do base it off shadows and things like that, which obviously isn't a good idea because shadows move. But sort of that general area, and obviously once the race has gotten to this point, there aren't really any shadows. Of course, you can base it off cracks in the racetrack, you can base it off different things, but again, the darker it is, funnily enough, the harder it is to see, and you lose a lot of that sensation, and you do rely a lot, mainly sort of on your gut instinct. For the most part, I mean, you can see with it being a very busy track out there at Sebring, a lot of it is still well lit, a couple of floodlights and things, but still, the general gist of it is it definitely does get a little bit harder at night time. The good thing about it, though, is the track temperature comes down, which makes it a lot easier to manage your tyres.
Yeah, and we saw just how rapidly the track temperature fell when the sun went down. that currently is sitting at 27 degrees. Earlier in the race, it was 35, so that's quite a significant temperature drop. As you say, it makes tyre management easier, makes just finding the right levels of grip and keeping tyres in the right zone for heat as well, just that tad easier at the same time. So that's something that's going to be helping these drivers as a consequence of the sun going down. That's one of the benefits of having such long races during endurance, is that you get all parts of the day. You go from the height of daytime to the depths of night, and the various changes in climate around the track that happen as a result. And the track will be well rubbered in by now. And we saw not too long ago, only about 40 minutes ago, a new fastest lap was set right at the top. It was by Colin Squawk in that race clutch. So as it gets darker, it does seem that those opportunities do rise, and the track does get quicker. And where you lose visibility, you might lose a bit of gain, a bit of grip, and a bit of time as well.
It's all a trade-off, really, all compromises, and different teams will definitely prefer different sort of parts of the race. Different teams coming into their own at different points. What have we got? 17 laps left to go of the 1,000 miles of Sebring. Nothing really going on at the current point in time, which is of course a little bit of a shame, as to not keep the racing action interesting as such. The interesting thing is obviously the live standings. Of course, all three championship leaders, Race Clutch, Scuderia Ferrari Sports and Thomas Enger, are all going to be once again gaining in their respective championships and extend the lead. Of course, I believe that Team Irish car has to come back in again. I will be honest, I have absolutely no idea what's going on in terms of the strategy, but my best guess would be that they are a net P2 behind Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Team Irish car still owes us a pit stop. Of course, it'll be a much shorter pit stop to finish the race, but yeah, they will be losing that first position. It just depends whether they lose that second position as well to Go Team Racing, I think. Yeah, but I do think they owe us a stop. They've been going for quite some time, and of course they're going to push it as far as they can into the final to make that that stop as short as possible. And as a consequence, they will have an even lighter load to the end. So yeah, I think we do need to wait for them to come back in.
Yeah, and yeah, we will see if Slash Burn. It looks like the last time they came in was 21 laps ago, or at least that's the information that we have to go off. Obviously, with still 16 laps left to go, that would mean they'll be doing a 37 lap stint, which doesn't quite seem, I mean, I'm sure, of course, Martin Hemmingson is a very, very good driver when it comes to fuel saving. Don't quite think he's going to be able to stretch an LMP2 car 37 laps.
No, I think that would be a little bit ambitious given the lap times these drivers do. I think 30 is pretty much on the cusp of how long they can really go in a stint, but at least it means that that final stop will be shorter, and they'll lose as little time as possible towards the end. But here we are at the moment still with Chris Gonzalez. He looks to be struggling to make up this extra second and a half. He was much closer not too long ago. Up ahead though, we do have to keep an eye on Adam Taylor, the man he's chasing down, who has been slowly but surely gaining time on Yannick Pleiss in the 73 Juices car. That last lap about 4/10 quicker, pretty much even in terms of time with the Juices car behind. I know you don't like the way I'm going to say this, but that Monaco isn't a Juices sandwich if you count Juices as the bread. If you count Juices as the bread. Yeah, it's in a sandwich regardless.
No, but it's not.
Well, yeah.
Right. For everyone out there, right, my biggest pet peeve is when people call the sandwich by the bread. You don't call it a bread sandwich, call it a ham sandwich, right? It's just, I'm sorry, Hugo, it's fine. We don't share the commentary booth often enough, and I feel like every time we do, I don't know, I kick off.
It descends into chaos, yeah.
I kick off. Things go bad. It's a Wanaco sandwich with Juices bread, right? It's fine.
I'll
It's
say
just-
the Monaco is sandwiched by
Yeah,
juices.
that's fine.
There we go.
That is acceptable. You can say it's sandwiched. You cannot say it's in a sandwich because, yeah, that would imply it's. It could well be a
Taco,
taco.
yeah.
It could well be a taco as well. Thank you to the YouTube chat. That again, it is true. Could be a lot of things. I don't know if taco has the same ring to it though.
Did sort of suggest juices are linking around at the same time as Monaco, which, unless they're attached by a rope, I think they've struggled to do. Sort of breaking the space-time continuum or something along those lines. I don't know. I don't do physics, but either way, we'll call it a taco. I think simply because it is Monaco, and they probably deserve it as is their brand, if nothing else. But at the moment, though, that Monaco vehicle is closing up quicker than it seems that Chris Gonzalez is able to close up to him. So I think, in fact, what we'll do is we'll move over to Adam Taylor and see how it's looking for this vehicle. You can see the very stark livery of Monaco. There's a lot going on. Definitely an Americana theme, as is befitting this leg of the calendar, at least. But you can see ahead and behind the same looking machine, the 71 and the 73. But there's just a little bit too much time either side for anything to really be made of this at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a potential, but not quite the thing that we can extract on it. And of course, that Monaco car, as we say, very fitting. Of course, round 2 took us to Road Atlanta, round 5 took us to Daytona, Road America, and of course here in Sebring, to make up effectively half the calendar worth of American circuits. That is a big twitch. There from the prototype finding their way past Monaco. Thankfully, that didn't end in tears, but sheer patriotism on the forefront of that Porsche, who is now within 1.5 seconds of Yannick Place, the 73 Juice's car there, as on-off make their way into pit lane. Also, speaking of course of Team RS and their pit stop, Martin Hemmingson has eventually came into the pit lane. It seems 37 laps was just a little bit too long to make it to the end. They rejoin the race 30 seconds behind Alex Siebel, but just over a minute clear of the Go Team car at the moment. Zoltan Boda at the wheel. So, limiting the amount of points lost to Ferrari, but that's not exactly a good thing, because it's still a loss to Ferrari, who will once again gain in the championship.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, it will, as we were discussing earlier, it'll be up to a 5 consecutive race season. Only 2 cars have actually won in the LMP2 category, and it is the Ferrari and the Team Iris. And it seems that trend is going to continue. But as you say, that gap in the championship, in the points, is going to increase once more, which of course is not ideal for them. But either way, that's the way it works, and that's racing. So here we go, though. Once again, this gap closing down, and Adam Taylor closing down quite rapidly, over a second quicker again that lap. You can see he's getting much closer. Meanwhile, behind, Chris Gonzalez has actually been losing time. He's now over 2.5 seconds behind. So it looks like Taylor has put down the pedal and is trying to reel in this Juice's car and get himself up into those top 5. Looks like running a little bit wide through the exit of the final turn to start off our next lap. Either way, though, yeah, losing about 3 or 4 tenths of a second as a consequence of that slight mistake. Nothing too drastic, but of course, when there's not that much time left in the race, such mistakes can be quite costly.
It doesn't take a lot for things to go drastically wrong. It is scary. I mean, all of this work, the last sort of 7 hours, 40 minutes or so, has come down to this final 13 laps of the race. And in the blink of an eye, snap of your fingers, it can all go wrong. I mean, there can be a disconnect, you can have a dreadful crash, anything can go wrong between now and the end. It's just as likely to happen in all the other laps that you've completed. So you have still got to be very, very vigilant as to what is going on around you. You cannot get complacent at this stage in the race, even though you are so close to the finish. You've got to sort of forget about that and continue driving as if it is still lap number 1 of this race. 2:56 of 2:69. Adam Taylor within a second of Yannick Place, and well, pretty much the only battle that we've got going on track at the moment.
Yeah, and it's not just that you could make an extra mistake. It's not just as well that the last 7.5 hours of building up. You've also had the qualifying and the practice that these drivers would have put in over the course of the week before they get here, that all pays into that final result. And to have that all go away sometimes, as we've seen it has happened before, just in the last stage of the race, when that ends, those points are almost tangible, is the most devastating thing. But for the most part, at least the parts of the race that I've been present have been fairly clean, so we can hope such an event doesn't happen. And it's like Adam Taylor is in a position where Yannick Price has actually responded to his onslaught. They're both about to cross the line now, so the gap's been closing up a little bit. So it's still closing up 0.6 of a second now, but the last lap between the two of them, as they both crossed the line, only 0.3 of a second quicker was the Monaco vehicle. So that rate of change is decreasing, and it's one thing as always to close up in a race. It's quite another to try and get past, and that's going to be the task laid out for Adam Taylor in the next few laps as he tries to get 5th place around the 1,000 miles of Sebring.
And what a recovery it's been for him as well. Of course, for those that were around at the beginning of the race, Adam Taylor has had his fair share of hurdles to jump over so far this race. Of course, the first couple of rounds of traffic he got involved in and was spun round nearly last at the beginning of this race. And that is pretty much the biggest motivator, the biggest proof that you do not give over until you reach the checkered flag, right? Adam Taylor is in a position to score a top 5 after being nearly last in what is a fairly extensive GT3 field. He has fought his way back up to 5th, 6th, whichever way it goes. It's a phenomenal drive for him. And again, just goes to show that endurance racing, anything really can happen, and you can go from the lowest low to a fairly decent high.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You might have something go wrong at the very start of the race, but there's 8 hours of events to happen on track, and things will happen. Oh, that's a McLaren going very slowly. It looks like the rear wing had actually fallen off there. I'm just trying to work out which car that might have been that was going so slowly just in the background that we've passed. I'm not sure. It looked like quite hefty damage, suspension as well as a rear wing done. We were just saying things can go wrong at the very end of the race, and it looks like for that team it certainly has, which is very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, tantalisingly close to the finish, and yet it all comes ripped away effectively. It's incredibly unfortunate for them, and yet all that work sometimes coming undone again at the blink of an eye, snap of the fingers, whatever happens to be the case. But the good thing is that there's only 4 weeks until we go again for the next one, which of course I believe is, of course, we had Bahrain a little bit earlier on, which we won't talk about Bahrain. That was a very chaotic start to kickstart 4 hours, but becomes our second 4-hour race of the season. And relative to the majority of the races on the calendar, is effectively a sprint round.
Yeah, I mean, there's so little. I mean, this race itself is at least almost double that length anyway. And if 4 hours, that's you can count the pit stops that you'll do, at least for GT3s, on one hand, if not two. So there's just so much less opportunity for other things that happen over the course of such a race, and that you're only really going to do one stint. At least in a 12 or 24-hour race, you're going to end up doing probably 2 or 3 stints. And as you say, the 4 hours, there's just really not much that can happen at all. You just go flat out to the end. The endurance aspect is almost entirely removed, because you're in that stage where there's not really any time to make up any mistakes, and you just got to keep going and keep plugging away, try and make those moves as soon as they come and make them quickly.
Exactly that. And I mean, to be fair, 4 hours is in that crossover period. I mean, I would class anything sort of up to 2 hours as sort of a sprint. But really, 4 hours, I mean, it's not that far off that. Of course, well, it's 2 hours, easy enough. But I think you do have to adopt a lot of the same dynamics of a sprint race into that 4-hour race, because, again, like you say, you haven't got a lot of time to be complacent. So many people go, it's fine if we don't get a good start, we've got loads of time to make up for it. That's not the case in a 4-hour race. You cannot afford to make so many big mistakes. You have to make sure you are nailing it lap in, lap out, and making sure you are making those moves, like you say, when they count. Very close in LMP2 as well, the battle for 6th, but we are following this battle here. Adam Taylor trying to recover his way into the top 5.
Yeah, that's between the Level 1 Esports and the Arms Cybercar, both of which we've seen a decent amount of over the last hour and a half or so. We'll move up to that. Should Adam Taylor make a move here? And he is definitely closing up. He's sped up. He's really putting on pressure now. You can see almost getting a big sniff of the back of that Porsche. Of course, both these drivers are in the same machinery, so it neutralises that aspect of the battle. It's just really down to them, their setups and their strategies, which is still 3 factors, but it's 1 fewer than 4. So that's not too bad. Having a little look at the inside line, I don't think he's quite close enough to make a move there, unless going wide, actually. Adam Taylor could just try and get it through the inside. Look how close they are onto the curves they go. A bit of grass being taken, flashing his headlights. That's in frustration, perhaps in order to distract Adam Taylor. Not quite able to make a move there. He's going to move to the outside once again. He's going to switch to the inside, perhaps, with the later apex, which will become the outside once again for the following turn, as there's just no door open for Adam Taylor to get through, and he's going to have to stay in 5th for the moment. But it looks like he's really desperate for that 5th place.
Yeah, he's shown his intentions, and of course, time not on his side. He has to get a move on, flash the headlights, maybe displeased with the driving, or maybe just to try and throw a distraction at the Juice's car. 1.7 seconds clear of the sister car behind, which means that they are fairly, for the most part, all by themselves. There's the Winchick Racing hypercar finding their way through. Also with the Seawolf Net Race, of course, not necessarily full position, but finding their way through nonetheless. A lot of traffic to contend with, and that can either play into the hand of Adam Taylor or be the detriment to him.
Yeah, it depends just how it falls. Down the inside, though, quite a late move. Very audacious from Adam Taylor. The inside line is certainly stronger around this final turn if you can keep the speed up, which he does. There's a slight bit of contact as Adam Taylor swings out in front. It looks like he's taken 5th place, though. There's a lot of traffic. Probably a little bit nervous given the feistiness of this battle as they try and make their way through. But Yannick Price is going to have to concede that position as they go through the next turn. He's not going to try and fight back, and it looks like Adam Taylor might just have got away with that, and that could be a 5th place for Monaco. Presuming they can hold on to it for the next 9 laps, they could go home with a top 5 finish, which I'm sure they would be very pleased by.
Yeah, cannot complain with that one bit. Again, maybe there was more on the table had it not, not gone their way in the early stages, but when it comes to damage limitation and not giving up, P5 is not a bad result for them at all. And some decent points in the championship. At the moment, it's at 8th place, so this is definitely up there with sort of one of their better results of the season. So we will see how they, of course, are able to get on. New best lap time for Stefan in, I believe, LMP2, running his way through. It is there. There's the 28 machine. Stefan Ruot for Net Race at GP. At the moment, it's at P9. So, of course, setting the fast lap of the LMP2 class at 1:47.639, which is a good sort of couple of seconds quicker than the rest of the field. So, pretty good pace coming out of the Net Race car. It doesn't seem there's going to be, well, any time really for him to close the gap in front, but definitely a showcase of pace.
Yeah, I think a 108-second gap would be slightly ambitious, but I mean, why not go for a faster lap if you've got nothing better to do? There's 30 seconds behind. There's not really any danger either side. Definitely have some fun with it while you can. And of course, there's a little bit of glory that goes with having the fastest lap of the race. I think for the moment, they will head up to David Ulfheim at the moment with Level 1 Esports, looking to try and move up the order a little bit further. That gap now down to just 1 second up in front. It was the one we mentioned earlier while we were following that GT3 battle, and it could be quite close between the two of them. Just down to half a second now. There's a bit of traffic up in front that Andrea Martino is going to have to contend with before David Ulfheim is able to close up that orange liveried Level 1 car. Definitely standing out under the lights, as does the blue and white arm Cybers. Past the BMW they go onto the back straight. There's not really going to be an opportunity here. I think Ulfheim might be a little bit further back than it is possible to make a move for the moment, but with just a few laps to go, this could get quite heated, just as we saw that GT3 battle get quite heated through these final stages of the race. It's almost into the barrier goes that arm Cyber, really pushing the limits of the track there, almost to their own detriment. But carrying on, looking to the inside line goes David Ulfheim under brakes. There's a GT3 on the outside, and that's going to block off the armed Cybercar. But in turn, it's going to block Ulfheim, leaving no room to get past. A bit of a wiggle there on the exit, but that was very close. And I think we can see that that Level 1 car definitely wants that 6th position.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Of course, these guys racing very, very hard. Of course, the GT sort of stopping all fine from finding a way through. However, Cyber under a ton of pressure. 7 laps left to go in this race. Not long on it whatsoever. Late on the brakes, having a bit of a look. Definitely showing his hand, wanting to put himself up into 6th place.
Yeah, he's really trying it to get through there, and he tried to use the traffic to his advantage. Ended up backfiring as the GT3 took a different line. As look at the inside line, goes that orange car. And those are some really aggressive moves, left and right. Take a slightly later apex, try and swing it round on the exit of this left-hander, but the track just flows so much in this infield section almost. There's no way through. Normally no way through. As to the outside he goes, a bit of wall-to-wall contact. He's actually lost a lot of time there. He's had to back off as a consequence. But that could have been a lot worse. But at the same time, looking for overtakes and paces, but overtakes normally aren't made. You can see that this is pretty much the full attack mode is going right around in a big drift through that right-hander, all but holding onto it and onto the grass again. It is Olfman maybe pushing a little bit too hard and making a few mistakes here and there. He's dropped back to over a second behind as a result, and maybe pushing just a bit harder than he really should be. You don't want to be losing more positions than you're trying to gain. Although, of course, a spin would actually send him down one position. There's not far behind is Robert Pound, about 2 seconds in the gold racing car. So he has got to be careful about this. It's all well and good trying to take a position near the end of the race, but that you don't want that attempt to cost you a position and the points that go with it as well.
Exactly, points definitely are kind of helpful in a championship, funnily enough. They do help you win them, but now the gap equidistant both in front and behind for the level 1 esports car. And are they going to have another crack at the position of 6th? Maybe we will see. It all depends as to how well he picks himself back up. We are on board with Maki Yupi, of course, a little bit further down. This is the fight now for what could well be P8 in Carlos Gonzalez, of course, up there in 8th in the Juices car. Of course, Henry Sinnick still battling away with Yannick Place in that battle for what is, of course, 6th place, I should say, just in behind. So, of course, be interesting to see what goes on in that particular battle. But yeah, absolutely, some good battling going on here. Great respect given nonetheless. Canastrazzi just ahead of Maki Yupi, and that's going to be the first target for the BMW.
Yeah, and the gap is not too small at the moment. You can see pretty much a good whiff of the tail end of that Ferrari. Of course, it looks good. I don't know how well it would smell, but going through this lap now towards the left-hander, that gap closing up once again. There's not really a chance to make an overtake, despite what we saw last lap. At this point of the track, having a look at the inside line, not quite having any room there as the door shutters. Off the track, in fact, goes Canastrazzi as through onto the back straight onto the grass goes the Ferrari, and that's going to give Yuha Makiyupi the opportunity he needs to get past and start setting his sights on Gonzalez up ahead in the 71 Juices car. That was a big mistake there for Daniele Canastrazzi, and that's going to cost the 10th position just at these closing stages of the race. There's only 5 laps to go, and I'm sure he'll be quite upset about that.
Yeah, to have it sort of ripped away for so close to the finish. Let's see what Makiyupi can do, though, in his pursuit, getting ahead and up into 8th place. Still time to do it, but it's definitely going to take a little bit of hard work. Henry Sinnick very close with Yannick Place as well. That battle about 30 seconds up from this one. The battle for 6th place. There you can see the Juices Motorsport Club Porsche being chased down by the Satellite Racing McLaren just in behind, of course. Let's see what Henry Sinnick can do, as he's been chasing him for some time. Though, speaking of, not on his time. 4 laps left to go in this race, and each lap that ticks down is one less opportunity to find his way into 6th.
Yeah, and we saw the other Satellite Racing car without a rear wing earlier on, so obviously there's been some trials and tribulations. That was Pfeiffer, who was fighting for 9th, but we're going to go here to Pedro Ramada now, trying to get up into 16th place in class in the LMP2s, putting on quite a fight. He's been closing up quite rapidly recently as Robert Johnson there just ahead in the red Team RTR car, going through towards the Sunset Bend and starting a new lap. The laps are ticking down rapidly now, and the chances are fleeting for these positions to be made as taking a very narrow line. I think that RTR car perhaps holding the inside. I'm not entirely sure why though, because that's going to give Pedro Romano a pretty clear opportunity to get straight up in front. That was slightly underwhelming in the way that battle sort of played out there.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimax, but nonetheless, no complaints from the drivers. There's Yannick Pace under pressure as Henry Sinek tries to find his way through. Of course, the Arm Cyber LMP2 going the long way around, and there's contact! Oh my goodness me, the juice has gone. What a save! No way is he going to hold that. It's going to be an anticlimax. It's an absolute car park as he parks it through turn number 2. If he managed to hold that and do a reverse entry nearly into turn 2, that would have been absolutely sensational stuff. That unfortunately loses the place to Henry Sinek into 7th place. But considering he nearly got absolutely obliterated, I don't think he can really complain too much.
And one thing to say, I think David Ulfheim in the Level 1 Esports lost out quite badly there. He's down into 8th now, although Robert Pound in the Gold Racing managed to make 2 places in the midst of that chaos, and he's found himself up in 6th position, not really having to overtake either Andrea Martino or David Ulfheim in that sort of on track as a result of that pretty shambolic turn of events. So everything's sort of coalescing all at once. We're going to get a replay here. So we're running on board with Henry Sinek. You can see that Angis's car just up in front as that's the Arm Cyber car that loses a bit, clips the tail end of that Porsche and sends it spinning. So a very messy part of the race, and I think the Arm Cyber car did well to not lose more positions actually. I think only really losing 1 position from that whole mess when it was essentially their making. We've got 0 minutes remaining of the race. So does that make this the final lap?
I don't know. I know there will be a maximum time for the race. I don't know if we are going to see it out to 269 laps or not. We'll have to confirm, of course, but we will follow with Colin Spork up in front, because there he is, making his way through Sunset Bend. Whether or not this is the final lap, we will find out. Of course, he'll cross the line. Will it tick over? It's a flash the headlights, so I'm going to assume the checker flag is waved. There it is. Round number 7 of season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship goes the way of Race Clutch, goes the way of Colin Spork as they tick off a sensational 4th victory of this season and extend the championship lead at the top.
Yeah, and very chaotic and not quite making it to the full length, the full 1,000 miles as a result of various events happening across the race. But look at that, race guys pretty much dominating. And you know how strong a performance has been when we've hardly seen them on the broadcast. And very solid there from Colin Spork. I'm sure he'll be very happy with that, as will the rest of the Race Clutch team. We've got Alex Siebel here in the Scuderia Ferrari vehicle, one that we also haven't seen very much of. A dominant force in LMP2 and equally dominant in this race. And I think still yet to finish their final lap. We'll see what happens towards the end here. But yeah, what a race that has been. And drama on the final lap. Would it be VEC if there wasn't? But yeah, 5 in a row is the number of wins for this vehicle in the championship. They're going to leave this race having guaranteed won over half the races this season, which is an absolutely phenomenal figure.
It is, and of course they've got one more corner left to go to see themselves to the checker flag for the 5th race running. It was a slightly slow start for Scuderia Ferrari Esports, but today in Sebring they have shown excellence once again. Flash their headlights, and once again a dominant display from the Scuderia, of course winning once more, and maybe not for the last time this season, with still 2 more cracks at the whip yet to come. Again, speaking of race results, there you can see Colin Spork victorious in the hypercars. Guillaume Mas and Gabba Hevesi make it go team completing the podium. Shabakifs and Winchik Racing Team there in 4th. Not a bad result for the championship contenders, but still definitely would have wanted more. Burton Ops for Sim Racing for Holland complete the top 5 ahead of Patrick Schindler and Simfree. Jan Katal for Seawolf Net Race, unfortunately at 7th and last place. Alex Siebel, as we saw for Scuderia Ferrari, brings it home in a 8th place overall, but of course the win in LMP2. Martin Hemerson and Zoltan Boda go team on the podium in 2 categories. Behind that, Nicola Lemoine in P11 overall. Behind that then comes Baranek. Robert Pawn for Goal Racing Esports. Martino and Arms Cybreth for 6th place in class. Level 1 Esports, it wasn't enough for Ulfheim to take to the top 6. Stefan Rualt, of course, taking the fastest lap late on for Netrex, but unfortunately only 8th place for him. Hyperion and Undercover Rasian complete the top 10. Arms Cyber, the sister car, just outside in 11th. Of course, then comes IFRO Simsport. Ponto completing the top 20 overall, and of course at the back end of the LMP2 field. Then comes the sister Netrex car from Seawolf Net Race, Armada Motorsport, Team RTR, and then comes Visceral just in behind that. When it comes to the GT3s, again, another victory for the championship leaders. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, I believe their 4th so far this season. It's Diego Silva and Simo Salic for Visceral, and of course Caspian Motorsport that complete the podium respectfully. Mark Veek for Blackhawk, not a bad result for them in 4th, and Adam Taylor and Wanako. What a result for them to recover to the top 5. Henry Sinnick, Satellite Racing, up to 6th place in the end after a last lap battle with Yannick Place and Juices Motorsport. Yukamaki Yupi and BS Plus Zoom competition, not doing a too bad of a result there for the Zebras. Chris Gonzalez, Daniel Canestrazzi, Ian Pfeiffer as well there in Satellite. Alex Brauskin for Blackhawk, then comes Butseki for Undersea United. Marachak for Slovakia, and then of course Jimenez just in behind. A couple more drivers to go through. You get to Brabham Esports, unfortunately down in 41st overall. Then comes Pagani, Kapusta, and then you get to the DNFs of the 2nd Visceral LMP2, the 2nd Seawolf Net Race Hypercar. Then comes Ace Racing, Visceral Esports in their GT3 contingent, and unfortunately Scuderia Leon as well, not making it to the checkered flag. Hugo, as far as Sebring goes, I mean, not at all a bad result for them. Of course, in 4 weeks' time, we'll head to Imola for the 2nd 4-hour race of the season. What are we feeling? Of course, that's going to be the setup, the precedent before the Big 24.
Yeah, I think Imola's going to give us some inkling, but it's such a different nature of race before we get to Le Mans that it might give some indication, but it could be equally misleading as well, a bit like a false friend if you ever learn another language. But we'll see how that all goes out. I mean, Sebring has just been absolutely phenomenal. It's given us a great idea of who's standing where. It's showed that those who are at the top of the championships in each class have quite clearly earned their places. And as a consequence, we'll have to see whether anyone's able to respond going into Imola, coming back to Europe, and try and fight for some extra points.
Indeed so. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring an end to round number 7 of the 16th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship. As you can see, the vast majority of that calendar now grayed out. 2 races, 28 hours of racing action yet to come over the course of the next 3 months. On the 6th of April, we'll take to Italy, we'll take to Imola for the 2nd 4-hour race of the season. Will it be another race victory for our respective championship leaders, of course, of Race Clutch, Ferrari and Thomas Enger, or will we see some more surprises, another twist, another turn in the tale that is season 16? My name has been Zach Sweeney. I've had Hugo Barreau alongside me in the commentary box. We've had help from Ewan O'Leary, Cam Roger, Vida Heatley, and of course Darragh Thacker, and of course Lorenzo Bonda came here and helped out today a little bit earlier on as well. So from all of us in the commentary booth, we thank you all so much for watching. Make sure you tune back in on the 6th of April, because it will not be one to forget. I assure you that. The penultimate round of the VEC coming up in a few weeks' time. In the meantime, it's goodbye for now.